Do 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 do. Are we live? We live, baby. Hello, Mint. How you doing? Do 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 do. Do 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 da 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 da. Da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. We opened up another tab for the chat to be seen. I don't know what the error code was on this second one. It was very fast. But I scanned for malware. I ran 2 different malware program scans. So it's not that, as far as I know. Let's refresh that stream for the viewers. You little rascals. We're back, baby! I'm just glad that we got to have our little celebration before my computer decided to blue screen. I think what might have happened is that the cable going into my microphone mixer is very loose, and I brushed it the other day. And that might have dislodged it enough to be, like, not fully connecting, which can basically create this situation where my computer is like detecting and then undetecting and detecting undetecting really quickly, just and then it just like powering down. You want to replace that cable ASAP? I know I do, but I need to do it. Yeah. Basically, the point I'm getting at is I need to get a better audio mixer than the Focusrite USB series. Hey, John Bogardus. We'll contain our power level this time. Thank you. And you best be containing that power level because goddamn, I'm over 9,000. I'm over 10,000, bitches. Don't knock the Focusrites. I like them generally. I just don't like when their software gets all finicky and needy. I've had so many blue screen issues because of Focusrite adapters, and I'm very upset about it. But I'll get a better cable, and it should be fine. Or I'll just pony up and buy a new one because probably the reason I'm having this issue is that it's the used piece of hardware. Another blue screen, indeed. You got it right. Guys, we did it. We hit 10K. I've been working towards that for 4 years. I'm so excited. The driver making the entire kernel crash for not being well plugged is not a good feature. No, it's not my favorite, no. Okay. Now it's time for me to deliver on that promise about the Nightmare Blunt rotation. It's time, folks. It's time. I present to you one of the worst panels of people I've ever seen in my life.
Well, Presidents Biden and Trump have been confirmed as their party's presumptive nominees after the least competitive primaries in living presidential memory. They have 8 months to prove that they've got big answers To the big questions dividing America. Should the US continue to back Israel in Gaza? How do we end Putin's war in Ukraine? Should the US keep funding it? Who will fix the migrant crisis?
Well, we got Piers Morgan on the case.
The economy many people feel is broken. Who stands to gain?
Who else might there be?
Most from the continued momentum of people like RFK Jr. Our guests for this debate have strong views and a big influence in the digital space, where so many schools are now settled. Together at last, I'm joined by the streaming liberal Destiny, Benny Johnson, and Dave Smith.
I think that it's pretty
We have the ultimate nightmare blunt rotation. We got Destiny, we got Benny Johnson, we've got
digital space.
mean-spirited guy.
And Dave Smith.
I don't know who Dave Smith is. That's the most nondescript name I've ever heard in my life, so I don't know who that is.
I think that it's pretty undeniable that Trump is kind of a mean-spirited guy. Every single thing that he does is just ultimately to serve his needs or his ends at the end of the day.
To call somebody demonic like Donald Trump, who's actually against the 10 million people who have been human smuggled into this country, many of them children. Have you ever been down to the border, Destiny? Have you seen the rape trees? Trump brought world peace.
The what? The rape trees? Oh god. I don't have any whiskey. I don't have whiskey. I only have a rosé, and I'm not just gonna drink an entire bottle of rosé while watching this. I'm gonna get something else. Get white girl wasted? Fine. Fine, I'll embrace the wine mom aesthetic, but only because I hit 10K subscribers and I've earned it. And with that, I'm having Moonlight and Roses. Oh, rosé's so good.
Dare you?
The virtue signal.
Every time Benny Johnson, or honestly, anytime anyone on this panel says something shocking, I'm just gonna take a drink.
It's off the charts. I didn't kill anybody.
And even in this State of the Union, which, as you said, and I'll agree, he did better than, if the standard is he was able to walk and get up there and read words off a teleprompter.
Yo, Metal Kitty Mom, you sold 150 pizzas? I'm gonna want pizza. Shit. Also, congrats, Pizza Queen! All hail the Pizza Queen! The Pizza Queen! That's a huge bottle. It only looks huge. I guess it's a shower, not a grower.
For whatever reason, his position on the war in Gaza has just totally ruined his campaign. This is just not the case.
Hey, Lil
for
Willy
Donald
Cleric.
Trump.
So welcome all to all three of you. I've been looking forward to this. I got to say, three titans of your businesses coming together to talk about.
Can I just say something a bit controversial here? Destiny should not have a goatee. It's not a. I don't like it. Makes him look inherently untrustworthy.
What is probably, I don't know, depending on your viewpoint, this is either the most depressing moment in modern American politics or something that is, I don't know, indicative of a wider malaise, you might argue, about the way the world is going, where celebrity triumphs substance, where age is no longer seen to be a problem. Who knows what we're talking about here, but you guys...
Man, Piers Morgan, I don't think you want to be throwing that issue around too much, okay?
Guys can thrash it out between you. I want to start by playing what...
yeah, Lauren Walker, we
Bill
hit
Maher
10K
show,
on Twitch.
From Friday night.
It's
And you
true,
had
we're at
Robert De Niro on.
10,001.
He said this about Trump.
It's so cool.
He's such a mean, nasty, hateful person. I never play him as an actor because I can't see any good in him. Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing redeemable in him. If he wins the election, you won't be on the show anymore. He'll come looking for me. There'll be things that happen that none of us can imagine.
I mean, okay, let's start with Destiny. I got to say, when I saw that, I just thought, really? Isn't this liberals falling into the old trap of over-demonizing Trump to the extent...
Of course you wouldn't be able to identify a fascist, Pierce. You're a monarchist, so, you know, you're like kissing cousins.
that actually just helps him?
I think that there is an issue when it comes to covering Trump because it feels like there is an over-demonization of Trump, but also Trump is kind of a demon. Like, I think that it's funny because people will look at the left and they'll say that, you know, people are harping too much on Trump's rhetoric or how mean he is towards people on Twitter. But then when you talk to conservatives, it seems like Trump's Twitter behavior is their number one selling point for why they like him so much. Like, yeah, I don't know what he does for policy. I don't know what he does for legislation, but, you know, he's got a lot of really good zingers. Like, this is a guy who's known for giving mean nicknames to his debate stage opponents. I don't think it's that crazy to say that Trump...
He literally, like, just a couple weeks ago took back the crooked from Crooked Hillary and is trying to do Crooked Joe. He's trying to make Crooked Joe a thing. Crooked Joe Biden.
Trump has some of the most divisive rhetoric and is one of the meanest people that we've seen as like a world leader on the world stage, at least insofar as like rhetoric and how he addresses people goes.
Yeah, but I always say, you see, about this, that there's a lot of hypocrisy about this based around Trump's rhetoric compared to his actions. For example, you know, with Barack Obama, who obviously didn't tweet incendiary things about people.
Since we're talking about Donald Trump and Dune is somewhat topical. I think it's this. Yeah. Here you go. This is a special treat to help the Nightmare Blunt go down.
Shia Lude. Good people of Arrakis. It's me, Shia Lude. Your beloved sandworm of the desert. Many people are saying Paul Atreides. Little Paul Atreides, I call him Pesky Paul. He's Al-Mahdi. People are calling him Lisan Al-Gaib. Pesky Paul's calling himself Muad'Dib.
Demon Mama says congratulations on 10K. Thanks Amber Brains. Sub for the sub god.
Oh,
Donos for the dono dogs.
Demon Mama, thank you. And Salmon Moose, thank you very much for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. You guys got everything this stream. You guys got the drama. You guys got a debate. You guys got to see me white girl dance. Subs for the sub gods, donos for the dono dogs. Thank you, Salmon Moose. Thank you so much. And it's very kind of Demon Mama to send her regards. I like Demon Mama a lot. Tell Demon Mama we all say hello. Henlo. We do all say henlo.
He said, Muad'Dib, I'm a little desert mouse. Just a humble little desert mouse. And he is very tiny. I saw him. I could crush him easily. Folks, you can't trust Pesky Paul. He's got the Bene Gesserit. Nasty women. Nasty women. Those Bene Gesserit trying to control the outcome of events. He's going around the desert. He's going to the south of the southern border. He's bringing up religious fanatics from the south. He's trying to wage a holy war in the whole universe. Now, the Harkonnens, we don't like the Harkonnens, folks. They're terrible. They're terrible. They gave us a bad deal, but I can get a better deal from the Harkonnens. What can I say? They want our spice. It's the most precious substance in the universe. We're going to get a better deal. We're going to make Arrakis great again. It's going to be an amazing time. We're going to have paradise here in Arrakis, not because of Pesky Paul, but because of your old friend Shia Halud.
It's so good. All right.
And was the epitome of kind of civilized presidential public office behavior. But he still deported over 3 million people. He still ran a terrible drone program. He still dropped more bombs in 1 year than any president in modern history. He kept Guantanamo Bay open despite campaigning to shut it, etc. He's the angel, Trump's the devil, and I don't think either's particularly accurate.
I don't think I would say that Obama is an angel, but I mean, there's a separate discussion between besides the character of a person and the actual policy positions or things they did in office. I think Trump would lose on both counts, but I mean, separate from policy or,
Oh yeah, Benny Johnson is the biggest tool bag. There's a reason why on Twitch it's still called the Ultimate Nightmare Blunt Rotation. Does anyone know who this other guy is? This third guy? We've got Piers Morgan, we got Destiny, we got Benny Johnson. Does anyone know who this last guy is? Like, who is Dave Smith? I would try and Google it, but I know that Dave Smith is going to get me 10 billion results. Who is he? Posted a link? You did? Oh, comedian Dave Smith. Oh, he's a frequent guest on the Greg Gutfeld show, so you know he's gonna be full of jokes. A member of the Mrs. Caucus of the Libertarian Party. He's running the social media of the entire Libertarian Party? Oh no. Oh, this guy's not no good. This guy no good at all. My God. Well, all right.
Effectuality or ineffectuality as a leader, I think that it's pretty
God, I wish that guy from earlier had been a libertarian. That would have also been very funny. I feel like I still made that abortion debate funny, but it would have been even funnier if he was a libertarian.
Undeniable that Trump is kind of a mean-spirited guy. And then when you look at how he runs his campaign, when you look at how he runs the country, he's a very self-driven person. Like, every single thing that he does is just ultimately to serve his needs or his ends at the end of the day. Whether that means throwing political opponents under the bus, whether that means throwing political allies under the bus, whether that means not helping, Georgia's Senate elections because he's so angry that Raffensperger, wouldn't turn over enough votes for him, and now Georgia has 2 blue senators. Like, I don't know. Trump is a really mean dude. And again, yeah, you can switch over and you can look at the foreign policy position too. But I mean, you can talk about Obama's follies, but Trump also abandoned our Kurdish allies in Syria to Turkey. Trump also, inflamed tensions in the Middle East when he recognized, the Jerusalem, moving the embassy over to Jerusalem and the United States' recognition of Israel annexing East Jerusalem and everything. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think Trump wins on any count.
Yeah, this is the StarCraft player. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, Benny Johnson, does it matter whether Trump's a nice guy or not? I think people have baked in now what he is. He's a shoot from the hip, guy that loves to talk. He's pretty narcissistic. Okay.
He's a fascist.
He's pretty bombastic. He's pretty pugilistic. If you read his book, The Art of the Deal, He says if somebody punches me, metaphorically or real, I'll punch them 10 times back. There's nothing new about any of Trump's behavior if you have studied his behavior for the last 40
Hey, I play StarCraft too. I used to play in college. I was not very good, but I did play in a couple tournaments.
50 years. He just happens to be a guy
Good night,
who won the
Erica.
White House, and right now is actually looking like he's favourite to win it back. So for all the rhetorical issues around Trump and the supposed meanness, there are tens of millions of Americans who are queuing up to vote for him.
Yeah, so let's talk about tens of millions. I particularly take quite a bit of umbrage with the description of Donald Trump as demonic. I think that is quite shocking as a Christian myself to call somebody demonic like Donald Trump, who's
You literally have his mugshot on the wall behind you. Okay.
actually against the 10 million people who have been human smuggled into this country, many of them children. I remember a time not too long ago when people cared about, the left cared about children in cages. Yet now they're calling Donald Trump demonic. He wants to stop these human smuggling by the cartels. Have you ever been
By putting them in the cages, of course.
down to the border, Destiny? Have you seen the rape trees? Have you seen the little children's toys that are left down there from the human smuggling that is created by Joe Biden, the biggest human smuggler in human history? Do you know the carnage and the horror that is being created by those policies? Let's not even talk about what Joe Biden has done to the
What? How can you just casually throw out the phrase rape tree and not at all elaborate on what the hell you're talking about? Because I feel like the image that comes to my mind is like the Whomping Willow from Harry Potter, but all of the tree branches are dicks. Like that's the image in my head, and I know that that's not accurate, but that's the image that's in my head, and I don't like it.
world stage. Donald Trump brought world peace. You're going to talk about Kurds and wars? How about Ukraine? Joe Biden could have stopped that war before it even started. Joe Biden continues that war and continues the funding of that war that is leading to the wholesale slaughter of an entire region. Joe Biden could
Joe Biden could have stopped that war. How, Benny?
stop it right now. Joe Biden has brought war around the world. And then let's talk about the fentanyl poisoning America. You want to talk about cruelty? It took Joe Biden 400 days to go to East Palestine in Ohio, a city that was poisoned by our federal government in a chemical explosion, much less the chemical explosion that is happening all throughout America with fentanyl, slaughtering 100,000 Americans. And the final thing I'll say here.
The chemical explosion of fentanyl around America? God damn it. I really did think I would be doing a bit better here, but nope. Oh! Wow, somebody actually bothered to write about this. This is insane. Border authorities, so not again, this is the Border Patrol, refute GOP allegations of rape trees rampant in South Texas. What the hell is that? Spots where migrants are sexually assaulted, their undergarments are hung as trophies. What? Oh, but during interviews with Border Report, several border sheriffs and federal officials said they've had found no evidence that rape trees exist. Oh, you mean it's just made up? It's literally made up. Oh, and this was established as made up 2 years ago. This article is from 2022. One Democratic congressman suggested this is an exaggeration of misinformation that is being released just weeks before the upcoming midterm elections, in which several Republican women are challenging longtime Democratic stronghold of South Texas, including 2 who are making rape trees a talking point. So literally the Republican women candidates made up stories about rape trees in order to try and unseat their Democratic opponents. Pro tip, if you actually care about rape and sexual assault, you don't need to make up stories about it. If you actually care about helping women, if you actually care about solving the rampant problem of sexual assault and abuse, you don't need to make up stories about it. There are plenty of real-world examples. You don't need to just talk about rape trees. Okay? You don't need... Wait, Very Knifey Duck, are these stories from the Bush era? Is this like some kind of like spooky campfire Republican story that they've just been passing down for like decades at this point? You know the first step of what you can do? You can listen to victims? Absolutely. Wait, Very Knifey Duck, this is important. Are these... Is this a Bush era story? Does this go back farther than 2022? No, the ghoul who did the response to the State of the Union address used a story from the Bush era and blamed it on Biden. That's crazy.
How dare you call Donald Trump demonic when Joe Biden has...
Benny Johnson, how dare you come on this show and just tell lies? Tell propagandistic lies. And use sexual assault to make them sound and seem more believable and lascivious. This is disgusting.
Hasn't even said Laken Riley's name correctly, called her Lincoln Riley when he was forced to. This woman was slaughtered by a criminal alien who was in this country illegally, who was released by Democrats, and went on to slaughter a nursing student in Georgia with his bare hands. And Joe Biden apologized to the murderer. How dare you?
When did he apologize to the... I'm sorry, citation needed on that one. Joe Biden apologized to the murderer? I don't think that happened. Again, this is just lies. And this is what makes Benny Johnson, like, bad at his job, you know? This is what makes, Benny Johnson not great. He did. Bunny Game, you're telling me if I type into Google... What an unfortunate time for this song to start playing. You're telling me if I type into Google right now, Joe Biden apologizes to, Oh! Oh! Oh, you mean when he apologized... You're talking about him apologizing in an interview for saying illegal alien? He wasn't apologizing to the murderer, dipshit. He was apologizing to other people who felt dehumanized by his language choice. Your literacy is shot. Go back to school. You're literally Billy Madisoning it right now. Good God. Yeah, like, the thing that makes Benny Johnson bad at his job is that he is bad at telling lies that seem true. The trick to being a good propagandist is tapping into what people think is true and then presenting a narrative that goes along with that and twists it in the direction that you want, right? That's what propagandists do. And Benny Johnson is really bad at this because his lies are so glaring and so overt, you can't help but know that he's lying.
You say, Joe, that Donald Trump's demonic? Can you defend any of that behavior? Final thing I'll say here is Joe Biden wouldn't acknowledge his own grandchild. Even the New York Times said that is a sick, evil behavior.
Well, then, Donald, I wouldn't throw stones in that glass house, okay? Like, Donald Trump also has some children he doesn't recognize, okay?
So if you're looking for demonic behavior, my friend, I got it for you. It's sitting in the White House in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in a diaper right now during nap time.
Wow. Okay, that's what I call a rebuttal. Let's come to Dave Smith. Before we do, let's play that.
Did Benny Johnson like coke himself up before this? he's extra unhinged today.
Clip that Benny referenced. This is when Joe Biden, in the State of the Union address, did not pronounce Laken Riley's name properly.
It's not about him. It's not about me. I'd be a winner. Not really. Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right.
Now, Dave, the issue for Biden.
Here's one. A trans HIV positive male breastfeeds infant with help of Canadian medical clinics. You call me crazy? What? No, I said you're wrong. And Benny Johnson's crazy. If you want to take if you want to take it in the wrong way, that's on you, okay? You know what? HIV positive trans woman breast feeds in Canada. Let's see. Okay, I'm seeing exactly one story repeating this. Now let's take a look at the citation. Let's see. Oh, so they went and found a Reddit post. Hey sisters, cheers. It turns out that one indisputable benefit of being trans femme is that you can be pregnant and get drunk with no undue problems. Malt is spectacular for lactation, so trans femme moms, beer is actually beneficial. Have a baby almost 9 months old. Presence in my life astoundingly unlikely. They're there and they're perfect. I genuinely have no idea if this is a real story or not. And frankly, neither does anyone reporting on it. Because the entire source for it is some person posting it on Reddit. There's nothing else in this article other than the social media posts. That's it. It's just a deep dive onto social media posts. Interesting. So basically, yeah, so basically, your presentation of this is flawed. I will say, it looks like this researcher, affiliated with McGill University, was not told that this trans woman was inducing lactation, Also, I'm just going to throw this out there. Prior to identifying as transgender, Pearson was involved in politically advocating for the US-based anti-feminist men's rights nonprofit A Voice for Men. So I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say, I don't trust this. I don't trust the subject of the article. I don't trust the people reporting the article. I don't trust the fact that, like, literally the only source for this seems to be a right-wing rag. Yeah. Yeah, no, it is agitprop.
Sorry, Benny?
If I may, just since I brought up the clip, if you don't mind, Piers.
Sure.
Could I ask Destiny right now, would you like to apologize to Laken Riley's family for her murder, since it's open border Democrat policies that you promote?
Why? Man, I guess Destiny could turn it right back around on Benny.
On your program, would you like to apologize to the parents of Laken Riley for the murder of her child?
The virtue signaling is off the charts. I didn't kill anybody, so I'm not going to apologize to anybody for somebody getting killed.
But there are
unfortunately, there are a lot of people
that
that get killed in the United States for a large variety of reasons. If anybody gets killed, especially based on the background of this guy, this guy definitely should have been deported. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. But hey, listen, if you want the border stuff to be cleared up so much, why don't you tell Republicans to stop turning into a game in the White House or in Congress and actually approve legislation to get more funding down for the border?
Okay.
Right now, it's Republicans who pulled the plug on that because Trump wants to maintain the one little bit of electoral advantage you might have, which is you guys trying to stir stuff up over the border. And it's funny also how you frame this all like, oh, they're trying to stop human smuggling. No, they're not. They're just trying to secure the border. Humans are going to be smuggled all over the place, regardless of whether it's into America or not. It's not like Trump actually cares
But Destiny,
about
the truth, Destiny, what I would say about that is, whether you're on the left or right in America, nobody can dispute that the southern border is in complete and utter turmoil. And I'm afraid if you're the President of the United States and you've been there for 3 years, it's on you. Right? He's done nothing to stop it. In fact, he's made it a lot worse. Dave Smith, you've been very patiently waiting. Get stuck in.
This is the most patient I've ever been in my life.
I know. I appreciate it. But get stuck in now.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, I think probably Destiny, even you could admit that it just shows such a tremendous disconnect and a contempt for the voters and this weird woke progressive value.
Wait, the people who have contempt for the voters here are the conservatives. The voters chose already between Biden and Trump, and they chose Biden. Like, if anyone has contempt here, it's the people showing contempt for Biden. My God.
That after getting her name wrong, he apologizes in his next interview for calling the guy an illegal and says he should have said undocumented, but doesn't say, hey, like, can you at least grant that apologizing for calling an insensitive name to the murderer and not apologizing for getting the actual name of the murder victim correct it's like, are you trying to throw the election? It's almost as if like these woke progressive values have taken people to a point where they can't even do what's in their own political interest, because you would just think that the vast majority of voters would be like, well, clearly you owe an apology to one of these people, and it's not the murderer.
Dave, what do you think?
Well, again, he's not apologizing to the murderer. He's apologizing to the millions of other people who might potentially be called illegal aliens, whether they are undocumented or not. He's apologizing to an entire swath, an entire huge portion of the electorate. This willful misinterpretation here is just... It's stupid. It's so stupid. Like, they could have actual substantive disagreements with Joe Biden, and instead, Destiny's right here. This is all, like, conservative virtue signaling. It's just posturing.
What do you think is going to happen in November?
Well, I mean, this is a really tough election to predict. I mean, I'll tell you, I think that the...
good job banning that chatter in Twitch. They were irritating and not really adding anything fun.
The three-letter organizations that really run the United States of America and have much more power than
yes, the alphabet organizations. They really run America. It's all secret. Again, this is part of the conspiracy singularity that I've been talking about for like the last several weeks. You know, this conspiracism is what then draws like, oh, you're right, the FBI and the CIA really do control all of America. And then suddenly it's, wow, great replacement theory really is happening. And then it's, wow, they really are going to come for our guns. And then it's, oh, they are Jews. I finally get it. And like, it's just this pipeline down into like the singularity. And then eventually like, once they're at the center of it, they can functionally believe any other component part of the grander conspiracy network, you know? Yeah, it's the brain melt pipeline, exactly.
Elected representatives. I think they have pretty clearly signaled that Donald Trump returning to the White House is unacceptable to them, and they are going to use whatever means necessary to not let that happen. And in that case,
hey, Charlie,
like if you're betting against the CIA, you may not win. If there is a democratic process and Trump is not removed, as of right now, I think there's absolutely no question that Donald Trump gets elected. Look, if you look at any of the polling, the major two issues are the economy and immigration. And Trump is where the American people are much more than Joe Biden is. He can try to spin it now and say, oh, well, we're trying to do
Well, yeah, German cow JJ, the cops aren't a three-letter organization, okay? They're sometimes 4 letters, but like if you just say cop, that's just one cop. So it's not a 3-letter organization, okay? It doesn't count the same way. It's not an acronym.
Border security, but the Republicans aren't playing ball. But you just can't ignore the last, since 2016, Trump was demonized viciously by every single progressive for talking about building a wall, talking about having border security.
He's being demonized because he's a fascist. And because his policies are bad and aren't going to fix the problem. Like if he builds a border wall, people have ladders. People have ladders, people have tunnels, people have airplanes, people have fucking, like, air launchers to launch, like, drugs over. People have catapults. We got all kinds of different things. What are you talking about?
To try to turn it around now and be like, no, I'm really the border hawk and the open border is Donald Trump's fault is just not going to sell. Their message on the economy is essentially
boats
the
exist.
Economy is really good. You're just too stupid to realize how good it is. And also, I think Donald Trump, at least rhetorically, with foreign policy, is much closer to where the American people are right now, which is after 20 plus years of terror wars, every last one of them an absolute disaster. The funding the war in Ukraine, everything they said was going to happen has not happened. And I think that the kind of non-intervention...
again, Donald Trump is not a non-interventionist. He's literally urging on the genocide happening in Gaza right now. Like, he's in favor of mass murder for Palestinians. Like, the idea that he's a man of peace is just bullshit.
Interventionist, America first. Again, at least rhetorically, there's a lot of things Trump did on foreign policy that I don't support. But I think he's certainly much closer to where the American people are than Joe Biden on all of the biggest issues.
Destiny.
And that's and by the way, I would just add that is what is appealing to Trump supporters. And I'm not a Trump supporter, but that's what's appealing to Donald Trump supporters, not the fact that he sends mean tweets. And you can talk to any Trump supporter.
What's really fascinating to me are 2 recent polls, Destiny, which I
think
like
should
Steven
send a shiver
Crowder down the spine.
Does he sound like Steven Crowder?
Not the fact that he's
no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Mean tweets, and you can talk to any Trump supporter.
What's really fascinating to me are 2 recent polls, Destiny,
maybe a little
which I think should send a shiver down the
Hey,
spine
Nina.
of all Democrats. Which is a poll from March the 3rd. Donald Trump's support among black voters has grown by 500% in the last 4 years, according to the New York Times. His support among black voters is now 23%, marking a 19% increase since October 2020. And a poll from the Arab American Institute from the end of 2023 showed support among Arab American voters for Biden has plummeted by nearly 60% in 2020 to 17% today. I mean, those two things are quite extraordinary when his main opponent is somebody that the Democrats love to demonize, quite literally. You use that word yourself, but they demonize him constantly as the worst racist in America. Why is it that those two things are happening?
Well, for people voting from the Middle East or of Arab descent or whatever, right now they're probably going to be heavily influenced by stuff going on in Israel-Palestine, obviously. But I think that Americans' memory when it comes to foreign policy tends to be pretty short. So we'll have to see where Israel-Palestine is at in 6 months to see how much that's on the forefront of people's minds. But again, for any person that's not supporting Biden because they think he's being too harsh on Gaza, it's not like Trump would be any better. Again, Trump is a staunch.
Nina rated into me because I guess their stream was done.
Pro-Israel supporter. Trump was the one who recognized the moving of that embassy. The idea that Donald Trump is going to try to rein in the leash on Israel more than Biden has is ridiculous. As for minority votes for Trump, again, it's hard to say. Everything is so up in the air. There were just some polls that came out recently that showed that there was almost like a 10-point swing in how people are viewing Biden's senility just after the State of the Union, where Democrats and independent voters now have a much more favorable view of Biden after the State of the Union in regards to his senility. And I also saw that the AP posted something today showing that a majority of American voters think that both Biden and Trump are too old and senile to be in office. So I think that we're going to have to wait a few months until we get closer to the election to see what people actually care about, because every time an issue comes up, people think this is going to be the election deciding issue. But then, in a couple of weeks, something else comes up. In a month or two, something completely different is being talked about, and we'll see what happens when the actual election rolls around. I would like to remind people, though, for as much as people say, this is why Trump is popular, this is why most Americans support Trump, Trump has never won a popular election in the entire history of the United States. Conservatives enjoy a great deal of structural advantage, whether it's the composition of the Senate and each state getting 2 votes, whether it's the composition of the House and a disproportionate amount of voters in conservative states being represented, or whether it's the electoral.
Not gonna lie, he's spitting right now.
College, where somebody like Donald Trump can lose to Hillary Clinton by millions of votes and still somehow come away with the presidency. So don't fall for this illusion that Trump has ever been the most popular candidate in the United States. That's not true. Even in the elections he's won, he's only won it because of the structural advantages that conservatives enjoy in the U.S. election system.
We're a constitutional dude. Have you read the founding documents? We're a constitutional republic. We're not a direct democracy. That's not how this.
That's because a direct democracy is different than just the category of a democracy.
Country was founded. If you want that, move to a different country. That's not the presidency was never supposed to be
part of what I just said. Was complaining about the structure of our democracy. I was just explaining that
but
using
this
an
idea,
electoral system to point to the popularity of the president isn't exactly accurate. Are you following the conversation?
The popular vote.
Okay, that was actually pretty funny. That was a good dunk on Benny Johnson, because you could see like his brain broke for a second while trying to recalibrate his outrage machine,
The popular vote argument was never part of the founding of this nation and was never designed to be the way that we elect our leaders. So, I mean, again, that's just fantasy.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's really cool, man. I wasn't talking about that.
So
wasn't our point. Do you want to state any other obvious facts about how the United States works?
Yes.
So I mean, I guess what I'm saying is your argument is specious. Your argument is totally irrelevant because you're saying Donald Trump never won the popular vote, but who the hell cares?
Yeah, look, I think the bottom line is let me just jump in a minute. Let me jump in. I think the bottom line is, regardless, Donald Trump won the White House in 2016, and all the polls suggest he might well win it again, which for a guy who literally was never a politician, but was a real estate magnate and a TV star, is pretty sensational, and some might think pretty damning of the American political system. One of the reasons, Benny, I think that Trump is so popular with so many Americans is he does not behave like a regular politician. It's part of his charm to them. And one of the examples I would give was his reaction after the Biden State of the Union thing. He put out some Snapchat filters, morphing Biden's face into Pinocchio, a woman, and a dog. And we have some pictures here.
Yeah, no, this was like unhinged shit, because what Piers Morgan is conveniently leaving out here is that Donald Trump went on like a 3-hour-long posting tirade on Truth Social that literally just writing nonstop rage posting about the State of the Union and how good Biden was doing.
You can't look at that and not laugh. I mean, even if you hate Trump, it's funny, right?
I mean, it's not. I've seen funnier things. I thought the Trump sandworm bit was a lot funnier, but I mean, face funny though, I guess.
Also caps and won't go into effect until 2025. And by the way, that law was written and the benefit expires in 2025. New electric grids that are able to weather major storms and not prevent those forest fires.
You see, Benny, this is part of the magic of Trump as a politician.
Are you fucking with me? Okay, I know we watch these random clips of face filters on Joe Biden, but have you ever imagined a president or a former president that could be this funny? Like, and he's like gesturing to a post that's like the equivalent of like what a middle school like group of girls might send and like get like a tiny giggle. Like it's not even that wasn't funny. And not because it was like disrespectful to Joe Biden or whatever. I don't care about that. It was just not funny because you're just putting face filters on. Like that part that's not inherently funny.
Putting aside whether you think it's good or bad magic, or nice fairy dust or evil fairy dust, he is very, very smart at making Americans laugh, right? You can't watch one of his rallies with his free-rolling address.
Worship of the Olympians. Piers Morgan should go into blank if he wants to see suck that much blank.
Addresses to the world.
Thank you for the $5 dono.
Quite regularly, even if you hate the guy. And that is part of the reason that people gravitate to him. He's not like a normal politician.
Right. So Trump is the most famous man who has probably ever lived, and most powerful, quite frankly, man.
He's not the most famous man who ever... Are you kidding me? Like, I can think of at least one more famous individual than Trump. That's Jesus Christ. There are probably a few others that I would list before Abraham Lincoln, Winston Churchill, JFK, Arthur from the children's television show Arthur. These people are more famous than Donald Trump.
Who has ever been a celebrity, because Trump's been a celebrity for 50 years. He really knows that industry. And it was quite interesting. If we want to go back to last weekend, we were able to sit ringside with Trump at UFC. We didn't know Trump was going to be there, but this weekend in Miami, in walks Donald Trump. 70,000 people in Miami cheering for Donald Trump. This used to be a blue city. And the roars were like a 70,000 person army taking the field of battle. It was really something to behold. But this is what was very interesting, Piers. And this is something I think you'll appreciate because you interview a lot of celebrities. At that event, there were NFL quarterbacks, billionaires, tech titans, media moguls, people that were leftists, people that were Democrats, every single one of them coming up to Donald Trump to say hello.
Oh, well, John Bogardus, Piers is conservative. Like, he's aligned more with these two individuals over here.
To clap him on the back to get a photo. Now, normally it's the politicians running up to the celebrities to try and get a little brush the shoulders, right? They were running to Trump. What does that say? That says Trump is culture. That says Trump is the epoch of where they actually want to be. The masculine American celebrity that has truly conquered and that has power. And that's actually what a lot of these people want. And so it was really quite remarkable to see that happening in real time. And it really like clicked for me that Donald Trump is the creation of culture. And this is why they hate him so much.
Well,
this is why they need to cancel.
Donald Trump is the creation of culture. Please. Yeah, video games? Nah. Movies? Nah. Novels? That's for little girls and babies. Stone tablets? Nah. No, only Trump makes makes culture. Like he literally this is the end result of like the fascist cult of personality, guys. He's literally rejecting whether he believes it or not is irrelevant, by the way. Whether he actually believes it or not is irrelevant. But he's making the argument to try and convince people that the only arbiter of culture is Donald Trump. This is fascist endgame cult. You know?
On that point,
that was
I read a survey several years ago when he won the first time, and it said that Trump, it was a study, a proper data analysis of celebrity power based on media coverage of celebrities around the world. And Trump had more media coverage than the next 1,000 most famous people combined, right? I don't think there's any doubt that Trump is the most famous person in the world. I would have put him up there with the late, great Queen of England, but now that she sadly died, I think Trump is the biggest star on the planet, for better or worse. And that,
you would have said the Queen of England is the most famous in 2023? Really? I doubt most Americans could even name her.
Dave Smith is actually a problem for the Democrats. It's been a problem for the other Republican candidates to be nominee. They got completely blown away. And
Trump
it's going to be
goons to Trump.
Worshipper of the Olympians, thank you for the second $5 dono. Trump goons indeed.
a big problem for the Democrats if Joe Biden, who looks increasingly senile, can barely string a sentence together. He did okay, actually, at the State of the Union, but the perception of American voters right now, particularly Democrat voters, 2/3 of whom don't want him to run again, is that he's just too old. And Trump is, all right, he's not far off him in age, but in terms of vitality, it's like...
This topic feels especially weird, considering Destiny just brought up that after the State of the Union, the perception of Biden as too old shifted 10 points towards he's not too old. Like...
Have another gift. Sub for the sub god. Dono for the dono dog.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the gifted sub to Smelanie. And subs for the sub god. Donos to the dono god. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Thank you for helping to make this show possible. And since we are at the top of the hour right now, I will just throw out there, if you've all been enjoying the show, please do consider hitting the follow button on Twitch and hitting the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. Oh, the YouTube stream reset. I forgot. I was about to say it's weird that you guys only have 29 likes on this stream, but we did reset it like twice. So sorry about that. Salmon Moose, thank you for the 1,000 Twitch follows. I appreciate it. And yeah. Hi everybody. Salmon Moose is the best. That is true.
It's like chalk and cheese. And you combine that with Trump's star power and a general sense of Biden's lost it. And if Biden's a candidate, I think Trump wins.
I mean, Biden is the candidate. There's literally no one who can oppose him.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, like I said before, if Trump is not removed somehow, I think right now that's overwhelmingly what it looks like is going to happen. As far as, yes, Donald Trump is old too. I think most people in general would agree that, generally speaking, people this age shouldn't be president. The obvious difference is that if you go look at a tape from Donald Trump 10 years ago giving a speech, or you listen to him today giving a speech, he sounds exactly the same. That is not true for Joe Biden. He has very clearly lost a step. And even in this State of the Union.
Well, Joe Biden, I believe, did have like an aneurysm or something. Like had like a brain issue, and also like he has a stutter, and there are a few medical issues for Joe Biden.
Union, which, as you said, and I'll agree, he did better than, if the standard is he was able to walk and get up there and read words off a teleprompter. Yeah. He did pull that off.
The bar is very low.
Here, but literally, we're all sitting here going, he pulled it off. He actually spoke words out of a teleprompter. This is just not the case for Donald Trump. And as far as the point of Donald Trump being so famous for so long, look,
I really hate that this is where we are as America. And can I take a moment to just apologize to those of you who aren't Americans? I am so sorry. I am so sorry right now that, like, not only does the fate of America rest in the hands of Joe Biden, but also if Donald Trump becomes president, literally every other country on earth is going to suffer as a result. And I do want to preface this election cycle by apologizing, just in case. I am sorry. And good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. And thank you for helping to invent the internet. I truly, deeply appreciate it. I am sorry that we thrust our politics upon y'all.
Look, I'll tell you, like, I'm a stand-up comedian, so I've performed a lot in my career in front of an audience. And there is something about, you know, like when you first start stand-up, it's a very nerve-wracking experience to go up in front of an audience. After you've been doing it for a long time, you're kind of used to it. Donald Trump, from the minute he started running, when he would go into the debates, if you can just imagine, put yourself in Jeb Bush's position. You've been the brother of the president, the son of the president.
Very successful
You're a governor down in a successful.
This guy, okay. This guy does kind of sound like if you combine Dave Rubin and Steven Crowder's voice. If I think of it that way, I can totally hear the Steven Crowder.
Governor, but have you ever been on that stage before? On that big of a stage?
And called low energy Jeb. The moment he said low energy Jeb.
That was the biggest one. There's some high-level ideas. I'm very intelligent.
He either looked like he had low energy, or he overcompensated and looked like a Duracell bunny. Either way, he was toast.
But why is it Donald Trump gets out there? He's already been hosting the #1 television show in the world. He gets out there and cracks his neck, and he's like, I'm right where I belong. Let's go to work. And I think that is a big advantage over other politicians who tend to be dorks.
No question.
What was the #1 television show in the world? I don't... Is he talking about The Apprentice? Because that was not the #1 show in the world.
Now, I want to come back to Destiny. I want to give you a little bit of fun here, Destiny. We're having a lot of fun at Biden's expense. But this lady, Katie Britt, who popped up after the State of the Union to give the Republican response. Let's take a little look at her in action.
Good evening, America. My name...
I am curious what they'll say. They might disown her. They might just throw her under the bus.
...is Katie Britt, and I have the honor of serving the people of the great state of Alabama in the United States Senate. However, that's not the job that matters most. I am a proud...
Honestly, and I said this at the time when we were covering it,
Hello.
It feels like this scene from Get Out. The vibe I get from her is similar to this one.
Tattletale.
Yeah.
Oh, don't you worry about that. I can assure you, I don't answer to anyone.
This is the vibe I get. This one right here. This like crying smile. This is the same vibe. It's the same vibe that I get. It's very creepy. Also, Get Out is one of the best horror movies of all time.
Proud wife and mom of 2 school-aged kids. My daughter Bennett and my son Ridgway are why I ran for the Senate. I'm worried about their future and the future of children in every corner of our nation. And that's why I invited you into our home tonight.
Well, Scarlett Johansson popped up on Saturday Night Live and gave this version of Miss Brit.
Good evening, America. My name is Katie Britt, and I have the honor of serving the great people of Alabama. But tonight, I'll be auditioning for the part of Scary Mom. And I'll be performing an original monologue called This Country is Hell. You see, I'm not just a senator. I'm a wife, a mother, and the craziest bitch.
As a cishet man saying two grown cishet men suck this much. I don't know why the text-to-speech isn't reading your comment. I'm sorry. It might be because of all the asterisks.
In the Target parking lot. I'm worried about the future of our children, and this is why I've invited you into this strange, empty kitchen. Because Republicans wanted me to appeal to women voters, and women love kitchen.
Well, Destin, before I get your reaction to this, Charlie Kirk, the CEO of the Trump-affiliated group Turning Points USA, said Joe Biden just declared war on the American right, and Katie Britt is talking like she's hosting a cooking show. So even a lot on the right were like, creeped out by this. I mean, it was completely, it reminded me a lot of Sarah Palin when she came along, and John McCain inexplicably decided to go with Palin, which probably cost him that election.
Us women, we love kitchen.
What did you make of this when you were watching it?
I feel like it's a perfect summary right now of where the Conservative Party is at in the United States. This is like fake, this feigned outrage for what's going on. It's these impassioned pleas to save the country. It's the horrendous misciting. Like we just got, all of these people upset that Biden mispronounced the one lady's name, and here this.
Like Benny Johnson, you can tell he does not give a single actual fuck. Because he'll just stand there, sit there, with like a weird smirk on his face, and then when it's his turn to talk, he'll do like the, oh, I'm actually really mad tone of voice. But like he doesn't actually care. If you actually care, you don't restrain yourself until it's your turn.
This lady is completely and totally misrepresenting this story, trying to blame Biden for the woman that had basically been sex trafficked. What I think it was like 10 or 20 years ago. This lady's been traveling around the country telling this story for like some decades now. And Katie's trying to pretend like this happened under Biden. I just think it's a perfect summation of what the Conservative Party stands for right now, which is like all outrage and no substance.
Benny, have you got any defense of Miss Britt? Did you think this was a powerful moment for the Republicans?
This is why you're so good at what you do, Piers, because on its face, I agree with Destiny. Because we deserved better as a response to the State of the Union. Like, I can't believe I'm saying this, but like you can't.
That's my headline now. That's my headline for the tease for this segment. Benny Johnson, I agree with Destiny.
Katie Britt deserves a Razzie for that performance. And if you listen to the way that she talks as like a normal person, that's not the way she talks.
No.
It's totally performative. And there are.
Benny Johnson, you don't have a high ground on that one.
I have an idea. A TV show about vampires that have seasonal depression. Yes, I am high.
Thank you for the $5 dono. And I feel like that might not work as a TV show concept, but it might work as like a side character in a different, like in a ensemble cast. Well, I did tell you I would take a sip every time one of these people says something just absolutely wild.
Real serious person. It's not just a girl. It's Laken Riley. She's an American. Her family is mourning, and they deserve, obviously, to have their daughter alive and not slaughtered by a criminal alien. But as a Republican Party, messaging matters. It's really important. And you can't put up somebody like that. I don't know why they didn't pick Vivek. I got to be honest with you. I don't know why they didn't pick Vivek.
I agree.
This is absolutely a time to have Vivek Ramaswamy talk, and he's a great communicator.
Yeah.
Why they went this way, I do not know.
Well, because usually the person who's giving the response to the State of the Union is a Republican official, like an elected Republican. It's usually not just some random guy which is what Vivek is. He doesn't hold an office. He was just a candidate for the presidency. I mean, I guess it could be Vivek if he, like, announced that he was, like, going to be the vice president or something.
It was a gift. This is the final thing I'll say. It's a gift. Because then suddenly the pivot goes from Joe Biden sort of angrily screaming for 90 minutes, getting Laken Riley's name wrong, and having a number of hot mic moments saying that Bibi Netanyahu needs a come to Jesus moment, saying that he wishes he had cognitive decline, which is both things Joe Biden said after the speech. Strange. Whatever. Like, and Joe Biden getting yelled at by a father who lost his Marine son in Afghanistan. Steve Nakui was up there in the audience. He got arrested by Joe Biden afterwards, or at least by the Capitol Police. But all of that aside, Katie Britt then becomes the joke.
Right.
And so then you sort of like move, the target moves over to Katie Britt, and SNL does an open on her, a cold open on her instead of Joe Biden.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Stupid.
I want to pivot, if I can, Dave, with you to RFK Jr., who I know you
just totally threw her under the bus there. Amazing.
You've interviewed recently. He's a very interesting character. I mean, I've interviewed him several times now, and I find him very interesting. I think he's a really...
Joe Biden leaped up there, boiled peanuts. He coiled his legs and just leapt 2 stories up onto the balcony and said, "Mister, you're under arrest," and then personally cuffed him with the pair he carries on him at all times before leaping back down to the podium. We all saw it happen live. It's true.
Charismatic, experienced guy. He seems to wind up all the right kind of people. Clearly serious, and he comes from a...
You know, I look away from YouTube chat for 1 minute, and then I see just contextualness incarnate. Get the void out. T-shirts being sold by the Majority Report for a limited time. And I have to tell you, that is the least sensical thing I've ever read in my life. I love it. And you guys are delightfully weird.
Serious political family. And he's raising money, and he's got popularity. What do you think of his significance in this race, if he has any?
Well, I agree with you. I mean, I think he's a very impressive person, and he's very smart. I mean, look, he's a guy who you want to listen to who can't speak. So that's pretty impressive. He makes people want, he's going on a national speaking tour and resonating with millions of people, and he has major issues speaking, and you can get past that because he's just got interesting things to say. I got to say, I do think that for whatever reason, his position on the war in Gaza has just totally ruined his campaign. And all you have to do is run the counterfactual here. I mean, imagine he had come out against that war and against U.S. support for it. Right now, 50% of Democratic voters call it a genocide. In other words, they believe that Joe Biden is funding and facilitating a genocide. There's also a good amount of non-interventionists on the right.
I'm surprised that this man has said so many things just now that are at least accurate. My expectations were very low.
Could have pulled in so many voters, been the real anti-war candidate, opposed to our proxy war in Ukraine, opposed to backing Israel in this war. And instead, as was pointed out earlier by Destiny, and I think he was right about this, that there's really nowhere else to go for a political candidate because Donald Trump is out there saying, I'll be even better for Israel. And then RFK is going around with Rabbi Shmuley and letting everybody know that he'll be even more pro-Israel. And there's this enormous contingency that is appalled by what's going on over there and wants no part of it, certainly not to be funding it. But he, for whatever reason, feels differently. And so I do think it's a real shame.
I want to bring in just some news that's broken while we've been talking, actually. It's quite fascinating. And I've got a sort of personal view on this. But Don Lemon...
Well, Straw Hat Monty, by all means, when the One Piece chapter drops, go. Go with my blessing, because One Piece is good, from what I've been told, and radical communist propaganda, and I approve of both those things.
You may remember who got fired from CNN. And he then got offered a lifeboat by Elon Musk, who said, look, come and do a show for me on X, rather like with Tucker Carlson. So the Don Lemon show was announced quite recently. And he then announced in the last 2 days his first interview was going to be with Elon Musk, technically his employer and certainly his bankroller for the new show. And he did the interview and announced it, and it was all going to happen, all going to be revealed, I think, on Monday. And Elon Musk has now cancelled Don Lemon's show because of the way the interview went, which has stunned Don Lemon, who said that he felt it went pretty well. But he said, Elon Musk is mad at me. It doesn't change my relationship with him, except that it'll have to now be on YouTube.
But see, here's the thing: you're asking people who genuinely don't care about like the freedom of speech. They're delighted when it happens to left-leaning people. You know, if you're left or like moderate, they're delighted when it happens to you. Like, see, Benny Johnson over here just like beaming, just like, oh, that's so funny.
X have come out and said the Don Lemon Show is welcome to publish its content on X, but we, like any enterprise, we reserve the right to make decisions about our business partnerships. And after careful consideration, decided not to enter a commercial partnership with the show. I mean, Destiny, Elon Musk is a mercurial character. In my view, he's a genius who's done incredible things, but he has a very thin skin. I mean, I was supposed to interview him in January, was dealing with him directly, was going to go to Austin, and then he saw a clip of me and Zuby where I was criticizing his decision to allow Alex Jones back on the platform.
Oh my God, did we cover that one? Was that the Zuby episode where Zuby was talking about mental health? Benny, when someone brings up Elon, yeah, he immediately gets erect.
Form, which I still think was wrong. I gave him a mild chiding over it, and he cancelled the interview. Just like that, bang. And said he lost all respect for me. Can a guy be the king of free speech in the way that Elon Musk wants us to think he is and do this kind of thing?
I don't think very many people hold freedom of speech as a principle. I think freedom of speech tends to be weaponized by the side that feels like they don't have a voice at any particular moment in time. So right now you see conservatives championing freedom of speech while simultaneously supporting Donald Trump, who said he would want to open up defamation lawsuits against media companies, or he would want to revoke the citizenship of Americans who would set the flag on fire, or he wants to suspend the Constitution to run for office and investigate voter fraud claims, right? I don't think that people have these very principled commitments to freedom of speech. I think that they tend to just weaponize them when they feel like they're not getting their voice heard. I think for a long time for Twitter, conservatives...
Wait, Benny got outed for being gay? Wait, Boiled Peanuts, can you post like a citation on that one? Hey, Gloombops. Wait, are you the same Gloombops that was in that the clip that was kind of going around Lefty YouTube or Lefty Twitter? There we go. Give me a minute if I can find it. I would love that, Boiled Peanuts. Because we covered like a brief teaser of like his Valentine's Day with his wife, and it was deeply, deeply weird. Hypervisor, I think he actually has like a jaw thing. So yeah, probably something he's not consciously trying to do.
Just felt that, and honestly, rightfully so. I think that some of the censorship stuff that was being exercised across a lot of the social media platforms was pretty heavy-handed, and I think thankfully a lot of policies have started to be rolled back, so like YouTube doesn't censor people as aggressively as they used to. That being said, if you look at Elon Musk,
like if you pay attention to like how he enunciates words, I think like he has an issue with how he says S's. So I think it is like a genuine like speech impediment, jaw issue, something like that.
You should have known from day one, as soon as the Twitter files dropped in the way that they did, where Elon Musk basically brought in a bunch of PR journalists to go over files that his employees would make available for him, for them to blow up the prior owners of Twitter. You should have known that his commitment to freedom of speech was only insofar as it would serve his needs and his ends. And I think you've seen that show up basically over and over again as he's ran Twitter. So it's no surprise that if he feels like somebody's not giving him the favorable type of coverage that he'd want, that he would probably try to axe these people from his platform, or he wouldn't be interested in working with them in the future.
I mean, Benny, it's pretty extraordinary to cancel a show that you have bankrolled after one show, and it's an interview with you.
So I think we're missing the entire point here, which is the difference between Twitter 1.0 and X. I call it Twitter 2.0, Elon's Twitter. Twitter 1.0 wasn't just canceling shows. There were no shows, by the way, on Twitter 1.0. They were deleting accounts. They were deleting the voices of people. They were stopping you.
Oh, Destiny had a talk with Mark Lamont Hill. Interesting. I might have to check that out. However, if we do make it to the end of this, never mind. I'm not going to say anything. Here we go.
From speaking. They were deboosting your content. They were making it so people couldn't find you or you couldn't grow on the platform. I was one of those people. I'm in the Twitter files. So is Charlie Kirk. So is a bunch of other people. They banned the sitting president of the United States who had 88 million followers at the time. It's totally different to say I'm in a business relationship with you and I decided this business relationship doesn't work. Elon Musk does that all the time. He's a very shrewd businessman. That's what makes him the richest man on earth. And so Elon Musk isn't canceling Don Lemon's voice. That would be actually anti-freedom of speech. Anti-freedom of speech isn't I refuse to pay you money because I don't like your content.
I think he's perfectly entitled to cancel the show if he's put money into it.
Right.
Of course he is. It's the optics. It's the optics of it to me are a little bit like, come on, Elon. You know, you
vindictive
do
would
you
be
give this
saying,
guy
"I ban
so
your account,"
you do an
right?
interview and whatever went. I mean, everyone will watch that interview now. But how bad was it really to justify canceling the show?
Also, Twitter still deboosts
run on
content.
X.
They deboost whole platforms that people do. Like if you do a Substack link in your Twitter post because Elon's so mad about Substack trying to compete with Twitter, they'll literally deboost that tweet. So this still happens. The algorithm is open source.
Well, Dave Smith, let me bring in you on something else that's broken, which is the US House of Representatives has approved a landmark bill that could see TikTok banned in America. This has been a raging issue for quite some time. Growing concern about China's influence over TikTok, despite TikTok saying that they have a US entity that's very separate. 150 million people in America use TikTok. It is the #1 news source for people under 24, I think, now in the world. Is it actually a good thing if America bans TikTok, or is it a bad thing?
No, I mean, I think it's horrible. At least the text of the legislation that I had seen as of yesterday, and I'm not sure if that's changed as it passed today. But this Thomas Massey, who is, I believe, the best congressman in the country, he was sounding the alarm bells on this, and that there is the language is so vague and so.
I can't believe I'm about to say two things. One, this guy is 100% right, and two, Thomas Massey is 100% right? Oh my god. Ugh. That tasted bad just saying. Ugh. But the TikTok ban is overly broad. It is actually a threat to, like, our freedom of press. Basically, any website, app, whatever, that accepts foreign money or is based in another country could be taken down by the president. Practically unilaterally. Like, it is bad. We talked about it yesterday, and it's just, it is bad. So, I can't believe it. I'm saying this, but I agree with this libertarian communicator.
So slippery that it would give the government the ability to control all types of different social media sites and to censor all types of content. And keep in mind that the U.S. federal government has been trying to regulate the internet and censor people online for years, from back when they attempted with SOPA to the net neutrality stuff, to all of the stuff we learned of in the Twitter files, where the FBI and even the CIA are coming in and talking about which accounts they want to be banned and asking Twitter why this person is still on there, and things where it was just people during the COVID lockdown saying like, hey, I don't think these lockdowns work, or hey, I don't think this vaccine actually does stop you from getting COVID. My point is, many of the people who were vindicated and turned out to be right. And so, yeah, I think there's a real problem with TikTok. But you don't think they were vindicated to be right, Destiny, when they said the vaccine
No, of course
wouldn't
not.
stop
The
you from
vast
getting
majority
it?
of the COVID conspiracies were absolutely false. There is no worldwide vaccine passport
Oh,
mandate. There aren't all these people dying from vaccines.
Listen,
there wasn't created a bioweapons
I'm not
lab in Ukraine.
okay, but you're arguing with something I didn't say. I'm saying the official narrative was that it didn't come from the lab. If you get the vaccine, you cannot get it and you cannot transmit it. These were huge stories that
No one has ever said, no scientist, no professional health communicator is out there saying over and over and over again that vaccines make you immune to viruses, make you immune from getting ill. The vaccine mandate, you didn't even have to be vaccinated. All you had to do was regularly test. Like, come on now. The lies are obvious and thick.
We're flatly wrong. No, you're shaking your head. That's not wrong.
The official position of the NIH or the government was not that if you get vaccinated, you will never transmit it and you will never get sick. I know that there is the one quote that people. Yes, I'm aware.
Fauci
There's
said
the
that
one
multiple
quote, but
times.
for anybody that honestly
Fauci said
followed
it,
any of
Biden
that
said
or
it.
saw all of the statements, nobody actually thought that. It is unfathomable to me that people that will make so many excuses for every single Trump gaffe will come out and take like 7 words quoted by the
What
president.
excuse
And go,
have I made
oh my
for
God, they
Trump?
said the vaccine was 100% effective. It would never. That's unbelievable. Nobody really thought that. That's an unbelievable
Okay,
position.
fine.
But also,
Nobody
the only
really
thing I was
thought
finding
it.
was the idea that all these people were
Nobody really
vindicated. They
thought
weren't
it, but the
vindicated.
president. Okay, you're right. First off, I haven't made any excuses for Trump gaffes.
Damn. Okay. Props to him for admitting when he's wrong, I guess.
I think you're just trying to create something that you assume is me. But nobody said it, nobody thought it, except the president of the United States of America and Fauci. You're right. Nobody else ever said that you can't
I
get
think you
COVID
need more
if you
than
get the
one
vaccine.
sentence of a thing to see if they genuinely thought that the vaccine would be 100% prevent. Like none of our vaccines are 100% effective or prevent the transmission of 100% of a disease if you caught it. There's no vaccine like that.
Can I just say, chaps?
So they shouldn't have said that then.
Can I say, chaps, you have all 3 of you lived up to every expectation as a collective unit. So thank you very much indeed. We've covered a wide range of things. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Hey, you got to have
Thanks
us
for
back,
having me,
Piers,
Pierce.
because that was getting hot. Got to talk about myocarditis. Got to talk about myocarditis.
Well, you know what? We will. We'll talk about myocarditis. I'm very happy to do that, but I'll do it another time.
Oh, Boiled Peanuts, can you post it in the YouTube chat?
But we will. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Godspeed.
Wow. Yeah. So, what even to say about that? That was incomprehensible nonsense. Like, when I think about the nightmare blunt, I guess I didn't actually think I would like pass out and have a nightmare and wake up. I didn't think that was what was going to happen when I named the stream that. Essentially here, that was just wild nonsense. And frankly, and I also can't believe I'm saying this, props to Destiny for being able to hold his ground there against 2 belligerent opponents. Really 3 belligerent opponents. Like that was, that would have been hard to deal with. Yeah. When Destiny wants to, Dylan, he can like actually put an effort into being like a presentable human being. You put it in chat? In which chat? In the Discord chat? Wild nonsense is why Pierce liked that. That is absolutely true. Yeah. Chit chat. In YouTube chat? I don't see it in YouTube chat. You might need to go to the new stream, Boiled Peanuts. If you still have the YouTube chat open from like one of the other 2 streams today. Yeah, it's not showing up in the current YouTube chat. Yeah, it's not like Twitch where it will just stay the same, unfortunately. Beep boop. Inescapable waking nightmare blunt. It's true, it is inescapable. Now, I have some options for you, chat, when it comes to what we will cover next. You did it. You did it, Boiled Peanuts. I see Prague, but I don't see the link. Hydrate? Gladly. Anything but Destiny? Oh, but I'm going to allow you guys to choose via democracy in riverboat.gg. So, /vote. What nightmare blunt ? Will it be Ann Coulter or Zoomer historian or PBD or will it be Norm versus Destiny? There you go. You've got 4 options, chat. Okay? You just type 1, 2, 3, or 4 in chat. You'll have 30 seconds. You're over on Twitch. If you're over on YouTube, just type in riverboat.gg into your browser. You can get to the on-screen chat here. And just have to say, it's not live yet, but also you need to be over on the riverboat.gg site, otherwise the vote doesn't count. Who's PBD? PBD stands for Patrick Bet David. And if you don't know who that is, you might soon. I'm gonna start in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Exactly, German Cow JJ. Choose the form of your destroyer. Da 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 Wow, you guys chose Patrick Bet David. Yeah, Super Mario RPG, hash hash. Good ear. Okay, Boiled Peanuts, let's see your evidence. Love when conservative podcaster Benny Johnson complained about seeing ads for gay cruise without realizing that the ads were customized based on your search history. I don't know if this is real or not, but that is very, very funny, and I do have to wonder if that was him trying to do a joke or not. I haven't seen any other evidence, but that's pretty effing funny. It's okay, Boiled Peanuts. Much love to you, you silly Billy. It's still real to me, damn it. All right, so Patrick Bet David. Short clip of Destiny being dunked on. This is worth seeing. I watched it while I was using the bathroom.
The case?
Guys, this is amazing. This is one of the best things I've seen in a long time.
Special intent. Did you read the case?
Yeah.
It is
Mr.
a highly
Farrelly,
special intent.
I'm
going to
ask you again.
Genocide. Yes.
Please stop displaying your imbecility.
Okay, I'm sorry if you think the Declaration of the Judge is imbecile.
Don't put on public display that you're a moron. At least have the self-possession to shut up. Did I read the case?
Special intent. Did you read the case?
Yeah.
Man, Norm Finkelstein pulled out imbecile and moron. My God. All right. So, folks, Patrick Bet-David has a podcast. And Patrick Bet-David has on some pretty wild guests. And I missed this when it happened about 2 weeks ago. He had on Eric Prince, one of possibly the most evil men on the planet, and had him on for a friendly chit-chat. Yes, Patrick Bet-David hosts his podcast in an old bank vault, which is actually pretty cool. It's honestly like the coolest thing about him. Now, if you don't know who Eric Prince is, guys, Eric Prince is the owner of one of the largest mercenary companies on Earth, a company that used to be called Blackwater, and before it had to rebrand multiple times following the atrocities that Blackwater was behind in Iraq. And Eric Prince still owns that, that mercenary company, but he's talked about why did he get into the mercenary business. And the reason is because he wants, and his lifelong dream has been, to wage a crusade against Muslims. He literally dreams about doing a modern crusade against Muslim people as a Christian. And he's a Christian fundamentalist. And the worrying part about that is that he is a billionaire. So he has the ability to literally own his own private army. And they rebranded for a while as a company called XE or Z. And then as I believe more recently, they rebranded as Academy. And Blackwater ostensibly is just there to train troops, right? And the issue is that they are currently training and operating the armed forces of Saudi Arabia, at least last I checked. And prior to that, they were operating in Africa. And his goal was to essentially assemble a small air force of helicopters and such. Eric Prince is actually evil, guys. Like, about as close to, like, an evil, like, mastermind as one could be. Like, insanely wealthy, probably has a private island, I don't know that for sure, and also has his own private military. And he's also a religious zealot that wants to wage war across the planet against Muslims. So he's a real gem. And I saw somebody ask in chat, is he the brother of Betsy DeVos, our former education secretary under Donald Trump? Why, yes, he is. How did you guess? And he wanted to have the occupation in Afghanistan, by the way. He was trying to get Trump to let Blackwater, or, whatever they're calling it these days, take over and privatize the occupation of Afghanistan. Wait, Afghanistan? Do I mean Iraq? Shit. No, Afghanistan. Jesus. Literally the meme Holden Blood Feast. Yeah, nah, for sure. Anyway, Patrick Bet-David is probably about to fellatio this guy for like 2 hours. So let's take a look.
Some hate him. Some say he's misunderstood. But regardless of what you say, he served in the military as a Navy SEAL. When he got out, he started a company called Blackwater, December 26, 1996. In 2010, he ended up selling the company. During that time, he was awarded $2 billion of government security contract, of which $1.6 billion of it were unclassified federal contracts. From 01 to 09, the CIA awarded him up to $600 million in classified contracts to Blackwater and its affiliates. Aside from that, during their course of 40,000 Blackwater personal security...
I meant Afghanistan. in case people are still wondering about that.
Missions. I've heard you say 100,000, but here I'm reading 40,000.
What does fellatio mean? It means go down on, give head, suck dick.
Only 200 involved guards firing their weapons, stating no one under our care was ever killed or injured. We kept them safe. All the while, we had 30 of our men killed. I think the number ended up being...
Like, literally, he's opening it up before anybody else says anything by reading Apologia of Blackwater Massacres. Literally, there's an entire Wikipedia entry dedicated to it called the Nisour Square Massacre. Yeah. Basically, Blackwater just opened fire on civilians and killed 17 people. And it was also, like, basically single-handedly responsible for, like, troop surges. Because, again, just shooting and killing 17 people and wounding 20 more for no reason, of course, angered the people of Iraq. And so, like, they started getting violent. Hey, tipster. Oh, by the way, Donald Trump pardoned the Blackwater soldiers that were involved. And UN experts commented, the pardons violate U.S. obligations under international law and more broadly undermine humanitarian law and human rights at a global level. So, yeah, you know, that's cool. That's who we're talking about. Kyle Raccoon, we hit 10,000 follows on Twitch. We hit 10,000 follows on Twitch. I'm celebrating. And also getting through the Nightmare Blunt rotation. Also, guys, it's spelled fellatio. There's no C.
Only 200 involved guards firing their weapons, stating no one under our care was ever killed or injured. We kept them safe. All the while, we had 30 of our men killed. I think the number ended up being 41, if I'm not mistaken. This number may be a little bit out of date. And then aside from that, he is also from a very special family, the Prince family. Father, I believe Edgar Prince, had 2 kids. One is Eric Prince, the one we're going to talk to. He had more than 2 kids?
4 kids.
He had 4 kids. Okay, father had 4 kids. 2 out of the 4. One is you, super successful. You've done well for yourself, and you're somewhat involved in politics.
I was the unexpected blessing.
You were the so you're the 4th one.
I have 3 much older siblings.
Okay, got it. Is Betsy the oldest, or is Betsy older?
Betsy's the oldest. She's 12 years older. My next sister is 10, and the next one
That's right. It is 4.
9 years old.
It is 4. So 4 kids. But the oldest and the youngest took it to a whole different level. Betsy DeVos, who is, I believe, married to Dick DeVos. I know the father, Rich DeVos. He founded Amway. Very, very successful family.
Yep.
Loved it, admired by anybody you ask that's been close to him, has nothing but good things to say about him. My kids go to a school that he funded a baseball field that we have. She's successful. You're successful. She becomes U.S. Secretary of Education. I don't know what your father did. Aside from that, he got 12 kids. When somebody has 12 kids, you have kids only if you believe the future looks bright. I want to know if you think the future looks bright. And I got a bunch of weird questions for you. I want to ask, I asked a couple friends, hey, I'm talking to Eric, what can he say about him? Is he the American Prigozhin Wagner Group? Apparently you did some business with him.
Oh, I am not surprised that Eric Prince would do business with the erstwhile leader of the Wagner Group, the neo-Nazi mercenary group widely employed by the Russian government in Ukraine. Explicitly neo-Nazi group, by the way.
Or maybe he hired you guys. We'll talk about that, whatever the story's behind it.
That's a hard no.
Okay, great.
I mean, we can talk about it,
for
but
sure.
I did not do anything with that.
You can call any of these things that I bring up. You can call all of them out, and we'll have a good time with it. PMC, some say you founded PMC, even though it's been done before. Not in the U.S. It's been done in the past before. Again, you'll give your answer to it. We'll talk Hamas. We'll talk Israel. We'll talk the difference between, whether we should trust a private military contractor or the national one. There's a lot to be talked about. Again, you've lived a very interesting life, but it's great to have you on the podcast.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So what was it that caused you to say, I'm going to start Blackwater? How did that happen?
Well, back to the family policy. My dad was a very successful, self-made guy, built a business which made first die-cast machines, big machine that squeezes a mold and makes the transmission casing of your car, or the engine block, and now they're even die-casting entire Tesla chassis. And then he made automotive parts in the early 70s, and the business really grew. It was privately owned.
Oh, you mean he personally made them? Like he was fashioning them by hand? Oh, you don't mean that. You mean he owned factories that did that. Oh, okay. So he just owned things. Gotcha.
But family policy was, you don't come and work in the family business, you have to go do your own thing first.
You can later, but not at the beginning.
You have to go do something completely on your own, not associated with the family.
Did he have a time limit, like at what age you can come back? Was that clear, or was it kind of blurry?
Kind of blurry.
Okay.
I don't think he really bargained that I was going to go join the SEAL teams. But my plan was to go 10 to 12 years in the SEAL teams, which is a good time to be a SEAL officer. Much beyond that, you kind of get stuck at a desk. But he died of a heart attack in '95, and that kind of threw the family into a bit of a lurch because there wasn't a clear successor to take over the business. And so my mom made the right decision, and she sold the whole thing. And I got out to help that out. And at about the same time, right after the birth of our second child, my wife was diagnosed with cancer at 29. And so I got out of the Navy, and
yeah, no, chat voted for this, Swain. Chat voted for this. This is on chat.
Started Blackwater really as a way to stay connected to the SEAL teams.
Got it. And by the way,
I'm sorry. Your wife was diagnosed with cancer, and then you're like, I gotta stay connected with my boys. So I'm gonna start a mercenary company where they get shot at. That's how I have my boys' backs. What? Come on, dude.
Folks that are listening, your dad didn't just build a small business. It's a good-sized business. I think you sold it for like $1.35 billion or some number like that I read. Is that correct?
It was a 5,000 employee. It was almost $1 billion in sales. Very efficient, very effective at what they did.
Now, what did your other two sisters do? The two middle ones. What business did they go into?
My middle sister has her family has a significant ice cream business.
Would I know about it?
Hudsonville ice cream, and they make
a significant ice cream business. What does that mean? What does that even mean? Like, I feel like that's what you call someone's ice cream business when it's actually like a front for making meth or something. Oh, it's a significant ice cream business.
A whole bunch of private label brands for a lot of stuff that you'd see in the grocery store shelves. And my youngest sister, they have a bunch of car dealerships and injection.
Yeah, it's the pizza shop that never has any business, but somehow inexplicably is open in a part of town 24 hours a day. And there's no dough behind the counter.
Molding, and she is an ordained minister.
So how is that possible for everybody to be successful? What did mom and dad teach? Were there a certain set of clear values and principles
That does look like good ice cream, though. I would trust this ice cream.
expect you to do this, and then you do this, and then you do that?
I guess they kind of imbued that Dutch Protestant work ethic from a very early age, and hard work and excellence was expected.
But was there, when I talk to my kids, I've interviewed Kennedy and I've interviewed President Bush, and I say Kennedy, I mean R.F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy.
Yeah.
I'm too young to have met
Great guy.
Very nice guy. And I would ask, I'd say, so tell me, what are the traditions within the family? Like, what do you do? What did your father or grandfather expect from you? What was dinner like? What did you guys talk about? We always talk about politics. we would always debate. It was always told, go make your money, take care of your wife, take care of your kids, take care of your family, and then give back to public service in your own way, politics, church, nonprofit, whatever it may be. Was there any set of principles they passed down to you guys, or was it kind of general? There's got to be some traditions. There's no way you guys became this and by accident.
We certainly went to a...
Yeah, no one would just get money by accident. No one would ever say, luck into a specific set of material and circumstantial wealth. That's clearly only merit can get you there. So what did you do to make your fortune, sir?
K through 12 Christian school. It was run by the church we were members, and we traveled a lot. My dad was invited by the Soviets in the early 70s to come there because they wanted to buy his machines. And so he went off to Moscow, didn't like it at all, didn't like the surveillance state and the whole thing. And so they made,
Wow, who'd have thought in the 70s an American wouldn't particularly like being in Russia?
By the late 70s, the business was starting to do okay, because before that, it was really struggled. I mean, my dad almost died. He had a heart attack at 42 years old in 1973, and that really gave him perspective. But we started to travel, and he actually shipped a Chevy van to Europe, and we did a 6-week road trip across Eastern Europe as well. Czechoslovakia, East Germany, all the rest. I spent my 7th birthday in 1976 in Berlin, and I will never forget that. It was a great, I think, formative moment, seeing the guns, the dogs, the tank traps, the minefields, Achtung Minen signs.
Yeah.
And you thought to yourself, gee whiz, I hope one day I can start a for-profit business of doing this.
All facing in, keeping people prisoner in East Germany. So even for a 7-year-old, you can figure out maybe the socialist workers' paradise is not such a paradise.
Is he telling you this while you're going through it? And son, look, this is
yeah,
what...
no, that's...
he's teaching.
I'm seeing that.
But
clearly.
is he teaching?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. I remember rolling into Prague then. Prague, the capital of Czechoslovakia, and the only bright color in the whole capital was red commie stars in the buildings, because the buildings were disgusting, dark gray from all the coal smoke.
My first girlfriend at the refugee camp was Czechoslovakia. Katarina Staff. Her older brother was my best friend, Jan Staff. He died very early. Good friend of mine. Okay, so you're traveling. Now, are you traveling because your dad is at all connected to the government, or no, he's making money? And
zero. No.
Nothing to do with...
That travel was purely educational to my sisters and mine.
And was he ever, but he was never an agent, he was never linked to the government, he never worked with them, nothing at all?
Nothing. That never touched the family at all.
Did he have any interest in politics? Did he talk politics with you guys?
Not really until 1980. Because I remember him saying that in the late 70s, he was paying an effective income tax rate of like 90%.
So this is the wonderful Jim.
That's bullshit. That is bullshit. There is no way, even in the 70s, that you were paying 90% income tax rate. There is no way. And if we were, let me tell you this. We should go back to that. We should go back to that. We haven't gotten any benefits for lessening the tax burden on the wealthiest people in America. We've just all been paying more. The working class, the working class, we've been paying more so they can pay less. It's ridiculous. I know there was a 90% income tax in the 1950s. I don't think it lasted until the 1970s.
Jimmy Carter era.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. And, I'd watch the news with him and we'd talk about it. And I remember kind of the farthest back moment I remember is Nixon resigning. Because it was a kind of a traumatic moment for the country. And I remember seeing the helicopters fly off the rooftop of Saigon in 75.
He's talking about the top 1% income rate for marginal tax rate, and it was the highest at around 90%? Gotcha.
So I paid attention to those things.
Totally get it. Yeah, it's interesting. My family, mother's side communist, dad's side imperialist. So they had 2 divorces within 20 years to each other. Married, divorce, done. They cannot be in the same room together. If they are, I have to call private security.
That's a
and hire
fundamental
people, you know,
difference in
a big
worldview.
way. By the way, to me, I think political difference is more negatively impacting the marriage than religious difference. You can be a Christian and a Catholic, or a Christian or an atheist, but you both believe in the same political ideas. That's more likely to work out than a Christian and a Christian, but one is a commie, one is a imperialist. Less likely for it to work out.
Yeah, I don't know how.
I don't recommend.
I mean, that's true because generally speaking, it's readily apparent that your like religious values are pretty bullshit if you're a conservative.
Recommended, by the way, if you were.
I don't know how a communist could be a Christian as well.
Well, it is what it is. They did.
Yeah, how could someone who believes in feeding the hungry and clothing the cold and treating the sick, regardless of income, how could they be Christian or Christ-like? It's crazy. Yeah.
Did escape Russia, go to Iran eventually, and they found each other. Anyways,
pretty soon you'll be telling me about that deadbeat. Okay, the deadbeat along the road to Samaria.
Okay, so I was curious. Family, what happened with raising 4 successful kids while he's building a business that eventually ends up selling for $1.35 billion? Let's go to Blackwater. So you read all over the place the whole concept of, private military contractors. You hear different names being thrown out by a bunch of different people, right? And you're the founder of it in America, and you've told the story of really back in the days. This is nothing new. We've always had this before. When you get out, why do you choose to go become a private military contractor?
The SEAL teams had used private facilities since the 70s.
Oh, top marginal income tax rate was 70% in the 1970s, and even that would have been at least partially avoided. True.
Mm-hmm. A shooting instructor that was a really good competitive shooter would build a small facility almost
Who's
like...
the guest on this clown show? This is Eric Prince, billionaire founder of Blackwater Mercenaries.
Like a dojo.
Mm-hmm.
And teams would go there. But no one had done it on an industrial scale. And the tempo that SEAL teams would train at and for a deployment, like I remember the year before I deployed,
he's having an actual war criminal, a man who owns a mercenary company that is full of war criminals.
Of 12 months before even deploying for another 6 months.
Are you married at the time or no?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so that's hard. And so building a significant training facility where the teams could do a lot of that stuff local and still get home in time for dinner was important to me. And I wanted to stay connected because I got out of the Navy way earlier than I wanted to. And I was in the unusual, I think a lot of guys had the idea. I'm not original on it. I was in the unusual position that I could fund it because funding a private training.
I was in the unusual position of having been born into obscene amounts of wealth.
Facility in the 1990s.
And that's how I used my ingenuity to become the wealthy person I am today.
When a major base or range facility was being closed under BRAC, like once a week, that was very counterintuitive.
I wanted to make a 9-to-5 death machine. Yeah, I'd always been fascinated with efficiency, and I wondered to myself, how quickly could we take a man from life to death? So I made my corporate murder machine, an efficient machine to cut down the youth in other countries.
Every smart financial advisor said that's a dumb idea, it'll never work. So started small, had to buy a lot of land, but
that's the 6,000 acres you bought.
Bought 3,100 acres to start, and it was cut over forestry land. I knew nothing about business, nothing about government contracting, nothing about land development, but just kind of figured it out. And you go back to the team that you know and trust. Right, I hired Ken Vieira, who was my training officer at SEAL Team 8. Al Clark was our first firearms instructor, and I hired Jim Dehart, who was the guy that actually managed the facility of SEAL Team 6 and built it out. So, there's just very talented, hard driving guys
Good night,
that
Kitsune.
figured it out.
Kitsune
Now, if I would
Cavalier.
have worked with you, and if I
Kitsune
was at any
Cavalier.
of the
There we
units
go.
you were at, would I
Thanks.
have known that you're eventually going to start something? Would I say, this guy's probably going to start something?
Nah, not necessarily. I kept my father's success very hidden.
So did the crew know that you were from a wealthy family, or?
No, I kept it really quiet the whole time, except after my father died, and then that was in March of '95. Like 3 weeks later, I had to be out in Fallon, Nevada, at the Naval Strike Warfare Center because we were doing combat search and rescue training and strike training, and we got done on a Friday, and the Navy aircraft wasn't coming to move us all back until the following Tuesday. And I asked my boss, I said, listen, I got all kinds of family issues because my dad just died 3 weeks earlier. Do you mind if I split and I'll see you guys back at the team on Tuesday? He goes, go. And my mom sent the plane. And a couple of guys from my platoon drove me to the airport outside the base with a truck. And I said, guys, I got my bags, just stay here. They're like, no, that's okay, Mr. P.
Yeah,
we got
a
you.
private jet. I'm going to pick me up.
And
were you like, Mom, what are you doing, Mom? Why are you doing this?
no, it was the only way I was going to get back because it was out in the middle of nowhere.
Got it.
Uh-huh. I don't believe that this man is actually embarrassed by his wealth.
But
I think a lot of billionaires in his position like to portray themselves as like, oh, it was the only way. Oh, I'm really a man of the people. Look how down to earth I am. I'm wearing flannel and jeans, and I live on a ranch. But, like, I don't think he's actually embarrassed by his wealth. You own a literal army.
so that between those two guys, it spilled the beans. But they asked me a question like, wait a minute, so you could like retire right now? It's like, well, I guess I could, but who would want to do that? So anyway, that was the only time the secret cracked.
Very interesting that you're from a very well-off family. You have money. You've traveled the world. You've seen a lot of different things. You probably stayed at the best hotels. You probably traveled private, like you're talking about. You guys probably own jets. You lived in beautiful.
It's so weird to me that like Patrick Bet-David is a wealthy person, but he constantly sounds like he's in awe of other wealthy people, and I don't get it.
Homes, beautiful vacation homes, and you chose to go into military to make your life tougher and harder. Why would anybody in the right mind do that? Or was it the fact that
he's not going to the front lines of where he's sending his mercenaries, Patrick? You think he's picking up a gun and going into a war zone? No! He's not doing that, guy. Come on. He's paying other people to do it. He just owns a company. And he LARPs as like a military man. And he's good at LARPing because he went to the actual military earlier in his life.
that they just raised you so well that it wasn't tied to money?
But he is not going back onto the... I don't... Unless I see actual footage of him in an actual goddamn firefight, I don't believe that Eric Prince has been on like a battlefield for like the last 20 years. Or 30 years even.
He's had a desire to go in the military. I was a military history geek. Because remember, my family went to Normandy in 1980, and I was the tour guide at 11.
Good night, John Barring.
So,
John
Pegasus Bridge,
Bogardus.
Sword Gold, Juneau,
Good
Utah,
night.
Omaha.
Did a movie inspire you? Typically, it's linked to a movie. Was it a movie or a
Well,
T-shirt?
the only movie about Normandy that was out then was The Longest Day, which was made in the 60s.
Right.
I probably did see that at that point, but no, I just read a lot of that kind of stuff.
It's okay. So now you're buying the land, 3,100 acres. You bring your three peers to come start with you. You have the advantage that you have money, which means you can get started with money.
I love how Patrick Bet-David is just like trying to move past it almost as quickly as possible, and you have money. You have the advantage of money. It's like yeah, when you're starting a business, like having the advantage of money, it's not an advantage, Patrick. It's the thing you need to do the things. if you have enough money, it barely even matters if you have a functional, like, product. What's his name? Patrick Bet-David, or if you're talking about the guest, it's Eric Prince.
And now people are kind of realizing your family's got money. Okay, maybe we're going to do something with this guy. You start 31.
I was always going to do like a really big, maybe like hour-and-a-half long video about Eric Prince specifically. Maybe I'll actually get around to finishing that segment now. Like I've been planning that for a long time. I have like several books about him and his life, and it's pretty wild. Wasn't Patrick Bet-David a scammer? Kind of, yeah. He basically got big, doing like some insurance stuff. I think. Let me just take a quick look here. Okay. Yeah, his first company was PHP, People Helping People, life insurance agency. Yeah, that basically, as best I can tell, he got wealthy doing like an insurance company.
Hey, 3,100 acres. You got your stuff going. Who's your first customer, and how do you find your first customer?
Actually, before we continue on, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. BRB.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Hello, everybody. How you doing? How you doing today, folks? Also, I feel pretty cute today. I know my outfit's not very complicated, but I do feel pretty cute. My son just threw up all over me. No, I'm sorry. Also, I hope he's okay. Wild Hair Jack, that's what they call me. Love the bedhead look? Hell yeah. I don't know how to style my hair correctly, so I'm glad the bedhead look works out for me. He's 3 months old, typical behavior. Gotcha. I'm a cutie patootie. I'm never doing that again. All right, back to this horror show. Oh God.
At that point, it was a West Coast SEAL team, actually, that sent their guys all the way across because they didn't have any access to good areas then. And that's how we started. Our first big regular customer was actually the Canadian Special Forces. The Canadian equivalent of Delta Force would come and do their selection January, February, March because it was just too damn cold to be training in Toronto.
Got it. And how did they find you? Because it's not like you're doing internet, you're running funnels, you're doing ads, you're running it on a paper.
The soft units would talk.
The soft units would talk even to people in Canada?
Sure. Yeah.
Tell me more. Unpack that for me.
Just units. Like that, because the U.S. elite units would train with Canadians, would train with the Brits, would train with the other European counterparts.
And what are they saying? Are they saying, hey, did you guys hear about what he's doing? Did you guys hear about what Eric started? Is that kind of what the conversation's like? And what is he doing?
Sure.
He's doing such and such. Let me give him a call.
Yep.
And then, so if you've never done this before.
Why we built Blackwater the way it was is because training on government bases was exceedingly bureaucratic.
I'm gonna play Throne
Go
Fall
try to check out
while we
use a
go
range,
through this, okay?
and some sergeant wouldn't be around, and they wouldn't give you the range brief, and your ammo wouldn't show up on time. And for a SEAL team that's doing 11 out of 12 months where you're on the road and you have all this stuff you have to train for, all these hoops you have to jump through, then having to go through the nonsense of getting jerked around on an army base, it just didn't work. So we gave people a country club-like experience. If you book a tee time, I'm not a golfer, but if you book a tee time, you expect to be ready at 8 a.m.
Right.
You expect the greens are going to be raked, and it's all going to be in order. And that's what we did. Radio, brief, ammo, go. Lunch at 12, and it was a customer service organization, and that's how we ran it. And at the same time, so Blackwater's getting started, I moved back to Michigan because the original business my dad started, the die-cast machine business, because we'd sold the mothership, but the die-cast machine business had been kind of bumping along since started. It was not really making money or losing money, and I didn't
What
have an
kind of game
MBA,
is that? It's a
but I
tower
really wanted
defense
to turn
game.
around my dad's business and make something run well, and
it's quite good. I would recommend it.
I remember my dad described the president there as the smartest engineer he ever knew. And great guy, smart guy, would not change anything because we're trying to kind of do a lean transformation, kind of based on the Toyota production system to engineer out cost and buy things smarter. So at 27, I had to fire him. And that was quite an experience, and kind of restaffed the whole place with people that were much more focused on Six Sigma and lean manufacturing, et cetera. And that really taught me about linear flow. if you think about old school factories versus how a Toyota production system runs.
Yep.
And that really, I mean, even the Japanese, when they came to compete in America in the 80s, it really, it forced American manufacturing to wake up and cut the waste.
Detroit. Yeah.
Fighter's
Exactly.
dad? Kind of, yeah.
And so seeing that and doing that to a machine tool business, which was a 30-year-old business and very based on very old school practices, I start to think that, okay, we built a training facility, but what does the military do? It recruits, it vets, vet meaning vetting, recruits vets, equips, trains, deploys, and supports people to do a difficult job in a difficult place. And so really, as Blackwater built out, and there was actually a kind of a aspirational picture made at the day we opened of what we wanted to look like in 10 years. And that's
Oh,
what
is
it
the
was.
guy
It
who
became a
ran his
machine
business for...
which did that. And so
yeah, after the dad. Gotcha.
later when 9/11 happened and we got pulled into the security business, doing overseas deployments of people for the USG, that put us in good shape, and that allowed us to be the low-cost competitor because we could process and recruit and do all that stuff with and for the guys before they went much more effectively than our competitors.
So you start off with training, all one, so that's 96, December 26, 96.
We
Let's
opened in
just say
97.
Okay.
Yep.
So that means you don't get the real big contracts till 01, 02.
Correct. The first years were very lean.
What's your revenue first year? What kind of numbers you guys?
400,000.
Okay, got it.
Second year was 800, then $1.2 million, then $1.6 million.
Still haven't blown up yet.
Nope. Then it went to 12.
Got it. That's it. Got it.
12, 35,
Yep.
160, 400, 550, and up.
Did you guys ever hit a bill in revenue? or no?
We were about 850.
850?
850 we topped out at.
And this is 7? Would it be 07 or 08?
About 08.
08. Okay. So legitimate business. You're going 400, 800, 1.2, 1.6, 16 million, right? Or 12 to 6, 12 million, 35 million.
Yep.
Okay. So if you're 400 first year revenue, you brought the 3 guys, the average salary for Navy SEAL today at the median is, I think, 97. The top 1 percentile, if I'm not mistaken, is 135, 138 today.
Yeah, look, the first year or two, I still had to help with payroll.
Got
Sure.
it.
But then again, you just find people that will find a way to win. And we had very destructive customers, meaning they shot a lot of stuff.
Right.
And they ended up
There was a
destroying
lot
all the
of
target
shooting.
systems we bought on the outside. And so Jim Dehart, the guy that came over from Dev Group, designed fantastic steel targets that everybody loved. And so the customers started buying them. And oddly enough, the FBI ordered in the 11th hour of the last day of the fiscal year, ordered $400,000 worth of target systems from us. That was 400,000 of that $1.2 million revenue year.
Third on the last day.
Wow.
No,
Wow.
literally like at 11:55 p.m. on
fascinated.
September 30, the last day of the fiscal year, a fax machine starts spitting out.
You.
Oh God, yeah.
Sick.
30% of our.
I know. That's great. Of course. I know what that feels like.
And the irony, it was the FBI. So our target systems, are probably at 10 or 12 field offices around the country.
Now, I'm assuming you're losing money first year, second year, third year. Because you're not... if you're paying-
We broke even at about $1.2 million.
Okay, so you're paying these guys. You're not taking any money off the table because you don't have any money to take off the table.
Negative.
So when did you know...
Negative.
And by the way, if I'm working, if I got 2 options...
There
okay,
was
I'm
no
in the Navy
way.
SEAL, I'm making the
Hell
97,
yeah.
let's say I'm making 6 figures, right? What advantage do I have? And by the way, that has to do with time and service, rank, all this. I'm just...
Well, come on, man. You're 27 years ago. It wasn't $97,000 of payroll back then.
60,000, you want to say?
Yeah, 60.
Okay, let's say 60,000. So 60 and the best guys are making 80. Is that fair? We put 60 to 80? Okay.
Something like
so why would I work for you instead of staying in the military? I'm assuming as a private contractor, you probably have way more to offer than the military does at
Because
this point, right?
they liked the chance to do it right.
Yeah, bro. I'm sure he offers them lifetime free healthcare. Yeah. I'm sure the private mercenary biz is way better than being in the military.
What does that mean?
In a non-bureaucratic, non-nonsense way.
I remember being a Hummer mechanic. and we would order parts, and I would look at the number, and I'd say, yeah, this part is $800. I'm like, why is this $800? And you'd go look it up, and you talk to Mercedes or yeah, it's a $70 part.
Yep.
We're spending $800 on, yes, we are. What are you talking about? It's kind of what happens here. So is that kind of what you were talking about, where money was being wasted?
Yes. Like our first State Department job, which didn't come until probably 03 or 04, we'd been training high-end special operations units. We knew what we were doing. We knew our costs.
Yep.
The first price we submitted to state, they said, we can't accept this. I said, why? It's so low, it's not deemed credible.
Got it.
That's the idea.
I understand. Have you been to Drive Tanks, the facility in San Antonio?
Drive tanks? Well, no, I have. I used to have tanks on my farm.
Have you heard of Drive Tanks?
No.
Okay, so this place called Drive Tanks. One day, crazy story, I'll tell you.
I had kids. I had 2 British armored personnel carriers.
But I'm going to tell you,
some people go for hay rides. We had tank rides.
But you see, you look American. You are American. I'm from Iran. So one day, I take my kids. These guys from Drive Tanks reach out. They say, Pat, we love the content. We want you to come out and bring your kids. We're going to have a lot of good time. We're going to drive over cars with tanks. We're going to blow things up. You're going to do 50 cal. You're going to say, I'm like, all right, let's go. We get a big sprinter. We get the guys. We go. I take both of my boys at the time. This is 5 years ago. So my oldest would be 7. Youngest would be 5. We go there. There's Navy SEALs. There's Delta. There's Special Forces.
Navy SEALs, Delta.
They're there. And you're making bombs. You're driving on
trans
tanks.
girl,
You're doing
Jade.
all this stuff.
Why are you regretting your life decisions?
It was an incredible experience. If a person's never gone to Drive Tanks, you got to go to. It's a great experience. My kids come back. That next week, my son goes to school, the younger one, 5-year-old. Teacher says, how was your weekend? Says, it was great. So what did you do, Dylan? My daddy and I made bombs, and we blew buildings up. I get a call from school. The teacher says, your son can't say stuff like this, because I'm from Iran, so they're freaking out. I said, well, what did my son say? He said, well, your son said you and him made bombs, and you guys blew up buildings. I said, my son's not lying to you. Well, sir, what do you mean you guys made bombs? I said, man, we went to this place in a military facility. These are trainers, Drive Tanks. Here's the video. Oh, my God, he scared the kids off. I said, this is an innocent kid. He's just giving you experience. Anyways, we had a great time with it. I asked.
I mean, I think it's good that the teachers were paying attention to that kind of thing, frankly. You know, like, it is controversial opinion time, but I think it's actually a pretty good thing when teachers are like, hey, your child was talking about building bombs at school. Ugh. Don't the ejection systems in tanks? I mean, there are ejection mechanisms? Like, can you elaborate on that? I don't understand the love of money these guys have. That's the thing, right? Like, I can imagine having an extremely comfortable and happy life with, like, $80,000, $100,000. At least in the area I live in, you know? And I don't understand reaching the point where you have millions upon millions of dollars and you're still obsessed with making more money. I don't get it.
Ask you this, because was this kind of like a hobby or was it a business? Did you see it being $1 billion business? Was it kind of like, let's see what it's going to turn into? Or was it a clear vision? You saying, I think we can turn this into $1 billion empire.
Another formative moment was seeing the incompetence and corruption of the UN in Bosnia, right?
Yeah.
The Yugoslav Civil War, and you know, UN forces letting people just get slaughtered at Srebrenica. So yeah, I had, and even seeing the nonsense what happened in Rwanda. UN run their mouth, and the Houthis kill. Sorry, no, the.
I'm sorry, you're blaming the UN for the genocide in Rwanda, not the people who did the genocide? Are you kidding me, bro?
Tutsis and the Hutus. Yeah. The Hutus kill 1 million Tutsis with basically farm to the Hutus kill 1 million Tutsis with basically farm tools in 4 months in Rwanda. Come on. So there, I definitely saw a
Yeah, the Rwandan genocide is just unspeakably vile, you know?
need for private peacekeeping as a way to displace the UN, which was, in my mind, and proven corrupt, immoral, useless. Beyond useless, they're malign.
In your mind, are you sequencing the process of how this is going to work? Yeah, we're going to start off as a
He literally thinks the UN is evil. It's insane.
training facility. We're going to get the word out there. We're going to get the right training in. And then all of a sudden, we're going to be a contractor and we're going to do it better than the military is doing it. Did you kind of foresee that happening?
Yes, and seeing what Executive Outcomes did, which is a South African PMC that was formed in the early 90s, the great work they did in ending the war in Angola and literally saving Sierra Leone from almost an ISIS-like force called the Revolutionary United Front. They cleaned it up in 120 days and then were forced to leave by the idiots at the State Department, only to have the country retaken again by the same bad guys. I knew there was a place to do peacekeeping and stability operations infinitely better than what the status quo was.
Are you
and in doing so, saving millions of people from unnecessary suffering?
When you're talking to the first 3 guys you hired, are you selling them that vision?
No.
Okay, so they don't know. Their simple wanting to come over to you is the fact that
5 and 10 meter target was, we're going to run a fantastic training facility, and you get to innovate tactics, techniques, and procedures. And we wanted to be a place where, because at that point, the SEAL teams, the JSOC units were not doing a whole lot of close quarter battle and door kicking and that stuff. Actually, the people to really learn from then was LA SWAT. They taught the best hostage rescue.
LA SWAT.
Yeah, so we brought Ken Thatcher, senior guy from LA SWAT, out to teach courses at Blackwater. And so we wanted to make Blackwater the repository, the crossroads of tactical.
Yeah, no, he's a libertarian Calavera kid. He believes in the ANCAP military. It's basically his wet dream. It's like what he goes to bed at night thinking about sexually. You heard him. He literally upholds like the LAPD, one of the most corrupt institutions on the planet. Good night, Nenya the cat.
Full expertise.
Got it. Okay, so 400, 800, 1.2 million, 1.6 million, 12 million, 35 million. When did you get the contract where you said, guys, this thing's about to change? What I know you said 9/11, but when was it when they actually made?
It was actually after the USS Cole was blown up in October of 2000, right? Navy ship blown up by a suicide boat, killed 17 sailors. Yep. They were holding unloaded weapons that they hardly ever fired before, because the Navy viewed firearms training as too dangerous. So they're shooting laser simulators. So the Navy came to us, because we were training lots of soft units, and they said, could you train sailors to protect their ship, retake their ship, all the elements of small arms, which the Navy had basically.
The Navy had just said, nope, you don't need to know how to shoot guns. We're the Navy. Ha, we're too busy having sex with each other. Ha 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 ha. Like is that exactly how the conversation went? Because I feel like that's what you're trying to tell us right now.
Abrogated knowledge and responsibility of.
Unironically,
so
that's the messaging
training,
here.
though, right? You're still not deploying.
No, correct.
Okay, so when?
But that was a $7 million a year contract.
I got you. That's big.
Which is real for us.
Now it's official. Now you're sitting there saying, guys, something happened, but it's still training, right?
Yep.
At this point, how many former military vets, SEALs, I'm talking high-level soldiers, do you have? When you got the $7 million contract, how many do you have?
For that kind of training volume, it's probably 30 instructors.
30 instructors, okay.
Because we had to stand up facilities in Jacksonville and Groton, Connecticut, and San Diego and Bremerton, Washington.
Okay, so now that's happening. You got the $7 million. What's the next call to say, hey, we actually need a private military contract to send soldiers out? When was that?
After 9/11, a high-level job for the CIA in Afghanistan.
How big was that?
That was 18 guys.
18 guys?
Yep.
Got it.
18 guys, because the military didn't want to do it with less than 250.
The military didn't want to do it.
They asked the military to do that,
and they wanted 250 people.
They said we will not do it with less than 250 people.
You were able to do it with 18 people.
Yep.
Okay. So when that call comes in,
and then the next one after that was a very remote, very important base that enabled a lot of GWAT activity, and there was 166 soldiers there, and we replaced it with 25 of our guys.
106 with 25.
In that case, they had 28 soldiers, an infantry platoon, and 138 people supporting the 28. And we could send 25 guys, 5 of which were dual-hatted to keep the power, the water, the sanitation, the comms, and the food running. It's a different model. I can send 30, 40, and 50-year-olds that have a lot of experience and can fix a generator, run a radio, and fix a desal pump, versus the military sends lots of 18 and 20-year-olds that can do barely one thing.
So at this point, what percentage of your business is intelligence? What percentage is muscle? What percentage is protection?
The cost of deploying guys to weird places, that cost gets high fast. So that starts to skew the revenue. But as we're growing, it was still probably 40%, 50% training, 50% security. And then we bought an aviation business in 2003, Presidential Airways, niche little business. It was some former TF-160 guys, Richard Pear, Tim Childrey. And they had the licenses and 1 leased aircraft. And we bought that. And 6 years later, we had 73 aircraft that we owned and operated. Everything from a 767 to a Super Tucano light attack aircraft that was fitted out with a FLIR, a G-Box, a cell phone intercept system, geolocation, Link 16, so we could talk to all the fast movers. And,
hey, Miss Milena.
Laser-guided bombs.
We are live. We hit 10K, baby. I'm riding high.
We put that on contract to JSOC as a way for them to do very cost-effective close air support, cheaply. And boy, the big Air Force, big Navy smashed that. Because anything that threatened the primacy of the trillion-dollar F-35, they wanted nothing to do with.
Now, the difference between PMC and working for national, your military, Army, Air Force, Marines, Navy, whatever it may be. Where is my pride to work for you versus the pride to keep serving the traditional Marines, Army, Navy, Air Force, whatever it may be?
We hit, Gamergy, we hit 10K on Twitch. We did it, everybody.
Was happening over the
it makes me really happy.
Go to an all-volunteer force. It was in Congress in the early 70s. And Westmoreland, who was the idiot general that really screwed up in Vietnam, who then they made the chief of staff of the armed forces, screw up.
Under who?
Under Johnson and then
makes sense.
And then Nixon.
Yep.
Up next, 5K on YouTube. We are getting very close to 5K on YouTube.
That's what Westmoreland, career Army officer, called an all-volunteer force, because the men and women were finally going to get paid a fair wage. And Milton Friedman was debating him in Congress, and he said, well, sir, then I am served
Punky
by a mercenary
Gal,
butcher,
thank you for subscribing.
Barber.
And thank you for being with me for 35 months. You've really seen me grow up from nothing.
So, look, the big
for
military
being here.
can complain about, well, obviously they were about fair pay, but a contractor is, in our case, was an American veteran that already served their country once, volunteered to, and now they're just volunteering to go back again and do it, for pay. Of course, they're not doing it for free. And this idea that our contractors were paid vastly more is also really inaccurate, because our guys were only paid for every day they're in the hot zone, just like a roughneck gets paid to go to a rig. They get paid a lot. The day they come ashore, their pay goes to zero. So,
oh man, I love hearing about how you're mistreating your mercenaries. Yeah, they only get paid if they're being shot at, okay? It's a pretty sweet deal. I make lots of money doing it.
our guys were paid to be in the hot zone to do the dangerous thing. And as soon as they left, I went to zero.
I saw somewhere $600 a day, if I'm not mistaken. That's a number I saw on the hot zone.
Sometimes more.
Sometimes more. Okay, so
but again, the military is tax-free in a combat zone.
Totally get it.
All kinds of other housing allowances and other stuff, which is non-cash compensation that they don't really see and feel. But in our case, it was simple cash on a barrelhead.
So if I'm working for Blackwater, I'm a contractor there. You pay me $600, and $600 is not 5 days a week; it's 7 days a week. So I'm making 42.
And it could be 18 hours a day, or it could be 22 hours a day, right? I mean, it depends. If the op tempos go, you turn two.
But your day is 600. 2 hours or 24 hours at $600.
Yes, but you're still in a war zone, and you're still at risk of being shot.
Sure.
We had some of our guys were wounded while asleep in their beds at night. We have a extremely inspiring story. There's a West Point grad Army officer, Army Ranger named Derek Wright, and he was about 2006 asleep in his pod in next to the embassy, and a 107 rocket launched by Iranian surrogates came through, blew up in his pod, and the guys found him with a pool of brain fluid laying on the floor.
Jesus.
And they stabilized him, kept him alive, but they figured he was brain dead. They flew him to Landstuhl, Germany, where the military hospital was. And I remember meeting his parents and his wife because they came through our office because we had to quick get him a passport, basically to go say goodbye, to unplug their loved one. So I remember sitting there praying with them and crying with them, and off they go. And so they got there like 5 days after the incident, and Cindy walks in, and there's been no brain activity, and she takes her husband's hand. She said, "Babe, I'm here," and he squeezes her hand. And it started a long road back, and she made videos and she documented it beautifully. And I tear up every time because he learned to walk again, and then he learned to run, and literally that rocket took the back third of his head off. And one of his eyes doesn't work well, but God bless him. He is as resilient as you could imagine. He's alive, and he is a tour guide in the state capital of
Get
Texas.
out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here. What a story. Wow. Wow.
So yes, people can throw stones at contractors getting paid. That was a guy that served his country as a Ranger, and he goes back serving again, and he's takes one to the head while he's in bed.
Yeah, to me, I don't have a problem with the contractors getting paid. I'm trying to make it as efficient as possible to see what do we get better usage of our money with. Paying it to our soldiers that are putting their lives on the line, or overpaying for a product by 1,000% they can get somebody else negotiate so you can save some money for the company.
Look, we have an antitrust problem all across America. We've way over consolidated every industry. You used to have 100 major defense contractors. You're really at 5 now.
That's right.
And they really behave like a cartel. And they pay almost a brigade's worth of lobbyists, a couple thousand that infect Washington, D.C. Contractor charges way too much for product, who then pays lobbyists to pay politicians to effect more restrictions on competitors and really more nonsense. And so it's a very unhealthy cycle. The next president must break up the cartel that is defense contractors, IT, big tech, insurance, banking. There's a really powerful book I read, actually referred by my daughter. It's great when your kids start referring you stuff and educating you. It's called The Myth of Capitalism. I highly encourage your audience to read it. And it's by Jake Tepper. And it basically makes the case that the problem in America with income,
I've read it.
With income inequality.
Jonathan Tepper. This is not new. This is
that's 3 or 4 years old.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I read this book.
And we have way over consolidated everything. And man, we saw that loud and clear in the defense space as well.
Yeah, there's 5 of them now, right? General, we've gone through the process.
Boeing, Lockheed, Northrop,
General Dynamics. Yeah. So and they can, and they're almost one company. When you're 5, you're not really 5 companies.
No,
you're really
because
one company.
They jointly bid
That's
on
right.
stuff, and it's co-opetition at most.
Right. You take this one, I'll take this one. You take that one. It's cool. I'll take the next one. and they're all bullying the same buyer.
It's a cartel.
Right. Makes sense. Now, let me ask you this. For somebody that's looking on private versus public, right? If I'm choosing to
Hey, Lefty
give
McLefterson,
you the
how
money,
you doing?
do I want somebody like you to become as powerful as possible where all of a sudden you're saying you have
Do I
73
give you
aircraft,
money? I need to
767, you have all
know.
these guys. Was there ever a moment where you're sitting there saying to yourself, I can do this better than you guys, flow everything through me? Did you ever go through that yourself?
No. I mean, in some areas we were definitely better because we could operate with such a smaller footprint.
Where were you not better than the U.S. government?
Look, we never endeavored to do big line formations, divisions, brigades of tanks, and it was not our thing at all. But I would argue that for insurgencies, for those problems, we had a much better model, and we could do it better than the U.S. military. What I wanted, what I really pushed for in 2017 was to get Trump to change tactics in Afghanistan to prevent the debacle that happened. Steve Bannon, a friend of mine,
Of course.
said,
Very close
"We're gonna
personal
debate
friend."
Afghan policy, write an op-ed." So I did. I wrote it to the Wall Street Journal, submitted for an audience of one. Trump read it while he was sitting at the Oval Office desk, circled it. He called in the National Security Advisor, who had just asked to send 70,000 more troops to Afghanistan. Trump said, "I don't like your plan. Do this one." H.R. McMaster, sure he's a nice guy, but he was a 3-star armor officer who wanted to be a 4-star, and he wasn't going to do anything contrary to the Pentagon.
Ms. Milena,
What
thank
I
you very
advocated
much.
was basically a version
Thank you
of
very
what
much for gifting a sub to
the
Lefty
Special Operations Community had done effectively,
McLefterson.
which is to train Afghan forces in a way that was cost effective and you actually live with, train with, and fight with. Put that mentor model with them so that you have, well, it's the same thing the East India Company did for 250 years, building local forces. About 5% were expats, the rest of them were locals. But by having the continuity with professionals that provide leadership, intelligence, communications, medical, logistics expertise attached to them, it's like giving a big brother training wheel support to those units. And there was like 90 some battalions that we're going to attach to. So there would have been about 3,600. And then there was about 90 aircraft we would have brought. We already had a lot there. Or just taken over the Afghan aircraft, but fly them effectively. The U.S. makes the mistake that they built the Afghan army in the mirror image of the U.S. military, heavily dependent on contractor support, heavily dependent on high-end laser-guided bombs and all the other stuff, really forgetting how the Afghans wage war and doing the basics of logistics. So we're going to support the Afghan troops effectively. People love veterans, but they hate contractors. But really, in this case, it was the same thing. Just a soft guy going back to serve again with reliable air power that would show up. And then you take away the real source of corruption in the Afghan forces was the fuel, the payroll, the munitions, food. And you basically put an accounting firm in charge of that, take that away from the Afghans. And we could have saved about 95% of what the U.S. was spending. I mean, meaning our program cost less than 5%. And there was a big policy meeting at Camp David, summer of 2017. I was supposed to go as a backseat to the agency, and I was blocked by Mattis and
Mattis?
Yeah, Mattis was a 5-star. Basically, he was a 5-star general as the SecDef, as conventional as the day is long. And the sad thing is, for all that money and all those flags, nobody has been held account for wasting blood and treasure in Afghanistan, and it's disgusting.
Blood and treasure.
Those guys,
who should be held accountable?
Those guys all have board seats. They all have their full pensions, and they lost. They lost us. They lost the taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars, and we just pissed away a lot of great Americans in an effort that was unnecessarily wasteful.
Eric, how much of your $2 billion contract you got was for Afghanistan?
Ms. Milena, thank you very much.
A third of it was for Afghanistan. You got $600+ million of it.
Thank you so much. I
let me ask this.
appreciate it.
You know, for me,
And I hope a symbolic symbol does as well.
In the last,
And the biggest parts of those would have been building the Afghan border police, building the Afghan narcotics interdiction unit. We did a lot of aviation support, flying supplies to all the remote bases of the U.S. guys, and then some of it was for diplomatic security.
Do you think, the last few years, lowest trust the U.S. population has in the politicians as well as mainstream media? They just don't trust them, right?
Why would they?
You can't blame them. Then you got CIA, FBI, lowest it's ever been in a long time. Do you think we need those organizations? And if you had it your way, if you had the influence, would you have the military be set up the way it is right now? Would you have 50 PMCs compete against each other to provide the best service for the U.S. government?
I think one of the best roles that a PMC could do, here's the thing. We have a post office. It's a federal government activity.
Sure.
You have FedEx. You can drop off a FedEx package. In some cases, you can pick up at a post office. But the difference is FedEx operates as a private sector benchmark. Because Fred Smith wrote the paper proposing FedEx, I think while he was at Harvard. And they said, that's a terrible idea, and they gave him a C. Yeah, well, hold my beer. He does it.
Yep.
And now FedEx serves as a benchmark, and it's definitely made the post office wake up and be more efficient. Maybe not perfect yet, but it's definitely better than it was. And that's the best role that the private sector can be, is to provide competitive pricing reality checks on what some of these things should be.
You didn't answer the question. So
Yeah, you see, the private sector will be competitive with the public sector. Are you kidding me? Like, whenever the public sector comes up against the private sector shits its collective pants. Again, there's no way for FedEx and UPS to compete with the USPS, which is why they deliberately tied the USPS's both hands behind its back, They do it so that these companies can remain competitive despite offering their employees less and less and less.
So do you think...
Should it all be PMCs? No, absolutely not. But there's a lot of functions that the government does that can be bid out, and let the government bid to do that, or let the private sector. I remember in 2005, the Bush administration was, they were talking about hiring 2,000 or 5,000 more Border Patrol agents. And we got called to testify as to how much it would cost to train those. And CBP, Customs and Border Police, were saying it was going to be like $180,000 to train each Border Patrol agent. And we got called. We looked at the curriculum to say, we can do that for about 40. And so we were not very popular with CBP because and no shit, we knew our costs. We could do it for a quarter of what they were.
Who should the American people trust more to do the work better, PMCs or the U.S. government? Like if I'm, again, because the government has lost a lot of credibility last few years, right? Who should they trust more? You guys, PMCs?
First of all, as a country, we should just spend less. Our government will suck less if it's smaller. We spend too much in social programs. We spend way too much in military spending. We don't have the money. I mean, we're $34 trillion in debt. Sure. We have grave danger of our currency collapsing. Putting the military, putting all the agencies on a severe diet is a very healthy thing, because it will force people to start to think outside the box, to say, this is the mission.
It's me, the guy who owns a private military company and has been lobbying the government for years to outsource certain things that are currently done by the public sector into the private sector. Look, I'm just saying, you need to start thinking outside the box and start giving me those lucrative government contracts that I can steal. I mean, do businessman things with American taxpayer dollars.
I still got to get done. I don't have this billion-dollar fire hose to throw money at problems. Anytime a business goes into crisis, right? When it goes into a bankruptcy and you have a bankruptcy trustee and they come in and they force people to realign their thinking, that's it. Oftentimes it's very healthy for a business. We need to do that to all aspects of our government. So I'm not trying to avoid your question, but competitive reality check benchmarking is absolutely necessary to really make our military spend less. I mean, remember, in defense spending, we spend more than the next 17 countries combined. It's insane. It's grotesque, and we're not that good at it. I mean, now you have the Houthis, which are basically behaving like long-range pirates armed by the Iranians, have closed the Bab el-Mandab, the waterway, and is really choking off Egypt. Egypt is in danger, grave danger. 40% of their GDP depends on Suez Canal traffic, which has now dropped by 90%. Last week, the Egyptian currency devalued over 25%.
Insane.
So you have 110 million people, a very poor population, prone towards Muslim Brotherhood, Ikhwan attitudes. The only reason the Ikhwan is not in power there is because Sisi took over. You talk about danger,
Oh man, look at all these dangerous areas of the world. It sure would be convenient if somebody owned a private military contracting company. Haha. It sure would be something if a private individual owned a bunch of companies. Haha.
all the equipment of the Egyptian army in the hands of a Muslim Brotherhood leader, that's a big problem.
Yeah, so again, I'm asking this question maybe for my own self-interest, and I think there's other people like me that are interested, meaning, there's a group of people that will sit there and say, well, they're all doing it for money. The NBA plays the game for money. People make movies to make money. If you can do it with your passion and you make the money, even better. Capitalist builds a business and does it better.
If you're not getting paid a wage, you're not a free man, you're a slave.
That's right. And that goes back to the message you said earlier. I get it.
And people join the military, and you have to pay them well to do so.
Well, we're not even giving them a raise. I mean, according to what's happening with inflation.
We're blowing a lot of money that we should just be paying guys directly on lots of nonsense that's on the periphery.
Again, could it actually work if the U.S. government, just like you're talking about the 5 contractors we have that were buying stuff through Boeing, General Dynamics, all these guys, would it work if we had 50 PMCs that the government hired to work through?
How can you mention the name of Boeing in the same breath as talking about subcontracting out labor? Literally, the reason Boeing's planes are like falling out of the sky right now, it's literally because they can't stop outsourcing the parts for their planes to contractors that are trying to undercut one another constantly. So they just have cheap manufacturing, cheap parts that keep breaking, and you're like, what if we did that for the entire U.S. military? I think that'd be a good idea. I am very intelligent. Like, what's wrong with you, dude?
Could that work?
Think of it this way. In the continuum of statecraft, you have diplomacy on one end. So you have embassies and international conferences.
Right.
And on the other end, you have a military that is big and conventional, aircraft carriers and tank divisions and nuclear weapons. You really don't want to leave. You don't want to have to deploy that ever because it's very expensive. They should be there, fearsome, with maximum deterrence, like a big snapping dog waiting to be let off leash. Mm-hmm. But the middle is the intelligence world. And that's where we've fallen down because the agency, the CIA, is not doing anywhere near the covert actions using the authorities that it was designed to do to solve some of these problems internationally. And now, and even more so, you have the Pentagon trying to wade into all these little small conflicts, mm-hmm. and they basically crowd out the private sector from helping and correcting these situations. Like Guyana. Guyana is
Venezuela, the oil.
Correct.
Yeah.
So Venezuela wants to take 70% of Guyana's land, the Essequibo area. And
Essequibo.
that is a perfect example of Guyana needing a PMC. They need surveillance. They need some specialty manpower to train and advise them.
Hire my company. This is an advertisement. Hire my company.
They need some lift aircraft. They need some maritime interdiction capability, all of which a PMC can do. But the Pentagon goes wading in there, backed by the Big Five, to say, we're here to sell some helicopters, and we're going to sell an aircraft. And it's all nonsense. And Guyana is going to get rolled, and I predict they'll get they will get pressurized hard here by April or May.
Okay, so let's.
So now you have another country that's going to get damaged due to a lack of American credibility and success.
I don't disagree, but so if an expat goes to PMC, you know, when you join the Army, you join the Navy, hey, I solemnly swear, and you're kind of giving your oath that, you know, you're going to, is there an oath when they join a PMC, or no, it's just a job? So meaning,
well,
why would I
when
keep
guys
secrets?
when guys went to work for Blackwater?
Yeah.
Why would I keep secrets unless there's a secret handshake? What's wrong with you?
An important PSA.
Lefty McLefterson, thank you for the $20 dono. I'll click that for $1.
Success in the serial killer industry isn't just about cold-blooded murder. It's about how you manage your victims in the moment.
Number one, this is amazing. And number two, it fits exactly into a Patrick Bet-David, Eric Prince interview.
Moments leading up to their untimely death.
Say, how about you come up for one last drink?
No.
Only if you promise to be on your best behavior.
Oh, I promise.
In this training tape, you'll learn how to properly manage your victims and guide them to slaughter like a true professional.
Oh, no.
Let's take a look at the first step. Before a victim arrives, give your place a thorough clean. Make sure nothing suspicious is left out in the open. Prep any murder weapons you plan on using.
Oh, dear.
And stock your place with appropriate supplies for handling the corpse.
Jesus
now
Christ.
you are prepared to host a victim. Being a courteous host is all about making your victim feel comfortable. Ease them into the new environment by having them participate in an activity, like picking out a movie to watch. This gives you time to prepare them a special beverage.
Oh, you snuck up on me.
I saw what you did, David. I must be really special to get 2 lines.
What can I say, Mary Lou? You're just too sweet.
Oh, I chose Airbud. Pretty random out of that collection of yours.
Hey, I have a soft spot for dogs that can play basketball.
Hey, you haven't given me the grand tour of your place.
It's easy to feel rushed during this part of the interaction. It's vital to resist any impulses and remain patient. You don't want to risk alerting the neighbors or worse, get blood.
God, the actor who did this, by the way, like, look at that face. This guy deserves to be a movie star. Okay? This guy deserves to be a movie star. Look at, like, his face. He looks like a guy who would be like a modern day Grand Moff Tarkin, somehow mixed with like Grand Moff Tarkin from Star Wars mixed with the villain from No Country for Old Men, Anton Chigurh.
You don't want to risk alerting the neighbors or worse, get bloodstains on the new carpet.
Worse.
Oh yeah, how rude of me. Come on.
Since you've tidied up for the victim, don't hesitate to showcase your home with confidence.
I recently got this new standing desk, too.
David, be careful!
Especially when it comes to today's sponsor, the FlexiSpot E7 Pro Premium Standing Desk.
It's okay, Mary Lou. The E7 Pro Premium Standing Desk is as durable as it is flexible. It can hold up to 440
What?
pounds and extend up to 50.6 inches.
Whoa, this is like 20 years ahead of its time.
What the hell
Try
is
25.
this?
Each desk from FlexiSpot is fully customizable, down from the desktop material to the color. So you can design a desk that's sure to elevate any workspace.
Literally. Hey, what about
What
price?
the hell
Seems
is
a little
this?
expensive for something with such quality.
Not at all. You can find premium standing desks for as low as $150 on their website, flexispot.com.
And
Is
if you want a
this-
discount,
what
you
the
can use
hell
my
is
promo code in the
this?
description to get $30 or $50 off select products. See description for more details.
You know, I might have to take you up on that promo code.
An excellent example of a home tour. But what happens when a victim gets suspicious?
I'm
One moment
so
you can be friendly and
confused,
chatting with a
dude.
victim, then the next you're faced with an outburst of fear.
David, what is this?
When suspicions arise, always provide your victim with believable information. Your job is to sell an explanation that they will buy.
Don't worry, that's just a prop for a horror movie I'm working on.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. Nailed it. Nailed it. Morgan Drury. Also, Morgan Drury, thank you for the $5 super chat. He keeps comparing his private wannabe commandos to contractors who work on equipment like Boeing and General Dynamics. Not the same thing at all. Yeah. Like, he wants to make it seem like owning a mercenary company is a super normal thing. It is absolutely not. Oh yeah, it's just, it's like how your cousin works at Boeing. Well, what if your cousin worked at Blackwater? Doing war crimes for money, huh? What about that? Wait, is this entire channel like this? It's not just a one-off?
Pretty scary, huh?
This is insane. I had no idea you were this creative.
I guess there's more to me than meets the eye.
And here I am thinking you had some serious issues.
Hey, I'll drink to that.
Cheers.
Through the subtle art of misdirection, the killer turned a mishap into
my
a
God,
misunderstanding. Now they just have to entertain the victim until they're incapacitated.
There's just something about a dog playing basketball that really warms my heart.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Hello, welcome back.
This is the wrong tape.
I'd like to introduce you to our newest member of the family.
David, is this one of your movies?
Give a warm
No, this is...
Oh my god, dude.
Where's that remote? Don't watch this.
Here's Jessica.
I love you, David.
It's just a prop.
You want to give me a kiss, Jessica? Just a little one for the camera.
Even the most experienced killers make mistakes. Anyone can accidentally record over Air Bud with them making out with a severed head. So if your execution doesn't go exactly as planned,
Oh my god.
you need to act fast and cover your tracks.
Charlie, thank you for the gifted membership.
1 second.
I heard screaming.
Coming. Hey, sorry about that. We're watching a scary movie and got a little carried away.
Scary movie, huh? Why is she wearing sunglasses?
She's been smoking a little marijuana, and she got self-conscious about her eyes.
No. No. This isn't right. You know there's a strict no smoking policy here at these apartments.
Yeah, I know. I figured I'd tell you because you seem like a chill guy, right? I promise we'll be good.
Just keep it down.
This has a weirdly, like, I think you should leave type feel to it, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, won't happen again.
Congratulations, you've reached the end of the training tape. Now you have the knowledge to stay alive in the serial killer business. As you head into the final part of the process,
In the serial
always
killer
remember,
business.
every victim deserves to be treated with courtesy and care, not just another corpse to have sex with. Please continue your training with the next tape on body disposal techniques. From everyone here at Serial Killer Industries, happy hunting.
That was incredible. What is this channel? SkyCorp Home Video? Is this a, they have an entire channel of this? This is amazing. I need to know how to reply to negative comments. Let's learn together.
Welcome to the wide world of web. I'm your host, Smithers O'Neill, and on today's episode, we're going to learn how to write internet comments. Let's take a look at an example, shall we? Right now we're on one of my favorite internet forums, where I've commented on this beautiful 3D art. I had lots to say about this one, and the people were riveted by my comment. And you can do it too. A good comment contains one or more of the following: interesting knowledge, details you enjoyed or did not enjoy, an emotional story, and a dash of humor, or dare I say two. Yes, my comment includes all of these examples, but for you, I'd focus on just one for now. Oh, looks like somebody already replied. Huh. Seems like Jeremiah here disagrees with my comment. In these situations, we need to respond calmly and dignified. We can reply, A, everyone is entitled to their own opinion. B, please provide reasoning so I can understand your perspective. C, you wouldn't know what art is even if it fucked you in the ass. Option C clearly has the best qualities of the three. Now Jeremiah will understand how much his opinion means to me.
When will I show my tits? When you guys give me enough money,
Jeremiah
clearly.
is really trying to devalue my opinion while making his sound superior. How should we proceed? A, ignore him.
Shit.
B, explain that there is no correlation between celibacy and artistic knowledge. C, find personal information to comment on. Option C it is again. We can comment on a lot about Jeremiah just by going through his profile.
Oh my god.
Well, well, well. Look what we have here. We can see his appearance. In about
How much is
section.
it? I don't know.
And this cockstar
You'll have to
problem
find
girl
out on
he
your
calls
own.
a girlfriend. I'd rather be celibate until I die than have that inbred mongoloid you call a girlfriend. When commenting to prove a point, weaponizing personal information is essential to your dominance. Bet you've never talked to a girl in real. Okay. As you can see, Jeremiah here is desperately trying to paint me as a particular character. This calls for one thing and one thing only: proving Jeremiah is a sexual predator. But we don't need to exactly find that information. We can create it. After hours of hard work, I present to you the blog written by the student victims of art teacher Jeremiah Adler, aka Ass Grabber Adler. We've got plenty of stories about Jeremiah's predatory behavior, all very descriptive, and it even includes a section where they make fun of his incredibly small penis. So we'll just link that here, and voila, we've got Ass Grabber Adler bent over a barrel. Oh boy, I wish we could see the look of horror on his face right now. Oh my gosh, look at all these other comments. But it does seem like there is an entirely new discussion opening up here. Huh, well then. It looks like we've got two options here. A, log off and go outside. B, add your 2 cents to the conversation. Well, as I always say, Who needs the outside world when you're inside the wide world of web? Well, it's certainly been a productive day on the web. We learned how to write a good comment.
You look like
Got to
guys
know other
use you
users.
as a gum dumpster.
And spread valuable information. I'm Smithers O'Neill, and thanks for joining us on today's episode of the Wide World of Web.
Okay, I also how to message girls online? Am I doing it right? Am I doing it right? I mean, I know I did cuz I'm with the love of my life, but I want to know how the normies do it.
Welcome to the Wide World of Web, a tutorial series to help you master the internet. I'm your host, Smithers O'Neill, and on today's episode, we're going to learn how to chat with women online. This here's Penelope. Pretty, isn't she? Very, very pretty. We have her added on the friends list here with our instant messenger. So let's open up a chat with a flirty conversation starter. A good example of this can be a nice compliment, a romantic gesture, a beautiful poem. This one's Shakespeare.
I don't think this is going to go well, chat.
Women love a man with a sense of humor. Sometimes I even make myself chuckle. Let's send all of these examples to her. That way we communicate how special she really is. Penelope won't be able to resist me now. She replied already. Looks like Big Daddy Smithers has still got it. Penelope claims to be in a relationship. How should we proceed? A. Respectfully exit the conversation. B. Call her boyfriend a closeted homosexual. C. Seduce her like the bad boy you really are. Boyfriend my butt. This is clearly a case of playing hard to get. Option C it is.
Oh.
Unlike your boyfriend, I would crawl through broken glass just to hear you fart through a Bet you my favorite cum sock will be having intercourse in no time.
Oh my god, what the hell?
She's laughing. This is good. Now that things are heating up, let's ask her out and get her excited with a seductive photo. This gives her something to look forward to on our date, and show her I support safe intercourse, since I'm wearing a condom in the photo.
Oh no.
Huh. Seems like she's in a bad mood. Women can be very emotional. After we had this soul-crushing response to our list of rejections, how should we proceed? A. Log off and cry yourself to sleep. B. Explain that her incorrect use of your is far more disgusting than your exposed genitalia. C. Apologize. C is the noble path to take.
Oh,
and
no.
for good measure... Oh no, she's left the chat. But we're not giving up just yet. We'll just have to get a little bit more creative. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some work to do.
Oh no.
Say goodbye to Smithers O'Neill and hello to Henrik von Hammerschmidt. He's a 6'5" Swedish CEO of a successful logging business. In addition to being rich and hyper-masculine, Henrik also has a soft side, being quite the romantic. Remember, when being yourself doesn't work out, pretending to be somebody better will. Now let's message Penelope as the mighty Swede. Hello, how are you, beautiful? Let's see if she claims to have a boyfriend now. Just getting back from... Seems Penelope was telling the truth after all. What should we do about this? A. Run into a brick wall. B. Vent to your online friends that all the big booty bitches are taken and you want to run into a brick wall. C. Become Penelope's close online friend. Well, we could always use a new friend to chat with. First, we'll establish rapport by also being in a relationship, paving the way for a flourishing online friendship. Turns out, we have a lot in common. As we chat throughout the weeks, we'll tell each other everything. Henrik is very sexually open. Much more so than her boyfriend since college, Fernando.
Oh boy.
He will eventually pick up on our long chats, growing jealous and insecure. Henrik the Hammer will dominate his feeble ego. So when things get a little too close for comfort, we'll take a step back, allowing her to spend some quality time with her obsessive, controlling boyfriend. She will miss his musings on love and broken English, his open dialogue on intimacy. Eventually, she will come crawling back, newly single, seeking support. Coincidentally, my supermodel girlfriend will also be out of the picture. And as we continue to chat, well past the breakup, she won't be able to resist a certain confession. And boom! After only 6 months of chatting, the moment we've been waiting for is finally here. We can either A, admit the same feelings.
Oh no.
Or B, admit the truth. It's been fun, but I can't keep up this facade any longer. It's time to tell her how I truly feel. In times like these, inspiration can be found anywhere.
Oh no.
Oh, make sure we have proper grammar. Oof, poor Penelope. As someone who's been told the exact same thing, I know that's gotta sting.
Oh my god, dude. This guy's the worst.
Don't worry about her leaving. The wide world of web is brimming with other fish in the sea. Women waiting to be swept off their virtual feet. Taken for a cruise down the information superhighway. Or falling into a pixel-perfect romance. So don't be afraid to put yourself out there and search for love out in the wide world of web.
Wow, dude.
Welcome to the wide.
Okay, I need to be done. I need to be done. I need to be done. Dude. This channel is great though. Subscribing. Back to the real world equivalent of that of those guys.
They swore the same oath that they did when they joined the military.
Why does it matter if I'm doing it for a private contractor, though?
Because we're Americans working for America.
Comment about broken glass
guys ever
to hear
take
her
contracts
fart
for
was something Sniper
countries that
Wolf
are
was
not
told
in
by her
America?
husband
Sometimes
when they
training
first talked.
Training
Come
contract.
on,
but
dude.
nothing more than that. It was all training.
Nope.
Okay.
Training.
So you know when you're
Come on.
watching what's going on,
Ladies,
today, okay,
demand better from
you
your
watch Ukraine,
heterosexual
you
romance
watch-
partners.
Let's specifically stick to Ukraine for now, and then we'll get into some of the other ones. You watch Ukraine, and hey, we're gonna do border, bill, $118 billion. You guys are saying no to the border bill. 2 weeks later, no, it's a $95 billion bill. $60 billion is going to Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
And where that money is going to end up, you have no idea where that money is going to end up, right? And then Kamala Harris is going to say, we're going to keep spending money until ... How similar is Ukraine to what we did with Afghanistan, and what's different about it?
Ukraine is we need to bring that war to a close because all Ukraine is doing now is destroying itself demographically. They're chewing up the next generation of manpower that they can't really replace right now. They don't have enough manpower.
They don't have enough man. They don't
Western
have enough
defense
power.
base is pathetic, and you're not going to out-conventional war the Russian bear. And I would say a ugly peace is better than whatever their idea of an ideal war is.
Well, what is an ugly peace, though?
Meaning, freeze the lines, straighten the lines, accept, let them have Crimea, let them keep Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, whatever. They need to. It is not certainly it's not the American taxpayer's obligation to spend another $100 billion in Ukraine.
Good luck convincing them to stop. Good luck convincing the Ukrainians to stop defending their homeland. Like, he's talking about this as if if America was being invaded right now, say, by Canada, as if he wouldn't be like 110% like for like leveling and taking back every single inch of American soil. Absolute ghoulishness.
When there's been significant corruption and really nothing to show for it.
But why do so many people support it, Eric? I mean, you're saying that. So somebody may say, it's easy for you to say, so should we just let a dictator do its part and, kill all these innocent people that he's killing. Are you saying we leave it alone and we allow Putin to get what he wants? I mean, half the country voted for that, right?
The disgusting thing is all these people that say, support Ukraine, spin a globe in front of them. 99% of them couldn't even find Ukraine on the map. So don't tell me what their opinion is. Their opinion doesn't really matter because they're idiots.
You think they're idiots? And
I think a shocking amount of the people that have these strong social media opinions on Ukraine have no freaking idea where Ukraine is or what the realities are. And so I think social media is not a great influence on our body politic or on our society at all.
I don't know if I disagree with you, but the question is somebody is converting these people that you claim idiots, right? So the question then becomes, I read this quote by this lady who said it the other day. 1% of the population controls the world. It's a smaller percentage, but you get the idea. 4% of the population are their puppets. 90% of the population are zombies. 5% are trying to wake up the zombies. The 1% make sure that the 4% stops the 5% from waking up the 90%. I don't know if you caught that whole thing.
It's kind of incredible. How does Patrick Bet-David manage to absorb the least useful information possible in any given situation
that we're going through? Okay.
I think so. I was trying to do the math.
It's a superpower, really.
It's a lot of math going on here. For a guy that made a lot of money, I'm sure you're following through on the math here. But the point is this. Forget the 90% of zombies, okay? The 1% that are, advocating to the 5%, the 4% of their, not the prophets, but disciples, and they're going and selling everybody. These guys could be in mainstream media. These guys could be in business. These guys could be in Hollywood. Why are those guys, the people that are smart people, they're not dummies, why do they think this is a good idea to keep giving Ukraine money? Is there an incentive behind closed doors to them that we don't know about? Is that the only thing that drives them? Or do some of these guys actually think we're doing the right thing?
I think people are highly susceptible to propaganda.
Highly susceptible to propaganda.
Yeah, look, the Russians were wrong to invade Ukraine, absolutely. But I don't know that the West could have also handled the whole situation much differently, because there was all kinds of assurances made that NATO would not extend eastward after...
No, there wasn't. There was a verbal potentiality that never got written down. It was one verbal interaction that never got finalized. It never got further agreed upon. It never got written down. That's not an agreement or an assurance. That's not anything. No part about that exchange, about those assurances, was binding on either party, and neither party ratified it. It was never brought up again. And this is just blatant Russian propaganda.
1992. And from a Russian perspective, now they lost 22 million people in World War II, defeating the Nazis. And so for them looking out and seeing more unfriendly countries on their border than any time since, May of 1940, that's a problem. That's a red line for them. And they kept saying, stop, stop, stop. This idea of making Ukraine a NATO member, bad idea. It shouldn't have been on the table beforehand. And I even offered the administration before the invasion, because I noticed that there was the Russians were even canceling orders, defense orders, at the end of 2020 at the end of 2021. And I wrote a paper and I sent it up through a friend in JSOC without my name on it, so they can't use the I Hate Eric Prince card. And it basically laid out that at that point there was almost 500 aircraft set to be retired from the U.S. inventory. So literally scheduled to be flown from an active squadron to the desert, Davis Monthan Air Force Base, the Boneyard, and parked for eternity written off to zero value to the taxpayers. I said, make that a lend-lease package, almost like when Roosevelt gave 50 destroyers and some aircraft and a bunch of guns to the Brits in like 1940, lend-lease. And I said, make it a combination of lend-lease and the Flying Tigers, a good use of a private contracted capability. Because Ukraine needed air power. They needed a lot more air power. So I said, perfect. There was 50 some F-16s, 55 F-15s, and another 40 A-10s. Perfect. Fly those to Ukraine.
Hey, tipster.
Biden
Welcome
can make
back.
an announcement. Ukraine is not going to be a member of NATO, but they're going to have an air force, and here it is. And I could have put contracted pilots in those aircraft. And you know what? If you lose 20 or 30% of the aircraft, that's okay. That's what ejection.
Again. Yeah, look. Documents reveal Eric Prince's $10 billion plan to make weapons and create a private army in Ukraine. This is not positive coverage, guys. This is not the coverage of like, oh, that's wonderful, a $10 billion plan to make a private army in Ukraine. No, this is just him furthering his ambition of having like a paramilitary organization with an air force. He's been trying to build up his private forces air power for like the last 5 or 6 years, and he's finally, he's coming onto the Patrick Bet-David show to do that. Eric Prince is like a disgusting warmonger who just exists solely so he can wage war on like black and brown people. I wonder if I can find this quote here. See if I can find it here. Yeah. This is from 2009. From The Economist. Eric Prince and the Last Crusade. Company of mercenaries is accused of killing in the name of Christ. Let's see. Blackwater's boss, let's see. Now 2 former employees are accusing Eric Prince, Blackwater's boss, of wanting to start a religious crusade against Muslims. In an affidavit lodged with a court in Virginia, one of the witnesses said that Mr. Prince, quote, views himself as a Christian crusader tasked with eliminating Muslims and the Islamic faith from the globe. Like, when I'm saying these things, guys, I'm not being hyperbolic. His own soldiers say this about him. To that end, Mr. Prince intentionally deployed to Iraq certain men who shared his vision of Christian supremacy, knowing and wanting these men to take every available opportunity to murder Iraqis. Many of these men used call signs based on the Knights of the Knights Templar, the warriors who fought the Crusades. Yeah, nah, like this guy is just continuing to do the same thing in the modern day.
Ejection seats are for. That would have been a significant deterrent force. The whole program would have cost like $400 million, which was
the one you're talking about.
No.
Okay.
No, we looked at buying Motorzich, which is a company that makes turbine engines, and some idiot made wild allegations about that.
This was 3 years ago.
That was a simple plan to buy a turbine maker, but no. Went all the way up to Sullivan and the National Security Council, and of course they never acted on it. But again, because you have people in those jobs without experience that have never deployed aircraft themselves, they've never They've never done that. So they get told by some Air Force officer, well, that's impossible. They could never staff those aircraft. Nonsense. There are hundreds of former military aircraft flown by contractors today in America, and they're flown as oppositions squadrons, training against the U.S. Air Force and U.S. Navy for their readiness. So it was a very applicable model, and it could have, I believe, 150 ex-U.S. military combat aircraft showing up in Ukraine. That's a significant deterrent, and I bet you it would have stopped the war before it even started.
So why'd you stop doing this? Why'd you stop?
Yeah, 150 guys really would have dissuaded 200,000 from invading. Yep.
Why don't you still do the business? I mean, you sound like
because the left and the idiots in Washington so hate any ideas that are innovative or different that interrupt the money train, the very corrupt money train from the Uniparty.
Okay.
Lindsey Graham, just as bad as any Democrat, on spending more money to defense contractors and washing it through. And what do we have to show for it? What great military successes do we have for the last 25 years? Remember, after 9/11, what did the Pentagon want to do, right? So Bush goes to meet with his National Security Cabinet 5 days after 9/11. While the Pentagon is still smoldering, the most expensive military in the world at that point with like a $700 billion budget, they wanted to do bombs, missiles, and a Ranger raid in October of 2001, and they wanted to wait until the following April and do a mechanized invasion via Pakistan. That's the best the Pentagon came with. It was the CIA, Code for Black, and Counterterrorism Center, and they said, money, authorities, 3 weeks, the flies will be walking on the eyeballs of our enemies. That was innovative. They had done asymmetric unconventional warfare, and with less than 100 special operators and case officers backed by air power, smashed the Taliban. They were truly on the run. That model worked for 6 months until the big conventional Pentagon showed up, and then they screwed it up for the next 19 and a half years and basically replicated the same Soviet battle plan. If you read a book called The Bear Went Over the Mountain, that's what the Soviets did. In fact, our base locations were the same places the Soviets were, followed the same plan.
So you telling that story, what's your point of telling that story? Are you telling it to say how bad it is right now? If that's what you're doing, why did you get out of the business if you think you're fully qualified to be able to expose that and make it better? Why'd you get out of the business?
Because the Blackwater was so attacked and the regulatory state was thrown at us. I paid about $2.5 million a month in legal fees for 2 years.
$60 million.
Yeah. Paid the highest per capita fine in State Department history from Hillary Clinton for no actual damage to national security. So of all the stuff that was thrown at us, because Blackwater was bad after Nisera Square, and the left really came for us, we fought off.
He just, oh yeah, the left really came for us after we massacred 17 civilians and then tried to cover it up and got us involved in a brutal urban warfare campaign in Iraq completely unnecessarily. The left really came at us for that one. Like that's crazy. You're crazy for phrasing it that way. Like what the hell is wrong with you? God. He's just a little birthday boy, chat. It's his birthday. He's a little birthday boy. A cutie little birthday boy.
Off all the audits, Defense Contract Management Agency, and all, we came through that all clean. But the one place we could not fight, we couldn't litigate, was on export licenses, because if we litigated, they would stop all export licenses and it would stop the business, because you have to be able to export body armor or a helmet.
I want you all to know I really restrained myself from continuing to fall down, like going, "Oh, little birthday, Earth Day boy." Like, I just wanted to do that for like another 5 minutes, and I restrained myself, and I think I deserve some praise for that.
Helmet or a gun to do a security or training job. And so they stuck us with the highest per capita fine, and even in their study, they acknowledged that there was no actual export of, no damage to national security. So what they ended up fining us for was exporting helmets, body armor plates, etc. So if we were working for the State Department, diplomatic security, another part of the State Department does the licensing called Defense Trade Controls, and they're kind of moving at their own pace. And so we have a license into them to export stuff.
Thank
for
you,
our guys, which
Zyros.
the
Thank you,
Diplomatic
Crystal
Security Service
Hazer.
is demanding.
Thank you,
I
Drake.
need 50
Thank you.
guys in this
Thank
town
you,
of Iraq.
guys.
You know, next week, go, go, go.
Also, I like being called good girl.
My license
Thank
is
you.
in. It hasn't come back. I'm not going to send these guys naked. Yeah, we sent the body armor. We sent the helmets, and they fined us like $500,000 per helmet. That kind of nonsense. And it was
That sounds
just
legit.
politics. So I started the business as a way to stay connected to the community I loved and to serve my country, and to just get repeatedly kicked in the head. Yeah, I'm about done with that.
How many people, how many PMCs do we have right now the size of Blackwater? Peak, when you guys were doing $850 a year in America.
There's really not any integrated ones left. And they're all, and they've all, you know, like Blackwater now is owned by BlackRock, or no, by Apollo, another freaking New York hedge fund. And it's run like a typical Beltway bureaucratic firm.
But you getting out, you're contributing to that, no? If you get out and, because think about it, okay, so how many people like you are there? And I know what you're thinking. You're like, do you know how hard this was? Do you understand how tough this job is? I get that.
Honestly, no, it's a fair criticism. Because if I look back, I was, 2007, I was 37 years old. I did not have an older me as a mentor. Nobody that I knew in Washington or anywhere had gone through the regulatory proctology that we had, the bureaucratic assault, the media assault. I mean, at that point, we were doing very legitimate covert action programs for the agency that I was even involved in personally.
If you have to describe your mercenary company's activities as very legitimate, I don't believe you. I don't believe you even a little bit.
On top of all the training.
Am I doing like little ad hom bits here? Absolutely I am. But you know what? I'm doing them because this guy is just blatantly evil.
Security, aviation, and stuff. And so we kind of built and prepared to help our country deal with threats abroad, not planning for the bureaucratic and media and political assault that we came under back in Washington. But if I could send myself a note back to when I started the business, I would have just said, don't work for the State Department. They're not worth it. For all the great work we did, I don't care what happens to them, not worth my people. Find somebody else.
That's the one thing. What else?
But even having gone through all the shit, the gauntlet, even if I had to pare it back down to a 30 or a 50-man business, down from a 1,000-man or 3,000 man, hindsight, I probably would have done it, because it was such an extraordinary team. They were the best. That team, that management team, punched so far above its weight, it would run circles around the Fortune 500.
How many of them are still there with whoever?
None.
No, okay. So your kids, you have 12 kids.
Oh yeah. How many people that got involved in the mercenary game are still there? None. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm gonna change the subject as quickly as possible, because what? Yeah, they were probably killed, Patrick. Come on.
It's right. So
we have a double Brady Bunch family.
Okay,
I had 7, she had 5. So
7 is still a lot.
Oh, yeah.
So you got a good side. I got 4. I'm like, I'm a small timer compared to you having 7 and 12 kids. Okay, so 7, 12 kids. Do you think the future looks bright for those guys if somebody doesn't choose to expose what these guys are doing on the military side, because the fewer guys like you out there, you create fewer competition. If you do, the bullies are just going to go more, and they're gonna be able to take advantage of the system more and have more and more control. And my concern is the following. So you ran a PMC, okay, successful one, $850 a year. You know what the next PMC is going to look like? Probably robots, AI. God knows what the next level of PMC is going to look like.
Goddamn robots!
It's not like it's not a believable thing, right? You see in the military where a guy creates, he's got all these.
There's an interesting window to what that looks like.
That's what I'm saying. I think it is a small little window.
There's a book called The Profession, written by Stephen Pressfield. And that's the guy that wrote Gates of Fire, about Thermopylae. He also wrote The Lion's Gate, which is a very interesting book on the 67 war. But he wrote The Profession, which is written in like 2030, set in 2030, and at that point the Iranians invade Saudi Arabia, they take the oil fields, and the U.S., because of basically Middle East fatigue, doesn't send any troops. And so what do? The Saudis end up hiring the successor company to Blackwater, who cleans up and does it. And it's a very interesting perspective how that force is organized, and a lot more mobile, fast, and drones. And I would say the real lesson out of the Ukraine conflict now is that small FPV drones or small quadcopters that can drop munitions, even in a high electronic warfare environment, is exceedingly potent and a true asymmetric capability that the U.S. military is. The Russians are paying attention. They are building and learning. I was just at the Saudi defense show a couple weeks ago, and there's all kinds of Saudi firms marketing their loitering munitions, and with videos of
these guys like masturbate to Starship Troopers, bro. Like I'm telling you, they ain't right.
them smashing Western tanks, Paladin howitzers, and M777, guns, without stopping. So it's the U.S. military needs to pay attention to those things, because the change of equipment and tactics in warfare is very real.
Who's the modern day Eric Prince? Is there Eric Princes right now trying to do what you did, or no? Are there any formidable ones that are ambitious, driven, crazy enough to do it?
I'm not saying I wouldn't build a PMC again.
Okay, good. All right, maybe we're.
Oh, okay, good. We need you to run those private military.
Let me continue my questions. This is good. I'm enjoying where we're going with this.
I mean, look, what I really tried to get the Trump administration to accept, and even the Biden administration, was a rationalization, a stay-behind plan for Afghanistan to keep the lights on, to keep the Afghan government in power, put the Taliban on their knees, and make them take a deal. Yeah, that would have been a full spectrum PMC.
But instead, $83 million.
What he's talking about here is he tried to pitch selling the Afghanistan war to him. He wanted to buy the rights to staff up the soldiers in Afghanistan. He wanted Afghanistan as a country to be occupied by his private mercenary company. That's what he wanted to do. It's insane.
And now billions of dollars every year in whatever aid. I would not do a PMC to just play defense and be a bodyguard for the State Department. No, I would do it if we could actually do offensive combat units that could go and do small scale counterinsurgency kind of stuff. The Russians contacted me in 2011. I went to Moscow, November. They said, please come and build a Blackwater here. Here's the land, all the rest. I actually went shooting with their Alpha group. And that was, this was before they went into Ukraine, even in 2014. So there was the reset and peace, love, and happiness with the Russians. Obviously, I said, no, I can't do that. But it was interesting. They fully embraced what the private sector can do. And
are they doing it?
The Russians have never really integrated air-land battle and maneuver and fusing that surveillance. I would argue I think I could have built a better PMC than Prigozhin did, but
Wagner Group?
Yeah. Because that was a very, very conventional force.
Did you guys ever do anything? Did you ever meet him or no?
Never did.
Never had a communication, nothing?
0.00000.
Got it. Because somewhere it talks about Blackwater offered service to Wagner Group.
Yeah, that's a that's a newspaper, if you can call it that, funded by an Iranian communist.
From the Today part, you got to give them credit. It's actually a pretty good spin if it's...
Fuck those guys.
Who is this company, by the way? Do you know?
It's
Can you pull this up? I'm actually curious.
It's funded by Pierre Omidyar.
Okay.
Whose parents were Iranian communists, which they stayed in Iran.
Yeah, that's from the Mossadegh camp. Al Jazeera wrote it, or who wrote it?
Intercept.
Intercept wrote it. Okay. So, so you're there. You're in Russia. They're wanting you to create a PMC there. This is a year after you. So 2011. So this is a year after you sold. So 13 years ago.
It says right there,
you're
war
41.
crimes.
I want to say 40 years old. Okay. So you still, you know, you have a lot of the stuff is fresh in your mind. If you really wanted to do it, you could do it. Did you ever meet Putin on your trip there, or you never met him?
Never did.
So let's stay on this point here with the PMCs, but also a little bit with Russia. So the House and Republicans pushed back on this border deal that was disguised as a border deal for $118 billion, but only $20 billion was going to the border, $60 billion was going to Ukraine. 2 weeks later, they just come out and they call it the $95 billion bill.
And all those numbers you're throwing around, it's disgusting. They say, oh, we're going to spend $20 billion on the border.
Right.
It's all nonsense. It's all a game. And that's the problem. We can say the Republicans are in charge of Congress. Then if they really are, starve the beast, be thalidomide, cut everything down to size. We cannot afford all the nonsense that we're spending money on.
You're a billionaire. We can afford it if we tax you, if you pay your goddamn taxes. You rich fuck.
And the best thing America could do as a society, as a government, as a people, is put the whole thing on a very severe diet.
I think a lot of people...
Look at what Milei in Argentina has done in like 2 months in office.
Yeah, look at what Milei has done. Look at all the wonderful things he's doing. Like cutting off food aid to local social service organizations. Oh. Okay, so I guess we'll just let them all die. My God. Sorry, someone put in an unban request. I unbanned them.
That's right.
It's the equivalent of him cutting a $400 or $500 billion out of American budget. That's what he's done in Argentina.
That's right. That's right.
God bless that man.
Yeah, you saw the meeting with him and Trump. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, yeah, I was there.
Yeah, God bless that man who's allowing mass starvation to kill off the poorest people in Argentina. God bless him. He's doing what Christ would do.
Yeah.
Look, anybody that campaigns with a chainsaw, I can identify with.
Yeah. So let me stay on this. 118, then it go to 95, 60 going to Ukraine, 60 billion going to Ukraine. They say no, but hear me out. Let me get to my question. They say no. After they say no, the media blames the Republicans. All of a sudden, Navalny dies, okay? Whether it's a blood clot, you know, a Ukrainian spy says it was blood clot, but everybody else says no, Russian spies killed him. Whatever the story is, many people believe that Putin may have taken out his opponent. That's what a lot of people are saying. And
Many
if that's
people
the
are
case,
saying.
then the following week, U.S. puts 500 sanctions on Russia, 500 sanctions on Russia. 3 out of 4 banks in China, the largest banks in China, 3 out of 4 all say moving forward, we're not doing business with China. These are all bigger than JP Morgan Chase in China. So
bigger with China or bigger with doing business with the U.S.?
They will not do business with Russia. They will not do business with Russia. So I can give you the banks' names, Rob, if you want to pull up the banks' names.
I believe you. I'm not questioning that.
One of them, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, then China Construction Bank, Bank of China.
ICBC.
The only one that didn't.
I wasn't trying to get you to quote facts at me. Please, just let me continue pitching my dream mercenary companies, please.
Do it that still allows is the Agricultural Bank of China, all bigger than JP Morgan Chase. How much of this do you think is, you've worked with the CIA before, you know how those guys work. You know, if they want to overthrow a government, a country, a president, a leader that they don't like, they can do it many different ways. Do you think there's anything going on here?
I don't think, I think you think a little too highly of that organization anymore.
I think too highly of that organization.
I think you're over projecting what their capability is, or what their willingness is.
Let's change the capability. How about motive? Is their motive still high? If they want to get rid of somebody, do they still have high motive when they don't like somebody and say, let's target this guy, let's get rid of him? Is the motive still high?
I don't know. I come back to the you've heard of Havana syndrome?
No.
Of course, this guy believes in
Havana
syndrome.
syndrome. It started in Havana. There was U.S. diplomats working out of the embassy that suddenly got hit with effectively.
By the way, this was shown to be bullshit. Just as an FYI.
A microwave weapon.
The sounds, yes.
Yeah, microwave weapon, and it's given them serious TBI.
There is no microwave weapon. It was like literally disproven. They studied it. They actually wasted government money to study it, and they found that it was exactly jack and shit.
Screwing up their vision and hearing, and then it was in Colombia and Vienna and Delhi, and even in Washington, D.C. And these are real problems, definitely caused by, it's not made up in people's minds. And for the agency to say, well, it's all in your head, that's a problem. That's an organization I have a problem with. If you're asking your people to go do difficult, dangerous things, right? Because if you're sending a case officer out, they're literally committing an operational act, a crime that can get them killed in a country, to convince someone to betray their country or their friends, an operational act, an act of intelligence. And yet they're not even acknowledging these attacks on their own people. I have a problem with that.
So do you think Navalny was killed by Putin? Do you think Putin is a bad guy? Do you think some of this stuff that's happening simultaneously?
Do you think Putin's a bad guy?
No to the $95 billion. Do you think
Putin's literally invading a country right now while talking about how it's to preserve the blood and soil of the Russian Empire. What are you talking about, dude? Dude, but do you think he's a chill guy, though? Like, how the fuck do conservatives watch this and think that they are big-brained little boys? My God. Charlie, thank you for the $10 super chat. Off topic, but really I appreciated the group therapy talk for the ex-religious that happened here the other day. Talking about some of the stuff they put in our heads as kids felt good. It really does. You know, I think talking about it robs a lot of those ideas of the power they held over us as children, you know? It does help a lot. And thank you very, very much.
you think games are being played, or no, it's just whatever we see is exactly what it is?
No, of course there's games being played. And look,
I'm playing one right now.
Putin has opponents of Putin have a way of falling out of windows a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, obviously there's a lot of directed hits all through there for anybody that's opposing him. There is some kind of a parliamentary election in March. So Navalny having a fatal accident or whatever he had doesn't surprise me, sadly.
Doesn't surprise you?
No.
From being on the inside, not on the inside,
Listen,
maybe Seal. I know you're not going to say on the inside, but were there things, Eric? Were there things you knew that you know, because you're getting certain contracts, you're communicating with certain people, were there things you knew that the media would report on, and you're like, no way, that's what's happening. I'm part of that, and I know that's not what's going on right now. Were there things like that?
That happens all the time, on a almost daily basis.
How big of a scale was it? Or were just like small things? They're bullshitting. It's not a big deal, but they're bullshitting on this. That's not a big deal, but they're lying on this. Or some of the things were so big where you're like, this is ridiculous how they're selling on America and they're buying it.
Some of the nonsense that you see in the media is driven by the competition of the internet. And so they are all in the race to be the first out with a story, which is not so well checked. And they try to make it sensational, to make it click-worthy, effectively clickbait. And so, yeah, truth has definitely been the victim of some really sloppy journalism. And then you add to that nation-state-sponsored propaganda, whether it's from the Russian side or the Ukrainian side or the Chinese or Qatar or from different interest organizations in the United States.
Or from the Babadook, who knows?
There's a lot of propaganda in the world. And so I guess I try to cut through that. I travel a lot, and I meet with a lot of people that are firsthand participants in a lot of those things that are happening, and I can at least ask them what they saw happen.
Got it. And that give you maybe a different kind of yeah, because I wonder, some of the stuff we're seeing right now just feels like it's coming straight out of a movie. Like it almost doesn't even make sense when you see some of these things. Like even maybe a recent event that just happened, AT&T, a couple days ago. I don't know if it happened to you.
Yeah, I think that was a Chinese cyber attack.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
I would predict that was a warning, a trial run before they go do more aggressive things on Taiwan in April or May.
So is that a way of saying?
I would expect provocation by the maritime militia or some of the islands. So because there's Taiwan Island, Formosa, and there's smaller ones like Quemoy and Matsu, which are right up against the Chinese mainland. I can see some incidents there where they seize those or stage an incident or an accident, and they end up putting hundreds of Chinese maritime militia, which are just PLA troops called maritime militia, and they'll see what the West does. Is Biden going to roll an aircraft carrier if that happens? And so they will test and see if there's consequences. Test and see if there's consequences. They now do hundreds of Chinese Air Force aircraft that overfly Taiwanese airspace all the time without consequence. They shoot missiles over Taiwan, over Japanese territory even, without consequence. If you allow them, China is an ancient society, and they will salami slice. They will keep pushing, right? You know how you can cut it really thin, and they might take 3 little slices, but they've moved the ball in their direction where they want to be.
Oh, you mean like Russia did with Ukraine?
And Trump was the first president that came along that said, hey, they're like a neighbor.
Yeah, I
that
won,
moves
guys.
The yard fence into your yard 6 inches a year. And Trump was the first one that said, hey, get the hell back on your side of the line. I can tell you, I spent enough time in China during the Trump administration. They were spooked by him. They were the trade policies and the controls on certain technologies not going to China really spooked them.
What's your level of speculation on this being China? If you were to say, you know, over under, I'd say 70% is China, 50% is China. What would you say on the AT&T incident?
70%.
Okay, so let's just say that's 70% China. Are they doing it and telling U.S. that we did it? Like, are they doing? Okay, so they're doing it and they're saying
break contact on Taiwan and or more to follow.
Got it. To say we are capable of doing way more than this if you screw with this. Okay, so let me go a little bit deeper with this, because when
lots of asymmetric capability inside the United States already.
What does it look like? Give us paint a picture of how ugly this could be, what China is capable of.
Look, China, from a CI, counterintelligence perspective, they've had the Confucius Institutes at American universities for decades, which are Chinese government-funded interest and communication centers on campuses. They have the 1,000 Talents program, where they would task smart Chinese to go
1,000 Talent program.
Smart Chinese. Dude,
where they
what
would
the
task
hell?
smart Chinese to go study in a specific university to gather intel on a specific thing. So they're tasked to go burrow in, learn, do, follow, take
Burrow.
that tech back to China.
Fuck off, dude.
Okay, they have the United Front Works Department all through the United States. So you have a lot of Chinese diaspora that are here that the Ministry of State Security still has their hooks in. And because there's family members back in China that they can hold in danger to make that person in America do what they want. If the FBI was serious about CI, the Communist Party members have to check in and go for training at least every 6 months. So there's it's called the General Management Department. It's like the HR department of the Chinese Communist Party, and they oversee the training you have to do every year. It's almost like reserve duty, where they have to come in and get their party indoctrination. If they were smart, surveil every consulate, every known Chinese facility, and see who's going in and out of there. Those are the CCP members that are here in the United States, working, living, studying, and some of them even working for the U.S. government. So yeah, they have a massive installed base of influence and covert action already, and that's mostly on the collection side. And because of the massive illegal flow of migration, there's a lot of Chinese males, military-age males. They're not all Chinese soldiers. They're not all Chinese spies. There's a lot of men. There's like 40 million males of marriage age in China with no prospects of marrying a female because of sex selection abortion. When they had one-child policy, the parents would abort a female baby and have a male. So these dudes are in China with a economy not doing great, with no prospects of a female. They say, hell, I'm going to America. Now, if only 2% of those millions are bad, still really bad. So again, that is a serious CI problem that needs to be mopped up.
On the cyber side, I mean, AT&T, phone goes out, right? So can they...
Knocked out 911 service.
That's right. So can they... what does their cyber attack capabilities look like? How, like, if you were to paint a picture, what could it look like?
Quite significant. And if there's Huawei switches and any of that Chinese telecom infrastructure in the United States,
Chinese magic.
Trump was right to ban and to push other allies to ban.
When the daughter was trying to come in from Canada and she was doing business with Iran, and Huawei no longer could do business here. I remember that.
Yep. But before that, there was a lot of Huawei switches installed, and so who knows what backdoors that
still have.
Huawei was started by a ex-PLA colonel from the intelligence business. So yeah, there's no shocker there.
So, but paint a picture. Meaning, for example, do they have the capability of the week of the election to have 300,000 phones, in make life challenging in certain zip codes, certain areas that maybe are going to be politically voting on one side or the other to keep the left or Biden in? Are they capable of being able to do something like that?
They understand asymmetric warfare very, very well. So yeah, think of the permutations of nonsense that they can pull. They'll probably do it.
China.
Okay. So let's just say they do it. You saw
what they are doing now.
I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. What Eric Prince is doing throughout this entire episode is he's just going to play this at his next sales pitch. The next time he tries to sell a conflict for his mercenaries to get involved in, he's just going to be like, oh, I was on the Patrick Bet-David show, and yeah, we talked about some places where we might be pretty useful. It'd be oh man, that's a nice burgeoning democracy you got there. It'd be a shame if something happened to it.
Yeah.
Is sponsoring the fentanyl epidemic.
China.
Absolutely.
China's not sponsoring the fentanyl epidemic, you dipshit. They manufacture the fentanyl and then they sell it to the United States, to hospitals. They sell it to hospitals because it is used in hospitals as a drug for patients. God.
Unequivocally fact. The precursor drugs produced actually around Wuhan, oddly enough, the same place that COVID leaked from. And this stuff is shipped to Venezuela, Venezuela to Mexico, formulated into fentanyl. And I mean, think about it. All these fentanyl deaths, like 109,000 Americans killed by fentanyl. And it's, you know, a normal drug dealer doesn't want to make a drug that kills his customers. Dead customers don't pay. They don't buy, right?
A normal drug
That
dealer.
is absolutely pushed to a fatal level as a true disruptive destruction to American society. And they need to feel consequences for that.
The son of YouTube's former CEO, Susan, just died from fentanyl.
Yeah.
YouTube's CEO, former, she resigned a couple years ago. Her son just passed away. Tragic death from fentanyl.
Yes.
Some are writing about it. Okay. But I'm trying to go a little bit. Did you watch the movie Leave America Alone or Leave America Behind? The movie with Barack Obama that he was the... Have you seen that movie or no?
No, I haven't seen that.
Why are you smiling?
I wouldn't say Barack
Leave
Obama.
the world behind.
Barack Obama would not be on my top 10 filmmaker list.
Well, if there's anything that I would want you to watch is this one. Not because it's a great movie. When you watch it, you'll see why. I'm surprised you haven't seen it, by the way. It is a very weird movie. There's a scene in this movie where a massive ship, okay, is coming towards, we can't play this obviously for obvious reasons, but a massive ship is coming towards the beach. And the daughter, this baby, is sitting there saying, that ship's getting closer and closer and closer and closer until eventually it just comes through. Planes start crashing. Teslas are all driving into each other. I mean, it's a pretty epic movie if you've not seen this. And he is the executive producer with Julia Roberts and a couple other people. Then a movie is being launched right after that called Civil War. We were talking earlier off camera. And my question is the following. If, let's just say, election date, I think it's November 5th, is a Tuesday. If on that day, there is some gamification going on where certain people don't have access to voting and others do, and the election goes in a certain way, how ugly do you think it'll be in America?
Gamification?
Yes.
What do you mean by
gamifying? Meaning they can gamify and manipulate is what I'm saying.
Look, a lot of countries have moved back to paper ballots and vote on that day. Let's do that. Simple.
You think we're going to do that?
No chance of hacking. We should.
You think we're going to do that?
I think state by state, we should. Absolutely.
Not should. The should is a different. There's a lot of, things we should be doing, but as a country, again, if in any possible way there's manipulation gone, and there is phones off, phones not working, certain things not happening, places you're going to want to vote, maybe it's not working. There's challenges with technology, with software in that area that is causing you to wait in line for 8 hours, and families are sitting there saying, dude, I can't wait for 8 hours. My kids are waiting out the house. I got to put them down. If there's that level of frustration where a mom or dad is going to say, I just can't wait anymore, I got to go home, and that affects the election, and there's proof of that, how ugly could it get in the States?
And if no clear candidate wins 270 electoral votes, the founding fathers are so brilliant. They thought of everything. So it goes to the House of Representatives, and the House decides. It happened before. It was John Quincy Adams versus Andrew Jackson. Nobody won the Electoral College, clearly. It went to the House. John Quincy Adams won, and then Andrew Jackson came back 4 years later and crushed him.
So you're not worried about it? You're not worried about 2024? There's a lot of people that are.
Of course I'm worried about it. There's a process, and let's follow the Constitution.
I mean, of course. I mean, people want to follow the Constitution. You say it in a way where you're assuming everybody will. Do you think the concept of civil war is capable of happening in the States anytime soon, or not in America? Not the way the founders created it.
I've read a lot of American Civil War history, and the the feel and the vibe in the country, and yeah.
Oh, we've really got that American Civil War vibe,
but
I
here's
guess.
the thing: a civil war would not necessarily be. It's really going to be rural versus urban. That's the difference. It's not a regional. It's not a north versus south. It's rural. It's rural versus urban is where this divide is, which is a very different equation.
Tell me more.
Trump won in 2016. Trump won like 3,100 counties. Hillary Clinton won like 80.
Yet the ones that she did win
are big urban,
top 20 metropolitan blue cities.
Yes. So if that becomes a civil war, it becomes a very unpopular place to be. Not because those places don't have enough food, don't have enough water. That becomes very, very bad for them.
Are you a preparer?
A preparer,
No.
a prepper.
Live a simple life. You're
Come
not
on, dude.
concerned about what could happen.
Yeah, I have a few guns.
I have a few guns.
I have a few friends.
Just a few? Is that what it is? Just a couple. You got like
and a great alumni association.
Great alumni association. Who out of all our enemies do you fear the most? Like if you were to say our most formidable enemies, who would you say are the enemies that you fear the most?
Look, the sad thing is, if the left had not done the lie of the Trump-Russia collusion bullshit, which is proven to be bullshit after $50 million of investigation. If they'd not done that, Trump could have made a deal with Putin on Ukraine, and it would have pulled with Russia on Ukraine, etc., pulled Russia in from the cold and pulled them out of the orbit of China. Right? The U.S. policy for 100 years. And even before we really got involved in Europe, the goal was to keep German industry away from Russian resources. But now we've pushed Russian resources into the hands of Chinese industry. And really, Russia is in a subjugated role. So I think the medium and long-term security interest of the United States is to bury the hatchet with the Russians and pull them away from an orbit of China, because culturally we have a lot more in common with Russia than we do with China or Japan.
This game is called Thronefall, and it's like Vampire Survivors, but with tower defense elements.
Our major
and I quite
threat,
like it.
the major threat to liberty in America, is still the Chinese Communist Party. When you read the statements that she makes.
Oh yeah. The biggest threat to democracy in America is the communist government of China.
To the Standing Committee. There's a great article written in Foreign Affairs by...
I don't imagine those numbers were at all accurate, Monica.
Yeah, Matt Pottinger. And he actually takes
Not sure, of
chunks
course, but...
Xi's statements that don't normally get translated into English. And he says, prepare for great conflict. And it is basically the job, the mission of this Chinese Communist Party to remake the world in the image of the Chinese Communist Party and to overthrow the Westphalian Order. Now, if you've never heard of the Westphalian Order, I know you have, but it's basically the role of the modern nation state and our role as citizens within that, and they want to remake it into the role of just like China. Hell no to that. And I think the next administration, and China has for like the last 19 centuries, it's been one of the biggest economies, if not the biggest in the world, but they have a habit of coming together under a strong dictator and then, a century later, fragmenting apart. I think it's better for China to be a bit more diffuse and less controlled by Beijing, and that is in all of our interests. Even especially the neighbors of China would especially agree with that. Because they don't want to be Sinified.
And by the way, their economy isn't as good as people think it is. They're getting hammered right now. It's
correct. Look what they did to Jack Ma, right? Jack Ma is like a combination of Jeff Bezos and Steve Jobs, like literally an amazing tech innovator. And so Jack Ma started Alibaba, which is a 10 times.
Yeah, he's an amazing innovator. looks at what he did. Oh, he just did Amazon, but in China, in the closed market of China. Oh, okay.
Times the volume that Amazon does. And all this, he made some comments critical of the government and the central bank and the CCP, and instantly he's disappeared from view. Like literally one of the wealthiest guys in China, he disappears, and some months later he's found lecturing to an elementary school, and the media announced that he'd embraced supervision. Whoa. Okay, so that's the message they've done to their tech sector. I can tell you that the Chinese money is fleeing China as much as humanly possible. They're going to Europe. They're going to Dubai, anywhere they can. There's a huge Chinese population in Australia that's gotten out because they want to live free and not be under the boot of the CCP.
China population. So much China.
Still
under supervision. About 3-4 years ago, no, not even 3 years ago, he made a trip to Spain to basically clear out bank accounts, to sign them over, and he was surrounded by 12 Ministry of State Security agents while his family is held hostage back in China. So they hold him by the balls.
This all happened after a speech he gave. I don't know if you saw the speech he gave. A little bit critical. It wasn't like overly critical.
Yeah.
That was it.
He wasn't throwing down.
No, he wasn't throwing down.
Bam.
Like, this is it. You can't talk like this. You can't talk. Where are we united at in America? Like, if you were to say the left, right, center, everybody, what topics are we united on that you see? Is there anything we're united on?
A country is a country when its people have some commonly held beliefs. And if we can't even agree on what is male and female anymore, we have a problem.
Oh
right?
my God! Of
the Democrats
course.
last
Why do
candidate
I?
for the Supreme Court could not identify.
Why on earth do I ever like let my guard down around these people? Like I sometimes I'm just kind of like, yeah, they're. For some reason, like, I don't expect them to bring it up an hour and 40 minutes into the 2-hour show. I expect them to bring it up right up front, you know? I know I should expect it, but for some reason I'm just like, oh, well, we're an hour and 40 minutes in. It doesn't seem like there's going to be time for it at this point. Except then I
could not define, supposedly some Harvard-trained lawyer, couldn't define what a woman is.
Some fancy-ass country, some fancy-ass city lawyer.
The last Civil War kicked off over states' rights. It was over trade, and it was over slavery.
I mean, you got it right the third time. It definitely wasn't over states' rights, though.
And people went to war over that. Maybe it's worth going to war over defining what a gender is, because I certainly know what a gender is.
Are you fucking kidding me? That's right. Time to take up arms to defend my concept of gender. He's literally like, all right. You know, I've lived the mercenary life. Time to go murder queers. Am I right? Am I? He's like looking around for approval, and you know what? I bet Patrick Bet-David is about to do a fancy new move that he's never seen before, called sucking his dick.
And there's some things I'll fight for.
Yeah, that's the part, right? When you got kids and your kids get into it, you bring them in. Like
I got grandkids now.
Your kids get into it, like it's doing drugs.
I'm far away from having grandkids. My oldest is 12. I swear, if I become a grandfather soon, I'll be very upset at him. But and impressed slightly, but more upset. But so I got kids, and you know when these guys get into it and they fight, and as a father, you first let them do their thing. And there's levels of fights, right? Level 1, level 2, level 3, they got 6, 7, maybe 8, 9, you kind of get involved. Okay, we got to talk, guys. And you start off by saying, hey, what do you guys, agree on? This is your brother. You'll love him. This is your this. And you kind of go through it. So let's just say we're trying to figure out a way to put the people from the left and the right and the center in the same room, okay? And you're the mediator. They've hired you, Eric. That's your new job, okay? To mediate these guys.
Yeah, he's just
Easy
talking
job,
about
not a tough
roughhousing.
one.
Hell has frozen over.
It's frozen over. And you show up, right? And you're trying to bring them together. What do you ask them? Like, what do you say? Do you say, hey, guys, can we all agree that America is the greatest country in the world? No, it's not. Do you know what we've done? Okay, let me try a different way. Do you guys love your family? I love my family, but I know he doesn't love his family. How do you start to get these guys to start at a common, like?
I think the amplification of social media of idiots is, look, I think I think you're going to see an awakening of what were traditional Democrats that feel abandoned by that party.
Traditional
and
Dems. Classical
and
liberals,
even black and
mayhap?
Hispanic votes that are, most black and Hispanic voters know what a male and a female is. They know.
Boom, got him.
Muslims as well, by the way. You can put Muslims in that too.
Absolutely.
They definitely know it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you focus on basic economic opportunity. Again, a candidate that runs on decartelizing industry wins. What did the U.S. Army do?
Oh my God.
The mission of the U.S. Army after World War II in Germany: denazification, demilitarization, and decartelization. The difference, again, I'm drawing on that book from Tepper. Seeing what John D. Rockefeller did,
Oh my God.
controlling most of the hydrocarbon industry in all of America, and then when the Sherman
We're literally
antitrust laws come
in
along and
the
they break up Standard Oil
Deanverse.
and it becomes all kinds of oil companies. And John Rockefeller made more money doing that because he had a bunch of businesses. But the Germans saw that and they did that to their industry. And so it made it very easy in the 20s, as they became bigger and bigger cartels after World War II, very easy for the Nazi Party to control German industry, much easier to control 30 companies than 30,000 entrepreneur-led companies. We need America, we need hundreds of thousands of entrepreneur-led businesses with a very sharp elbow competition instead of the Fortune 500. Here's the thing, even in the last 20 years, there is half the amount of public listed companies than there used to be. Why? Over consolidation. And how is that allowed to happen? Because it's like a $220, for every dollar you spend in lobbying, they get $220 return. It's like a
what a great rate.
22,000% return, which is why we have too many damn lobbyists in Washington, D.C. And the 5 counties surrounding Washington, D.C. are the wealthiest per capita in the country. All of that is not a sign of a healthy society. So fix that.
Yeah.
Teddy Roosevelt, total badass, got shot while he was campaigning, finished his speech, then he went and got fixed. He led a very, very rough but effective antitrust effort. We need that in America. A rising boat, a rising tide really does lift all boats. And making it possible, whether you are super poor or you're middle class or whatever, easier to start a business, to get access to capital, all the rest. And it's even the same argument on governance. One of my favorite authors is Hernando de Soto. And he wrote Invisible Capital and The Other Path. And he was a Peruvian economist. Sorry, he was a Peruvian, managed a big construction firm in Switzerland, made all kinds of money, went back to Peru and said, why is Peru so rough? Why is Switzerland so nice? And he built a consulting firm around installing the basic building blocks of capitalism, like title for your land, a bank account, a business license, a commercial remediation, a way to commercially adjudicate disputes, all the things we take for granted, right? If you want you want to form a business in America, you can call 10 states and get it done for $200 in a half an hour. You can get a bank account. You can get, that stuff exists, but the more regulation, this runaway regulatory state that now puts out like an average of 78,000 pages of rules, which has the force of law, which has never been voted on. When the regulatory state's allowed to do that, we truly have a constitutional crisis, because we're supposed to have 3 branches of government, executive, legislative, judiciary, but we have a 4th permanent state bureaucracy that is not elected, not accountable, yet can write rules with the force of law. That must change.
I just ordered a book, The Mystery of Capital.
Yeah.
That's what you were talking about.
So, back in the 80s, Peru had a terrible problem with the Shining Path, the Sendero Luminoso, which was a Marxist, Maoist insurgency.
Gasp.
And when they enacted De Soto's reforms, land for the people that they owned, it was over. Because the farmer said, the campesino said, "This is my land, pal. Get out."
That's right.
No more
Yeah,
comings.
pal.
So,
Beat it.
a couple more topics here before we wrap up. How much did you study? How much do you know about what happened with Iran? Do you know a lot about Iranian history or no? Okay, so what really happened with, how the Hezbollah, how Khomeini, how these guys came in with the Shah, the revolution that took place with the Shah. How much do you know what happened there?
I know that I think it was Mossadegh.
Mossadegh was before the Shah.
Yes, but he was going to nationalize BP, their oil fields, and so there was somewhat of a sponsored coup, which ousted him, put the Shah in place.
It's incredible. These people feel so little shame. They'll just outright say exactly like what happened. Oh yeah, BP overthrew overthrew Mossadegh, and it's just like, doesn't bat an eye, thinks it's totally fine.
And the Khomeini definitely got help from the Soviets to stir up and to oust, right? Because they hated that there was an American friend on the border of the Soviet Union. And I think the U.S. largely let the Shah hanging and didn't give him the help. Again, the CIA in the 70s was a very troubled, weakened, hamstrung organization between the Church Committee and Stansfield Turner. Just kind of threw out all the sharks, and they were left with minnows. And what a strategic error to let it go.
Destroyed an entire region. Now, a question for you. Let's just say hypothetically.
And you know what? Someone just told me that the Shah converted to Christianity before he died.
Did he really? Yeah. I've heard that story.
Yep.
Yeah, this is his last book he wrote before he died, Answer to History. I just had his son on a couple months ago.
Dude, what? You guys are standing a king. Least American motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. We ain't about that life.
We did a 3-hour podcast.
Reza Pahlavi?
Yeah, we had him on a very, very longest podcast he's done. We had one of the best conversations. Everybody around the world was talking about it in the Iranian community. But I got a question with this one. Say somebody was to call you, okay? And they said, hey, Eric, we would like to hire you as a consultant, and we would like some ideas. If we wanted to bring democracy back to Iran, and whether it's a revolution to change the regime.
Come on, man.
How would you go about doing it, Eric?
Of course I've thought about that. But you think I'm going to talk about it on camera?
Give me 3 things. I mean,
How would you overthrow a government?
We have a small podcast. Probably 17 people will watch this, okay? And the 17 people that watch it, they're all going to be Iranian, just so you know that. But if I know you can't, do you in your mind know? Like, do you?
I know exactly what I do.
You know exactly what you would do.
Absolutely.
Who else knows?
Insane.
Some of my friends.
Okay, good. So what I'm saying is,
so if I get clipped, the mission will continue.
That's not what I'm saying.
Sure.
What I'm asking is like.
No, look. Think about it this way. Reagan took office in 1981, and he sat in the Oval Office because we'd had a policy of containment for 35 years, and he said, "Enough. We're going to fuck the commies." We're going to go at them economically, politically, culturally, socially. In all ways, we push back.
I remember that speech. Fuck the commies. It was
no.
I get what you're saying. I'm
Look,
with you.
no, but
Maybe he said it behind closed doors.
Watch my podcast, Off Leash with Eric Prince, and you see Jack Wheeler.
Put the link below, by the way, so the audience can.
Why the hell are you putting out a podcast, bro? You have more money than God. Go enjoy your life. Go sit on your private island somewhere, sipping margaritas, just reading books, being like chill. Why the fuck do you have to be evil to everyone else in society?
You can find it.
Jack Wheeler was the guy that went abroad and brought back all the ideas which became the Reagan doctrine from all the places to push back on the Soviets. And I mean, he's the closest thing to a real life Indiana Jones. Anyway, I digress. What they did, what the U.S.
Cool.
working in concert with the Catholic Church and MI6 in Poland, provided communications equipment to the shipyard workers, the Solidarity Movement, students, farmers, the church, all sorts of communications, and that the means to communicate is essential. There's a fantastic book called The Dictator's Handbook.
Great book.
You've read it.
It's small. It's a phenomenal book.
But it's a college study on how dictators stay in power.
Book. Yeah.
So identify who that selectorate is. Who keeps the supreme leader in power? Okay. Obviously, the sad thing is, I think the Arab Spring started in Iran in 2009. With the Green Movement, that's lots of people in the streets, and the regime was so threatened that they had to call in Lebanese Hezbollah to crack heads because they didn't trust the Iranian internal capability anymore. And crickets, nothing from the Obama administration, not we support Iranian freedom, we support your right to, nothing. Not, obviously no direct help or kinetic help, but not even the equivalent of a tweet or a statement. And then you have the Women Life Freedom protest, where women are protesting they want to show their hair or wear a skirt or drink a beer or listen to rock and roll or drive or whatever. Be normal and be free. And you'd think the women's rights groups from around the world would be supporting them, but it's, again, crickets from them, crickets from the left.
Oh yeah, the left never talked about women wanting to drive. Let me know what you think, Straw Hat Monty.
Empowering those movements with communication.
I find it very relaxing.
With you can make the regime very, very vulnerable. Now, there's a lot of stuff before that I'll tell you about after we're off camera. But
it's. I was talking to Pierce 2 weeks ago, and he asked me the question. I said, Iran, Pierce Morgan, and I said, what Iran fears is not what you fear. Iran fears the youth. They fear women. They fear students. They fear sanctions. They fear economy being bad. Those are some of the things that they fear. The question is, to go about doing that with Iran, you also need the right administration.
This is hurting my brain too, Method Yahoo. I got to be completely honest with you guys.
And you do that. Why would Russia or China, whatever your plan is, let's just say your plan is a strong plan, effective one. Why would Russia or China allow you to win?
Well, the Iranian people ultimately get a say. There's 85 million people? Yeah. I mean, look, Iran even has a demographic problem themselves. The women have voted and closed their wombs. I mean, they went from like 5 kids per woman to like 0.8.
Right.
They have a severe contraction issue.
That's a weird thing to know offhand.
China has it because of force. They have the reverted pyramid, whatever they call it, inverted pyramid. Where
and the costs, where it's very, very expensive for them to try to start a family and job insecurity and all the rest.
I'm curious to know what your plan is. I'm very interested to see what your plan is, and you and I will talk off camera. Next question. McAfee, John McAfee. I don't know if you remember him. McAfee,
he's an antivirus guy, right?
So I sat down with him 6 years ago at his place, 5 years ago at his place. Very interesting guy, eccentric. The entire interview, he had a gun on him. He was smoking cigarettes and he was having whiskey or something while his guys in the back are holding M16. Some guy knocks on the door. They run to the door with guns. The guy's freaking out. I'm just trying to drop off something. He said, he looks at me
What a
with my
charming
phone.
story.
He says, why do you have a regular phone? I would never have a regular phone. So what do you mean? I said, I would never have a regular. You know what kind of a phone I got? Do you know who's spying on your phone? I said, John, do you really believe about everybody? He said, you have too much trust, okay? Now, for you, you also, talk about a certain phone, right? Tell us a little bit more about that phone.
Yeah, didn't he die like fucking a whale or something weird?
This is an unplugged phone.
Okay.
And this resulted from the nonsense after the 2020 elections. Big tech was canceling certain apps and shutting off certain voices. And I said to some of my much smarter friends, I said, we need our own phone that they cannot cancel, they cannot control. And so this is an unplugged phone, which is a result. It's our hardware. It says unplugged on there. High-end camera. Same one that's on the iPhone 15. But the difference is this is our operating system with our own store, VPN, antivirus, messenger. But the difference is we don't have an advertising ID. Your phone has like a 25-digit, basically like a mark of the beast.
Oh
which
my
follows you
God.
everywhere. And they know where you go,
The
what you
mark
buy,
of
how
the
you,
beast.
where you go, who you call,
It's
what
like
you buy,
a
and what you browse.
barcode, everybody.
And the handset, right? Apple, Google, take that data, export it to the tune of about $180 a year. And the apps that are on your phone also work with that data.
Just as an aside, I think you've made like 5 of my game purchase choices since I found your channel 2.5 to 4 weeks ago. Like, you keep making games you play look fun. Thank you. That means a lot to me. I appreciate it. Oh, with Otra, I'm so glad you guys are using the NPC emote. It's such a fun one.
ID to export to the point of even turning on the microphone, turning on the camera, turning on GPS. I've had so many people I've talked to, they said, yeah, I was talking to my wife in our bedroom about the need for a mattress, and the next day we're getting advertising for mattresses. So imagine that phone listening in their bedroom. So this phone prevents that because it doesn't have an operating system. We block that, and it's actually the first one with an actual firewall on it that you can hard off the Wi-Fi, the camera, the microphone.
Who's the service through?
T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, and we prefer.
So it's through all of the same providers. So it has basically all of the same things. Gotcha. This is bullshit. Gotcha.
Patriot Mobile.
Got it. So it's really the internet. It's really on the.
It allows you to be in the world, but not of the world, and not be collected and tracked.
Got it. And it's called what? Unplugged?
Unplugged. Unplugged.com.
There you go. Yeah, we're looking at.
We delivered. We delivered 500 of them in November, and I got 10,000 coming, delivering soon.
So you guys just started this?
Well, geez, we went from 0 to a fully functioning phone with our own operating system in 3 years.
That is so cool. That's great.
If you've ever heard of Pegasus,
yes,
the guy that developed Pegasus is our
I
CTO.
know about Pegasus.
Okay, so he's a good CTO.
But he developed it as a way to do remote phone service, and then he built a very secure phone used by governments, and then he built a phone that controls most of the world's pacemakers.
Now, who's behind this phone, by the way, investor-wise?
Me.
He built a phone that controls most of the world's pacemakers? Does he have a button on it that just turns them all off? That's terrifying.
Just you?
Well, no, me and some others.
And a few others. Okay. You haven't done a round. You haven't brought people in yet or anything?
No, I think we have 10.
Okay. Got it. Very interesting concept.
But it is intentionally not a Silicon Valley-backed company. It will not be a public company ever, and it is there to be an independent phone platform.
Right.
It's not even an American company.
Where's it based out of?
Cyprus.
Cyprus. Okay. Cool. That's a very interesting project. Last but not least, before we wrap up, I saw an article. I wonder if this is true or not. Did you guys train Project Veritas' spies on how to go and get intel from some of the people out there? Is that somewhat of a true story?
Oh my God, dude! What? I didn't know this part.
Train anybody, but they did use our ranch at some point.
They did.
Yeah. Just for it's open area, and they had They used a barn and a classroom.
What a interesting model. Did you see him the other day dressed like a gay man going out there talking to, and he actually pulled it off. You got to give this guy credit on one. Obviously, he's no longer with Project Veritas.
You gotta give this guy credit. He's able to put together some Halloween store costume outfits that for some reason keep fooling people. You gotta give him credit. No, you don't. You don't gotta give him shit. You don't gotta give him shit.
It's called OMG, you know.
Chutzpah.
Yeah, I know. There's no question about it.
Right,
There's no question
Straw
about
Hat
it.
Monty. It's a pretty
your
short
book.
game, but I've been really
Can you tell
enjoying.
us a little bit about the book?
I brought this for
Everything
you.
about it.
Okay,
This
fantastic.
This is the Civilian Warriors. It's the book I wrote about starting and running and getting crushed in Blackwater. But it's a bit cathartic and it sets the record straight.
Well, is the next one going to be I'm back? Is that like the next one? I'm back in the PMC side. Okay, we're making a comeback. It's going to be interesting to see what you do with it. You know, I
look. There's a lot of instability in the world, and there's a lot of people suffering unnecessarily, and it pains me that.
And
that
I
the
will
US
go where
can't
I'm
ever seem to
needed.
finish. And the private sector has the model of how to do that cheaply, practically, ethically, and safely for the people, and not safely for the jihadis that deserve to die.
You know, my interest is
Which to him is all Muslims. Just wanted to point that out real quick.
here's what my interest is: purely competition. That's my interest. Because
Yeah.
if we have more PMCs, if we in a perfect world for me at least, as a civilian, if we had 20, 30, 40 PMCs, I feel safer. And the reason why I feel
That's
safer is
insane.
because the way AI is advancing, I will feel very uncomfortable if it's a monopoly controlled by a government who can impose certain regulations against PMCs, or if it's done by a guy who is a multi-billionaire and not just a billionaire, guy that's worth $500 million or $1 trillion, who has his own PMC. Because remember, a lot of people think PMC.
Because you gotta be a valuable dictator, okay? Like this is so disgusting to me. Like this kowtowing to like this random guy. Because why? Why exactly? Because he happened to own a mercenary company? Like that's weird. That's so weird and cucked.
PMCs are like such a, oh my God, PMC. Ross Perot, I think, sent, I don't know how many PMCs to go get his 130 employees from EDS when they were working for the Shah in the 70s.
When he
and
exfilled him in '79.
Right, and he brought them back
sure.
in December, and he left a few guys to finish the project, and after Khomeini, he brought them back. So Ross Perot did that. I mean, there's a lot of people that have done this to protect their guys.
Nature hates a vacuum.
Yeah.
Private military contractors it's kind of the world's second oldest profession. As long as people have been picking up sticks and throwing them at each other, PMCs were the engineers that built the trebuchets, or this.
No, they weren't. What the hell are you talking about? Engineers who built trebuchets were like military professionals in like the court of like kings and city-states that specialized in this stuff.
Super accurate bowmen if you're using a longbow, or today it's the guys that can fix the air.
No, even if you were a super accurate bowman, you would be in like an elite unit, but you wouldn't be getting like you wouldn't be a mercenary. That's not what a PMC does. Oh God.
Aircraft, or provide very high-end intelligence capabilities.
I'd like to see more of them. That's where I'm at. I'd like to see more of them, so the government has to compete and get tighter, better.
So the government has to compete at war? What the hell are you talking about, Patrick? Like, what the hell do you actually mean? The government will get better at war. What do you mean by that, you gibbering fool?
Cheaper.
And I can tell you unequivocally that big Washington and big government wants to crush it all. It wants to, they want a big monopoly, and our big monopoly military is not very effective at finishing, and that's the problem.
And by the way, don't get me wrong. I don't trust if there's only one PMC. I don't want only one PMC.
100 of them. Great.
I want as many PMCs and
Yeah, because over time we've definitely seen that markets don't consolidate under one or two major companies. We definitely don't see that happen in non-mercenary markets.
and let the best ones survive. And then if we have 20, 30 of them, I think we're in a very good place.
The gazelle wakes up in the morning knowing that he has to outrun the lion or he'll be eaten. The lion wakes up in the morning, knows that he has to outrun the gazelle or he will starve.
That's right.
So whether you're the lion or the gazelle, when you wake up in the morning,
roll. Let's find out.
You better be running.
Let's find out. Eric, appreciate you for coming out.
Cheers.
This was great. Really enjoyed it. Been looking forward to this for a while. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye, bye-bye.
That was honestly shockingly bad. Guys, I've been streaming for like 10 hours. How you doing, folks? We did it. We hit 10,000 followers on Twitch. Need a shower after that? Yeah, like these billionaire types are so fucking weird. Like, nope. Like they're like that one. I feel like it's epitomized in like Elon Musk and like that guy who's trying to make himself live forever, who's also like insanely wealthy. It's their wealth winds up isolating them from society, and like they wind up being lonely, weird freaks that have to like dedicate themselves to essentially like religious warfare on a global scale, or being young forever, or like, you know, like reinventing alchemy so that they can just feel something again. You know, I know that like it was kind of bullshit when like there was a drunk driving incident like 10 years ago where like this underage, like the 16-year-old super wealthy kid like drove his car and hit someone and killed them. And then he like got off without jail time because he had affluenza. And I know we all made fun of that at the time, and he absolutely should have gone to jail. But I think there is some merit to the idea that, like, wealth makes you crazy. Like, this type of wealth destroys your ability to connect with other people. You know? Here's to the promise. That guy probably, like, fantasizes about being Prigozhin. You know, except he, like, fantasizes about doing it right and taking over Russia, you know? I wish I could forget all that, but I'm glad I'm here. I was here with y'all. I'm glad you, you know, kind of enjoyed it. All of them are lonely, weird freaks. I think you have to be to get there. You know, see, I wonder, though. I wonder if you have to be a weird, lonely freak to get to that spot, or if merely existing in that spot makes you a weird, lonely freak. And I think it's the latter, largely because you see this also in very wealthy, like, offspring. You know, you see it in people born into wealth. They're also deeply weird, and I don't think it's because of, like, you know, their need to attain or anything. I think, like, that level of wealth isolates them and destroys them. I'm a weird, lonely freak. Where's my fucking $1 billion? Yeah, no, actual comic villain shit. Now, you all have been very good. I'm going to throw one last call to action here. We've been going for about 10 hours, folks. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping some more subs and donos, because those keep me alive. And now you guys have been very, very good. So we're going to do something unprecedented. I'm going to actually reward you for all being here, sticking with me. And I'm going to reward you with horror, analog horror. Specifically, with the analog horror series Greylock, which is one of the best analog horror series on YouTube. And it currently has 12 episodes. And the latest one is 30 minutes long. And to summarize Greylock, I don't know what's happening in the Greylock tapes. So that is going to be very difficult for me to explain. But essentially, the idea of the Greylock tapes is that there are psychic beings that exist along a different plane of existence. And these psychic beings can manifest in our world, right? So the idea here being that these psychic beings can kind of influence our world in some ways, and where their influence is strong, human beings kind of get fucked up. But then, of course, human beings built devices that can manifest these psychic beings, and, well, everything kind of got fucked. So that's, in a nutshell, that is the Greylock tapes. And Greylock itself refers to a specific mountain, Mount Greylock, where miners first encountered this bizarre entity, I guess? Kind of entity. It's like a burial mound of all of Earth's civilizations. It's very weird, and I don't know what that's all about yet. But there you go. Hello, Silver King. So, the world went game over? Nope. But, you know, you don't generally find, you know, ancient Sumerian artifacts alongside, like, Native American artifacts in, like, layers going down into older and older civilizations. But I don't know what is going to be happening here. I kind of lost the thread when it comes to Greylock. And all I know is that I'm probably going to freak my fucking self out. So let's buckle ourselves in. We're about to dive into some analog horror, and it's probably going to be pretty gnarly considering it's a 30-minute long analog horror, and the thumbnails look like this. So I guess this is your warning. If you don't want to get freaked out, this is your content warning. And here we go. I'm even going to get rid of my little game here. I'm sorry. I guess we'll have to read this. Unauthorized viewing of this videotape is strictly prohibited. If you are in possession of this tape and are not the intended viewer, you are required to stop this tape and bring it to the superior officer or your local FBI field office immediately. Anyone who is believed to have violated this directive will be subject to interrogation, imprisonment, a fine of up to $500,000, and potential military discharge, if applicable. For enhanced confidentiality, this videocassette has been modified so that it will not operate as intended on consumer-grade videocassette recorders, VCRs, and must be played on specialized military-sanctioned hardware. See page 7 in your handbook for more information. Manufactured by Semiodyne, USA, January 2nd, 1993. Participation in this part of the TF system may result in the viewer achieving a heightened sensory state. This can cause the viewer to experience unexpected visual and auditory occurrences which have no discernible source. These occurrences may include, but are not limited to, transient moving shapes, unsettling shadow formations, vocal phenomena such as whispering, unidentifiable music that sounds distant or muffled, a feeling of separate presence, even while alone. For a more comprehensive list and additional information, see the Health and Safety section of your handbook. Spitsfire, thank you for the Tier 2 sub. That is very kind of you. Thank you very, very much. Hello, Canadian Brunch. How you doing? Oh, you'll need the following equipment for this tape. TF System Neurovisor Headset, TM. Workbook and writing utensil. Welcome to Waking Your Subconscious.
Greetings, and welcome to the second video program in the Preconditional Protocols and Orientation video system for Unit 13, TF2, Waking Your Subconscious. This video cassette has been specially designed to utilize powerful psychological exercises, along with cutting-edge technology and your own brain's neuroplasticity, to allow Unit 13 to access the deepest energy potential of your incredible mind. This will be required to increase the likelihood of prime-form cognigenesis. Before we begin, let's go over the required checklist to be sure you have everything in order, so that we won't end up with any negative or unexpected outcomes from this program. First on the checklist, ensure that you are alone and will not be disturbed for the entire duration of this program. It's critical that you do not become distracted, as working with the brain in such a way is a very delicate process.
It did
Second,
feel like a
turn
compliment,
off all
Silver
light
King.
sources, except for your television or monitor that you are using for this program. This aids tremendously in your brain's ability to focus, but it also can make you feel vulnerable or frightened, which are beneficial to this program achieving the desired results. Ideally, you would wait until nightfall to complete this part of the program. Third, ensure that your volume is turned up to a level where no outside or ambient noise is able to leak through your headset.
This is gonna fuck
helps
with
with
me on an
focus,
audio
but it
level.
also aids in those feelings of fear and vulnerability, which are where our deepest and most complex selves are rooted. Fourth, have your workbook open to the TF2 section and have your writing utensil nearby,
I
as
love
some
TF2.
exercises will require you to write. However, if for any reason you do not have your workbook, simply grab a regular notebook or some sheets of paper and write your name and TF2 at the top of each sheet you use. You will need to hand those into your program liaison, and they will take care of transferring the data from there. Once all of these conditions have been
See ya,
met,
Kitsune
you're ready to
Cavalier.
continue to the next part. Now is the time to make sure that your Neurovisor headset is correctly equipped and connected. If you need any assistance or are looking for more information regarding the Neurovisor, be sure to check the section titled Equipment and Connection in your Unit 13 program handbook. This will be your final opportunity to pause playback for the rest of this tape. Pausing after this point will cause a disruption, which could carbonate your interrupt the data being collected by your headset.
I'm sorry, what did that voice just say to me?
Rest of this tape. Pausing after this point will cause a disruption, which could carbonate your fucking skull. Interrupt the data being.
Did it say what it's gonna do what to my fucking skull?
Collected by your headset. Your screen is about to gradually turn red. Once it is completely read, the program has officially begun, and the
See you,
point
Monica
of no
G.
return has been crossed. You have 10 seconds. Photosensitivity warning. Our first section, induction, contains bright flick.
My guess for what's happening here is that this is a training video to train military astroneers in how to manifest monsters from their subconscious. Essentially, I think that's what's happening, but I could be wildly off base.
If you have a photosensitivity disorder, it is best that you do not look at
I
your
paused
screen.
it. You doomed us
Close
all. I'm
or shield
sorry,
your eyes
Malachi.
And just listen. Once the tone in your headset changes, it will be safe to look at your screen again. Induction will begin in 5 seconds. Beginning induction. Please stare at your screen for 30 seconds.
Oh, I have to. Snarf. Okay, well, this seems like it could trigger some epilepsy. I apologize.
Induction complete.
Oh, well, I don't like that there's now a monster that's getting closer and closer.
This exercise will present you with 5 separate sets
like
of
that.
words. Each set will contain 6 words. For each set, you will have 10 seconds to choose the one word out of the 6 that you feel doesn't fit with the others, and write it down in your workbook or on an appropriately labeled piece of paper. If you do not have your workbook, simply write the numbers 1 through 5 vertically on your paper and place your answers beside each corresponding number. Now, let's begin.
I don't like this. I don't like that I can see the eyeballs now. Cool. Terrifying.
Priming complete.
This device has detected unauthorized alterations to the program content of this tape. Please stop playback immediately and return this cassette to your program liaison. Failure to adhere to this warning may result in undesired consequences and could compromise your psychological well-being. Your compliance is mandatory. Cool, 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 cool.
This next section is a specialized variation of the Stroop test, which will measure multiple facets of your reaction to congruent and incongruent stimuli, while also examining how you deal with high stress, high anxiety situations. You will be shown a series of faces with emotional expressions, and the word for each emotion written on each face. The word could match the expression, like the word happy on a smiling face, or they might not match, like the word angry appearing on a sad face. You are about to begin the first testing phase of this section. This will be the easiest phase, with each subsequent phase becoming more and more difficult. Look directly at your screen and state your responses out loud. Phase 1 testing begins in 5 seconds.
I'm not doing this. I am concerned. What? Dude. Dude. What the fuck was that? The fuck was that? Security alert. To manage this alert, re-enter your credentials. Charlotte Melgren.
Hello?
Yes, hello, this is Troy with Evervigil Security. Am I speaking with Charlotte Melgren?
Yeah, yes. What happened this time?
Miss Melgren, we've detected some unusual activity at Forever Friends Kennels. Our system alerted us that kennel door 1 was open and then closed unexpectedly, followed by a power outage. Is it correct that your primary residence is the first unit at Forever Friends?
Yeah, but okay, so I'm not the one who got the security system. It was my dad. So I don't know if there's some way to fix this or whatever, but you guys have called me in the middle of the night like 5 times in the past couple of weeks, and it's all turned out to be false alarms. Every time.
I'm so sorry about that, ma'am. I can take a look into why that might be happening if you'd like, but first I need to be sure that you're in a safe situation. Are you currently alone?
Yeah, it's just me. But I'm looking out the window right now, and everything seems fine. I mean, the power's out, but it literally goes out all the time over there, so I'm just gonna go flip the breaker.
Can you stop?
Miss Melgren,
I mean, I can pause it. I'm watching the latest episode of the Greylock tapes. Also, I love the production value of this, like the dialogue, like the voice acting, like they got actual voice actors. Like, clearly there's some work being done on a graphic design front and animation. Like, it's good stuff.
We strongly advise against going outside or into the kennels, especially with the power outage. We can call to have a police officer dispatched, and they can make sure it's safe before you...
Wait, hold on. Is there any way we don't have to do that? I have to be up at 6, and the last time it took them over an hour to get here. For nothing. Please.
Ma'am.
Like I said, this has happened a ton of times, and plus the dogs aren't even barking. If someone was in there, they'd be going crazy by now.
Ma'am, I could get in a lot of trouble if anything happened, and I didn't call anyone. It's company policy.
How about this? I'll keep you on the phone while I go, okay? I'll switch to my cordless and everything. If anything happens at all, you can call the police.
Miss Milgren.
I will even grab my flashlight. Please. I have a lot going on tomorrow, and I really just want to get back to sleep.
Nope, bad idea.
Just let me at least check tonight's footage to make sure everything looks okay first, all right?
Yeah, of course. Go for it.
Okay, let me see here.
What?
Okay, I'm getting an error. It's not letting me review it.
Well, I can just head over really quick. Like, real quick.
Well, there's no motion alert in tonight's log, so... Okay, just please be quick and safe.
Thank you. Seriously?
No.
I'm gonna go throw some clothes on and, grab the cordless, okay?
Yeah, all right. I'll look into the false alarms you mentioned and see if I can figure out what's going on with that.
Okay. Be right back. Okay, on the cordless. Got my flashlight. Still there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, heading outside now and then going right across to the kennels. So just hang on another sec.
Okay.
He didn't notice it. He didn't notice the fucking thing. The fucking thing on the roof.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, heading outside now and then going right across to the
no.
kennels. So just hang on another sec.
Okay.
Dude, what? No. At this point, okay, you've seen something scuttle across the roof and you see a fucking skeleton at the door. You're like, nah, don't go out there. There's skeletons. There's skeletons out there. There's schooltons.
Okay, I'm inside. And yep, the power is definitely out. Okay, I'm just gonna go check on the dogs real quick on my way to the basement. But everything seems fine.
Don't go in the basement. What are you doing?
I'm really not sure this is a good idea, Miss Milgren. Listen, something's wrong with the recordings I'm seeing of your home.
It's okay. She's got a skeleton inside her. That's
what do you
true.
mean
She's
wrong.
got something in common.
Honestly, I'm not sure exactly what I'm looking at here. It seems like the camera's glitched out or something, but the previous calls you've been getting, they weren't false alarms. Yeah, again, I'm not sure what's going on here, but something's been stalking around your property for a while now. I'm not sure how the previous people who called you didn't notice.
Okay, something like what, an animal or?
No, well, I don't know, actually. Listen, I just think you should go back to your house, okay? Please.
Okay, yeah, you win. Let me just make sure that the dogs are okay, and I'll head back over. They're just right here.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna try to look over tonight's footage again, just in case it's decided to work.
Okay.
Oh, she's so dead.
Hi, babies. Hi, Mama.
What's wrong?
I don't know. You okay, buddy?
Charlotte? What's going on?
The dogs aren't moving. They're all just standing here.
Well, it's late, so maybe they're just tired or something. But let's just get you back.
That's not it. They're just standing here, not moving. Like, at all. Like, not even their eyes. It's like... Oh my God. It's like they're fucking dead, but they're not.
What the fuck?
What?
Miss Melgren, you need to get out of there and return to your house immediately. I'm sending your information to the police right now.
What's going on?
Get the hell out of the kennel!
Okay.
Now!
Fuck, I'm leaving.
What was that? Are you okay? Charlotte? Charlotte, are you okay?
It ripped my flashlight.
Charlotte?
It ripped my flashlight. It's gone. It's gone. Something ripped it out of my hand. I can't see anything. Please fucking help me. Please, something's in here. Wait.
Okay, Charlotte, I've sent your information to the North Adams PD, okay? They responded that an officer will be there in 3 minutes. Do you think you can find your way out? Charlotte, listen, you need to try your best to be calm and just listen to me, okay? Can you find your way out?
I'm trying.
He tried so hard.
The door's fucking gone.
Charlotte, you're gonna be okay. Just listen to me right now. Feel along the wall until you get to a door or a window, okay? Do it right now, nice and quick, all right?
Oh, what? Why? What the hell? This is somehow... I have never been afraid of, like, a skeleton monster before. This has made me afraid of skeletons. I didn't know skeletons had the ability to just Thanos snap doors out of existence. That makes them so much scarier. When I run D&D next time, I'm just gonna have skeletons have that power. The skeletons that I throw into my D&D games, they just can make doors disappear. You thought you could get out because there was a door? Nope, gone. Gone, baby.
Just keep going. Stay focused. There must be something.
I'm trying.
You need to keep feeling our way out, Charlotte. Don't...
Okay, at this point, I feel like if it wanted to kill her, it already would have.
Let anything distract you.
That's a great idea for a horror campaign. Yeah, just keep giving give the staple monsters of like horror weird inexplicable powers. I think that makes them scarier. Did he call the police? He did.
Okay, I'm out and the door's locked.
Okay, very good, Charlotte. You're doing great. I need you to tell me what room you're in so I can inform the officer. Are you able to see now, even just a little?
Yeah, I can't see anything, no. It makes no sense. Nothing is making sense. I have no clue where I am. It's so dark. I can't tell if it's really this dark or if I'm blind.
Breathe, Charlotte. Breathe. You need to try and stay as calm as you possibly can.
Oh, she gone, chat. Like she just opened the door into another universe. She gone, baby.
Listen, if it's that dark, whatever's in there probably can't see you either, okay? So it's important that we stay very quiet until the police arrive. Very quiet.
Okay.
Okay, good. Stay right where you are. Keep your back against the wall. All right, the officer's just down the road right now. You're gonna be okay. Now listen, I'm gonna stop talking so we can be completely quiet. But no, I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere until you're safe.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have listened to you.
It's all okay. We're gonna get you out of there.
Yeah, you definitely
Now, no
should
more
have.
talking.
I think my skin is moving.
What's going on? Charlotte! Charlotte! What's going on? Charlotte! 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 Charlotte!
And an important test. This test is made up of 5 statements. You will
Did that skeleton just steal her skin? Cause if I were to think of like the top 3 things a skeleton would want, skin would probably be like second or third on that list. Good night, Silver King.
check true or false beside the corresponding number for each statement in your workbook.
She became a
If you do not
skeleton?
have your
I think
workbook, simply write one.
I mean, one could say that she became a skeleton, or they could say the skeleton stole her skin.
1 through 5 vertically on a piece of paper and write T or F beside each number. You will have 5 seconds to respond to each statement. Your test begins now. Statement number 1. This video system is physically changing your brain.
But false? No!
This video system leverages the principles of neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections. Through these specific audio-visual stimuli and cognitive exercises, it's influencing specific neural pathways in your brain, thereby physically altering the structure and function of
creature
your
is
brain
still
in
back
response
there.
to this experience. Statement number 2. Only a very small percentage of people
It's so much closer now.
will never betray their moral
And
values,
it's moving.
no matter the situation.
Fuck. Fuck.
Do you like
Under the
not
right
watch this, please? I'm
circumstances,
sleeping.
such as intense peer pressure, survival situations, or psychological manipulation, it's proven that anyone can be made to betray even the
First of all, thank you for the $5 dodo, and second of all, I don't understand. I don't understand what you're asking of me.
strongest attachments to moral values. Statement number 3. Through your conscious mind, you make your own decisions.
Yes. No.
A large portion of human decision-making occurs at an unconscious level. The conscious mind rationalizes these decisions after the fact, making the person believe they made a deliberate choice. Choice is an illusion. Statement number 4. We all have immoral thoughts and desires, but it's critical to focus our energy on the positive aspects of ourselves so that we can be better people.
I'm really worried where this is going.
The darkest aspects of your mind are part of a larger psychological entity that resides deep within your unconscious. This shadow entity cannot be reasoned with. It cannot be ignored. You cannot subdue it, lock it away, or eliminate it. Even attempting any such thing has the opposite effect, only making it stronger, darker, and more dangerous.
I feel like this robot voice is being extremely literal about what we're dealing with. There is an actual psychological entity that actually lives in your unconscious. It is a shadow entity, and the more you try to deny it, the stronger it becomes. And I hate this. I hate this concept, but I am also delighted by it.
Statement number 5. Opening the door to your shadow psyche and embracing your darkest urges as a part of yourself is the only way to live a fulfilling life.
I also don't like that the entire screen is now filled with a shadowy figure. And also, I feel like this is now a propaganda video for the shadow entity. It's just trying to get you to be a shadow person. Fuck.
Testing complete.
The black door being the shadow door? Oh boy. The subliminal bridge.
What you are about to experience has been carefully constructed in combination with previous exercises to create a connection point between your conscious and unconscious mind. This is our final section of this tape. Please watch and listen very closely.
Paid for by
Do not
Big
look
Shadow,
away or
yeah.
shield your eyes for any reason. Please remember, your fear and vulnerability are essential components to this process. Activation of the subliminal bridge will begin in 5 seconds.
Oh. I didn't like that. What the hell was that? You can't just flash a head on screen and... Well, I regret going frame by frame to see what this was. Paid for by Big Skeleton. The fuck is that? Thanks for watching this with me, chat. Oh, fuck that. Nope. 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 I do not like this reverb. Nope. Fuck that. Fuck that so much. Oh, fuck. This is like Skinamarink, but if Skinamarink had, like, was told from the perspective of adults. Oh, fuck. Oh, this isn't so bad. I like planets in space. And nebulae. This is nice. I appreciate this one. Oh. Is that a sea anemone? Oh, it's like a little coral. Jellyfish, yeah. Mind space. I have no idea what's happening right now. It is 4:30 in the morning here. Oh, God. Is this the Greylock Mines?
Activation complete. Units clear. No sign of the smell ring.
Okay, can I just say, like, if you edited together all of the footage from the Greylock tape videos into, like, a feature-length film, it would be, like, 10 times, 20 times more interesting than the vast majority of horror stuff that comes out in theaters. Like, this is really good. Like, there are some really cool artistic choices being made throughout this series, and, like, I don't get it all the time, but, like, I feel like if you gave this content creator, like, 10 grand, they could make something mind-blowingly cool, you know? And, like, because right now, as it is, they're already making something mind-blowingly cool, you know? Oh, God.
Thought you said she had dogs here. Okay, well, proceeding to the basement.
Oh, the cops. The cops, they make everything better.
Where's police? Anybody down here?
Oh, God.
Jesus, it's dark in here.
Oh,
the fuck was that?
Oh, it stole her skin. I just remembered. Oh, no.
Oh, God. What the fuck's that smell? Jesus Christ.
It was thinging in there. It was thinging in there, chat. Holy shit.
Well done on completing the TF2, Waking Your Subconscious, video cassette. Please allow your brain to rest for at least 12 hours before continuing this video system. Once you have rested and you are ready, enter the cassette labeled TF3, The Shadow, Communion and Assimilation. This is the end of this tape.
That was so cool. That was so cool. Look at these practical effects. Look at that. Look at how cool that is. Like, she's turning into a vampire, but like also fusing with the dogs. There's like another whole ass hand. There's a whole ass hand up there. Oh my god. It's like her skin came alive and became a new thing. Oh, it's so gross. That's amazing. I always sleep with a sword next to my bed, so I feel okay with this. Like, look at it. It's doing the thing from the thing. It's like it like fused the dogs into like one creature. You can see like there's another dog head back here. Oh, that's so cool. Chat, it's so hard to make wet puppets. Yeah, and then like clearly like turning into a vampire. We got like vampire teeth going on. That looks so good. Guys, it's so hard to make wet puppets. I really like when horror movies use like wet puppets to make practical effects. That it's one of my favorite things. Basically, someone manifested this creature, and it manifested as a skeleton, came through, used its psychic powers to remove the doors, melded with the dogs, and then waited for her to come check on them before having all of them, like, fuse together into one thing. That's crazy. Oh my god. That was cool as hell. Also, just as an FYI, I cannot believe that this channel doesn't have more, like, views. So please go subscribe to Greylock. This channel is amazing. It's got 65,000 subscribers. Go give it a subscribe, okay? Like, it totally worth your time, especially if you like horror stuff. If you're not so big into it, then but share it with your horror friends. Dang, what did I just wake up to? Way too spooky for 5:30 in the morning. It's true, Dirtcher. I'm sorry. But after you guys stayed with me until I hit 10K follows, I figured I'd reward you guys with some analog horror content, huh? I have no idea how this moves the needle for like the general story of Greylock, except that it gives us more information about the Black Door, which I know we've heard about before. There's a lot of recurring motifs about doors, like both closing and locking them. So I think it gave us like much more coherent and concrete information about what exactly these things are. They're shadow entities from the recesses of our unconscious minds, made stronger by our resistance. Or at least that's what that corrupted video told us, which who knows to what degree that can be trusted. Horror is so much fun. Analog horror especially. I love the way it's pushing the genre. Ruth is now way stronger with her new demon skeleton. She's doing fine. She just needs another 2-week recovery.
I love being rewarding with nightmare fuel, thank you.
You're welcome, worshipper of the Olympians. I can't tell if that's sarcasm or not, so I'm going to assume it's from the heart. Thank you for the $5 dono. And folks, with that, we've been going for about 6 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs and donos. Though, if you're feeling tapped out, that is a-okay. It's been a really phenomenal stream. So phenomenal that I literally streamed about 6 hours longer than I intended to. So thank you all for being amazing. And tomorrow when I stream, I'm just gonna be playing Helldivers 2. Okay. I'm gonna take a specific day to play some Helldivers 2. I've always been too much of a scaredy cat to get into horror, but this has been actually really cool. Thank you. Yeah, Carlton Milk, no problem. I also have like a playlist on my channel of going through analog horror series. So if you want to watch it and like not feel alone or have some like additional analysis for it, feel free to go through those series. You want to team up for Helldivers 2 tomorrow? I was thinking I would play with you guys, you know? I was thinking I'd open it up for people to play with me. Democracy Friday. Exactly, Calavera Kid. You get me. You get me. And with that, it was sarcasm. I was trying to sleep. I'm sorry. The stream's on. And let's throw this stream over to Derp G's. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I hope you all enjoyed your stay today. I'm gonna throw you all over to Doodle Burb, the doodliest burb you know. Good night, you lovely beans. See you tomorrow. Thank you all for being incredibly kind and wonderful and helping me to make this into like an actual career. I really appreciate it. Night, everybody.